Hello and welcome everybody to this today's we have holy words are hard. Abyssal Heaven Win a Case tournament hosted by Yeti Gaming. I'm here with my wonderful co-caster Gerrit. Hello, would you like to
Hello,
introduce
everyone.
yourself?
Yeah, my name is Gerrit. I'm from Germany, playing the card game for something about over 1 year and quite enjoying it.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have you. We are going to go right into the games, but would you like to talk a bit about the deck list before you get there?
Yeah, sure. I love to. We have Bani Rien with a Fire Merlin deck who plays level 1 Kong Ming and opted to go Mage level 1 to activate the class bonuses of all the Mage cards early on.
Yeah, and
And on his opponent's side, we have Cobalt with a good old trusty Wind Tristan deck.
yeah, you're a Tristan enjoyer yourself, right? Do you see anything
Yeah,
interesting in the deck list?
I think the most interesting card for the Tristan deck right now is Scatter Essence. He's probably thinking that there will still be quite a few water players for the upcoming events.
Yeah, that's
Besides
valid.
that, we also have the Penumbral Walls. So he is capable of putting early pressure on and then just closing out the game with a lot of shadows.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm very interested in seeing how this matchup goes. It seems the players already started. Kobold going first, playing a Surveil the Winds, starting that prep counter generation early. And Bonnie also going very strong with a turn 1 Stalwart Shieldmate,
The
passing
good
after
old
that.
trusty Stalwart Shieldmate. It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
very good turn 1 play if you have no idea what your opponent might be doing. So being
Yeah, it's
flexible
very
and getting
reliable.
fast.
Yeah, you can also
Especially,
cremate them.
indeed, always this sweet +1, basically. Cycling a card and getting the floating memory running is always good.
Yeah. Cobalt going for the Sadie, going for the level up immediately, rushing there. Uh, Knights, you never know what a fire deck is, right? So you have to be careful. Go for the level up. Go for the Sadie. Take out the Stalwart Shield main. Giving Bonnie a floating memory. He does get the value off of the floating there. Unrestricted.
Unrestricted floating memories are always good cards to have in your deck.
Yeah. Cobalt, I believe did have the on kill trigger for Sadie.
Yeah, I think he should have it. That is certainly true.
Okay, so it seems that it has been caught as well because it was a trigger that was missed. The game went by so fast, so it was
Yeah,
a missed trigger.
that
Unfortunate, but
is certainly going very fast here right now.
yeah.
It
There's
seems like
Bonnie
those
leveled
two
up from the
players.
Salvort and then immediately played another one. Yeah, they don't want to waste time.
You think they are afraid of games taking too long? I have a feeling this matchup could be decided very quick one way or another.
It depends on the hands, I think, very much. So like, but both decks can win very fast, but if their hand is not solid enough, the games can take a bit of time.
Interestingly, Bannerien seems to be prepared for longer games where he takes aggression early on with the free harmonious mantra in his main deck.
Oh yeah. Oh,
So
you always have to be prepared.
being prepared is actually Tristan's stick, right? With all the preparation
Yeah,
counters.
yeah. Cobalt. Speaking of preparation counters, Cobalt played the Windwalker boots, giving him one prep counter every turn into a beautiful windmill engineer imbued.
Windmill Engineers imbuing is always good. Could you actually see what he showed? It was too fast
It
for
was a
me to
Veiling
actually see.
Breeze
Hmm.
and some another card I couldn't quite catch, but I
Ah,
immediately saw the Veiling Breeze because it is very good in this matchup. You love to see that.
indeed.
Mnemonic Charm from Bonnie, drawing a card into memory. All the Empower cards are wonderful in a Fire Merlin deck because you get to empower your fireballs earlier. I feel like the
And
levels from that is more reliable than Crystal of Empowerment back in the day.
that is indeed true, especially because Barney also plays 4 heightened spellcraft. That means early on, your fireballs are also have quite the big chance of being lethal if you combine all those mnemonic charms with the heightened spellcraft.
Yeah,
If you
you're
are
absolutely
ambitious
right.
and stay on a spirit for too long, you might just fall over through a big fireball from a level 2 Merlin that you might not expect.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is scary. It also makes sense. Like he can also go for it on level 1, theoretically with Kongming. That's probably why it's a better choice to play Kongming in this specific deck than Merlin because you get the mage class bonus, like you said, immediately.
Also, kind of not that frequently coming up thing is that you can kill off allies with the discard from creative shocks. If you are not
Yeah.
careful as an opponent, your windmill engineers can fall over very quickly
Yeah.
to that.
Oh, Kobold going for Grand Crusader's Ring. Banishing a draw card and then going for the Fair Whispers. I believe it's after Recollection because he did have 3 cards from the Windmill Engineer in his memory.
Yes. Also, he got a
Revealing.
Dream Fairy in his hand.
Yeah.
That means he can reasonably get rid of the shield mate and start putting pressure on Bunny.
He might also be keeping it up for the Majestic Spirit because while it cannot intercept a Shadow Strike, it still halves the damage. So you can't go as big, as tall with it as you would like to. There's the Sadie again, taking out the Stalwart Shieldmate, giving
Another
Bonnie a
shield mate
possible.
gun.
Yeah, there's the level counter for Bonnie. Hopefully they don't miss the agility trigger this time.
Agility triggers interest and are very crucial at times. So you can better select what you're going to be banishing for your level up or what cards you need to interact during your opponent's turn. Oh, Barney chooses to level up to 3 with 1.
Well, banishing a Daja guide for it is pretty ironic, but probably it is for the best.
The upside is that he gets another level counter for his recollection trigger and starts to start drawing for the even amount of level counters on his champion, and also gets the bonus attack damage if he chooses to attack. But
Yeah,
it seems like he
yeah.
just passed the turn. Or is it me just being confused right now?
He did. He's probably thinking a bit ahead. Uh Kobold playing a favorable wins without anything on the stack.
Hmm.
Probably wanting to get those cards into memory so he can level up to Tristan level 2.
It
Because he
seems
does
like
have
it.
5 preparation counters now. Ooh, an incapacitate and something else.
Incapacitate
I
and
believe it
stifling
was
trap.
a
It was
yeah, I believe it
stifling.
was a stifling trap. His preparation counters are individual little cubes, which makes it a bit harder to tell how many he has at a glance, but it is also very creative. Easier to take off one by one when you're paying small amounts.
That is true. One other possible play instead of using the Veiling Breeze could have also been just bouncing back to Sadie. What do you think? Why he didn't choose to do that?
I believe he has cards that he wants in his hand for this, for either for his level 3 turns or for this specific turn. So he didn't want to risk losing anything bad. But his influence is quite high. So it could have also just been, oh, there's a dungeon guide. Probably didn't want to put down the dungeon guide and risk losing it. Thinking the incapacitate and a stifling trap are the least useful cards here.
Is incapacitate the least useful card? I'm not sure about that.
That's what he. That's what. I trust that his hand is good enough that, you know, he for sure had a purpose behind it. We don't know. Unfortunately, on webcam we can't really see the player's hands, so we can only speculate. Went to Tristan's Shadow Dancer, I believe.
Shadow Dancer. That's an interesting choice. It seems like he wants to put on quite a bit of pressure early on now.
To block any attacks from any possible attacks from Majestic Spirit, or Sudden Steal or a big swing like that. Shadow's Claw.
Shadow's Claw is
activating it.
Shadow's Claw is one of those cards that is very strong if you have the chance to use the alternative way to play the card.
Yeah. Cards I think we can very consistently have it in Tristan, because you usually don't even level up to 2 without 4 preparation counters.
That is true. That is certainly true. You always want to have 4 or more preparation counters, so you get to draw from your level 2, and on level 3 you get to get out your Shadow Claw. Cards that give you basically a free materialization are very strong. If you look at Dungeon Guide, Shadow Claw, or Besiege the Wind, or even Polaris.
Scepter of Lumina.
Scepter of Lumina in the mirror, indeed. Those cards are always strong.
Oh, is that a Shadow Strike for 1?
That is a Shadow Strike. Is it for 1?
So it prepared 1. I only saw 1 preparation counter being removed. Yeah. So that attack for 6 with the Shadow's Claw, allowing the ominous shadows to also attack Merlin with the Shadow's Claw for 2 each. So it's a lot of damage out of nowhere. Even Shadow Strike prepared 1 on its own is scary as well. Oh, Creative Shock. Asking to see if there is a response. There is no incapacitate on the Creative Shock.
Did he find a floating?
Oh, heightened Spellcraft.
So he found a floating memory to this card. Interesting.
Because he kept that's why he has 5 influence, put down 3 for Creative Shock, kept 1 in hand, and kept that specifically. No gambling here. If you had an incapacitate here, you would probably keep it for his actual turn after the Creative Shock resolves, I think. Because the floating memory is not as scary here as it would be earlier. Although, Bonnie having... Oh, he took out the Sword of Seeking just to put it back with the Pendragon, Ghost of Pendragon.
It's always a neat play to get a sword out and then draw the Pendragon.
Yeah, we love the free value. Draw 2 for 0 cost, basically.
Even better it gets if you get out the Drawn Blade or something else that draws you. But I guess he has a plan with the floating memory for the next turn, maybe. Probably. And even if you have Incap as a Cobalt right now, you want to keep it open and use it for either a fireball or an incarnate majesty. Those are the key cards you want to basically deny your opponent.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Funny. Oh, the attack from the Pendragon was redirected by removing 3 preparation counters from Tristan.
But for a penumbral waltz, right? Since you got another
Yeah.
token on the board.
Yeah, yeah. I I completely missed that. Thank you.
Ooh, another one? Oh yeah, you summoned 2, right? Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Removing 3 prep counters
I haven't used
makes
the card
gives
in
2 shadows.
ages.
It's not a common card to see in a deck, definitely. Um, but it works perfectly against Pendragon. It is actually meant to be here because it blocks the whole attack from a Pendragon. If you X plus 3, so it's 6, but it guarantees 2 Pendragon hits.
Penumbral Waltz is
Uh,
also a pretty good card in the Jin matchup, for example. Because if he tries to relentless outburst you for a bazillion damage, you basically just need to negate the base instances.
yeah, and that board, the Kobold's board went from not that much to looking very, very scary. As long as he has 2 prep counters, he can just negate a bunch of it. When at least 2 prep counters means he's pretty safe here. It's
Oh boy, Barney found his one resolute stand he plays in the. How unfortunate.
yeah, it's not looking good for Cobalt with here, especially with only being down to only 2 prep counters. Shadow Strike might be unblockable, but it is not. It doesn't go through damage prevention.
You think Barney getting another turn is enough for him?
Because next turn he will be on even level counters. He will be level 7. He has the Mnemonic Charm for another Empower 2, going up to level 9, plus 1 from the Fireball itself. That is 10 damage. It's very rough. One Fireball is even 2 Fireballs if he has another Mnemonic Charm. Might not be enough, but there can be any number of cards in his hand that can give him another turn. If he has an Incarnate Majesty, he's in a
Incarnate
very comfortable
Majesty,
spot.
yeah. Incarnate Majesty might give him another turn after the Resolute Stand turn.
It would
I'm
be
curious.
because the Majesty herself attacks for 4, so you can start pushing damage with her.
Hmm.
So I think that could be enough like that. Oh, Terrafring is also a wonderful card. Although Cobalt's influence is quite high, it's it still gives him another turn. So he can start finding those kill lines here, building up towards one big turn.
Building up to one big turn is certainly something Barney has to do right now. It might just be very difficult. If you think about it, Cobalt plays also 3 Zephyrs in the main deck. So the Terrafring might not be there even during the recollection phase.
Yeah. Cobalt also has the Safeguard Amulet there, which we shouldn't forget about. So Bonnie has to go even more more above and beyond.
Quite a lot of hoops to go through, indeed.
Yep. It seems he just passed with the Terrafring.
Ooh, Poison
Oh,
Dagger.
Poison Dagger. You know, since he knows that Bonnie has one more turn, that Poison Dagger is pretty safe. Unless, of course, Bunny decides to target that specifically. But even if Bunny targets with that like a reduced, I'm not quite sure if he plays any Regalia removal in his main board. Um, he does play
Bunny?
Farouk and Acolyte.
Yes, two even, if I saw it correct. It's a
Yeah,
it's a card we don't see that often.
I agree. It's not, especially nowadays. Like back during Fractured Crown, there weren't that many answers to Regalia, so it was a bit more common, but it has fallen out of favor.
Was it actually ever in favor? I'm not sure. I basically started the shot before Fractured Crown, so I didn't pay that much attention to the meta back then. It certainly is a very underrated card, in my opinion, in Merlin, especially.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing that would be very good for Bonnie here is a flame sweep. Alright, I don't believe he plays any flame sweeps. Because which is somewhat understandable, right? Because right now the meta is not very ally focused. But
Indeed. He
yeah, it would
plays
be perfect.
he plays, I believe, one Persian Flames that he already banished early on. If I saw it correct. Yes. One Persian Flames.
That would be it was a very unfortunate banishment.
If you are Cobalt, would you now play around Harmonious Mantra?
I mean, I feel like the poison dagger is enough to play her out Harmonious Mantra, isn't it?
How much
Because he can
damage is it if he uses the Poison Dagger? It's one from the dagger, then basically 3
then
for every token, 2 from the
yeah,
champion. So we are
at
at
least 2
12,
if he doesn't have another
13,
Shadow Strike.
15, 18, 20, 20, 22, 25, 27 damage on board.
So it would
That's a
not.
big
So
number.
recovering 10 here from Harmonious Mantra is not quite enough.
It indeed is not quite enough.
Uh,
With the Tome of Sorcery, though, we are getting one level closer to recovering enough.
oh, there is the
Oh,
Acolyte.
the Acolyte.
The famous Cobalt looking
A
it up.
card
It's not
no
a
one
common card.
expects.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Cobalt had to look it up. Long time no see that card. You know,
Indeed.
it's understandable if you forget what she does.
She's kind of forgettable, even though she's unforgettable.
True. If she if she's played against you once, you'll never forget her.
And the dagger is gone.
Bye bye. So it is not 25 anymore. It's a bit less scary. Swinging for 3 with the Rukun Acolyte because he is a bit over level 3 now. So it does get the level 3 plus bonus.
Are you sure that Merlin gets over level 3? I'm not very
Never seen
certain
that
about that
happen.
one.
You're right. You're right. I might be wrong here.
Interesting that Cobalt chose to let Sadie just die instead of getting her back to hand.
Yeah, yeah. It's also interesting that Bunny went for the poison dagger instead of the Shadow's Claw because I feel like the Shadow's Claw is a lot more utility on the long term than the poison dagger. If he can just stop the attacks for 1 turn with the poison dagger, he's safe. But the Shadow's Claw is a problem for more than a turn. Would you have gone for the poison dagger as well?
I probably would have tried to get rid of a poison dagger here too, just because it's more burst damage.
Hmm. Makes sense. Makes sense.
It also amplifies every ally you play by one, and not only the shadow token.
You're right. You're right. Absolutely right about that. Cobalt bringing out the Terrafring to prepare for next turn with even level counters on Merlin. Well, the Varukun Acolyte is gone. Cobalt making sure that Bonnie cannot keep a single ally on board for more than a turn. No. No. No building a board here if Cobalt has any say in it.
I mean, building the board is Cobalt's stick, right?
Yeah. Yeah. How dare Bonnie try?
Very impressive board, actually. Ooh, sharpened blade. This might actually sting a
Oh,
bit.
that is definitely going to hurt. Sharpen blade, I feel like is underutilized for how good it is in a Shadow Dancer deck. Do you play it in yours?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. If I'm going with the walls in the main deck, I also try to play sharpened blade.
Mm.
And recently, a friend of mine from Berlin, who basically just plays Tristan exclusively,
Yeah.
topped quite a few events, and he plays it in the main deck without the walls. So I'm tempted to just throw it in too.
Yeah, I think it's very good because it gives +2 attack to the weapon itself until end of turn. So every time you attack with a shadow, instead of it being for 2, it doubles it and attacks for 4, which is a lot scarier than 2.
Just imagine if he still had the poison dagger. Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, there is a harmonious mantra for
So
8
it's
plus 3, 11. 14. Oh, did he empower it? He empowered it twice.
he
He
empowered it
empowered it with the sorcery
with the charm and with the
and the
Ogre
charger.
sorcery.
Yeah, yeah. So it is 14. You mentioned earlier why he wasn't playing uh Shadow Reaver. And I think he's more of a beat down with the Fantasia kind of deck. And that's why
Yeah,
he wants to start building them up early.
it seems like that. He's using his shadow jutsu to get more of his clones out.
Yeah. Cobalt seems to have been a bit thrown off by that mantra for 14.
I can see that. It would also have caught me off guard, I have to admit.
Yeah, yeah. You've been doing so much to get to 17 damage counters, and now it's over. But it seems that
Yeah.
it makes sense now a bit more why Bonnie went for the poison dagger because the strip damage can still add up, but it's very
Oof.
the sharpened blade onto the Shadow's Claw. Ooh, oh, the slice and dice prepared with the Shadow's
Let's
Claw
see
still
how
there.
he sequenced it.
Yeah.
You probably want to use the Shadow's Claw for the first attack, and then if you attack again. Oh, okay.
Seems that Bonnie knows it's over. There's no question about sequencing. He's like, all right, it's done. Let's go to the next game. Yeah, so if he went for the Shadow's Claw there, he would have survived this turn, right? You're the
Yes.
math expert.
I'm not the math expert, but it's just 3 damage less on any shadow token and
Yeah.
Tristan.
Unfortunate for Bonnie there, but it's hard to see into the future, especially when you have a harmonious mantra for 14 in your hands. You don't expect Sharpened Blade to be played in general, but Sharpened Blade into Slice and Dice into a million shadows attacking you is a bit much.
Tristan is a
Which I
very explosive deck that can kill you seemingly out of nowhere, even though you see it coming from like a mile away.
yeah, it's a lot. Would you like to talk about the sideboard for these players? Starting with Tristan.
Of course. So Cobalt has a very small sideboard of a total of 5 cards, all material deck cards. And we have the Chalice of Blood, Nullifying Lantern, Nullifying Mirror, a Water Bauble, and a Gloomspire Mantle. I think
Oh,
those cards are very interesting. But the only one you probably want to get in is the Nullifying Lantern.
yeah.
Because you haven't seen any of the sanctions in Barney's deck right now, so you can safely assume that he might not even be playing them, especially since you saw the book. And the Tome of Sorcery is only played in decks that don't run Spirit Blades as sanction, usually.
Yeah, yeah. It is
And
the right choice.
for Barney's deck, he has various sideboard options, including incapacitates and under fires. I think the 2 blanches he's playing in the main deck might just go out for 2 incapacitates and some other cards for 2 under fires. Maybe 1 Purged Flame, and I'm not
I think
sure.
his I think his sideboard is very solid into this matchup. He's definitely bringing in the resolute stands as well, because they're fantastic here. I do think he will bring in the extra Purging Flame, though you're right that it's a lot of slots to swap out, so it's a lot harder to be able to
Sideboarding
tell.
with Merlin is always hard, in my opinion, because whatever card you take out of your deck, you essentially make your deck a lot worse.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
if you just sideboard a couple cards each game, that is probably what you want to do.
yeah. It's definitely an we'll have to see what Bonnie goes for, because his sideboard, most of his sideboard is good, but taking out that many cards in Merlin can definitely hurt your game plan and the deck in general. Seems that he chose to go first, went with a creative shock, discarding a heightened spellcraft, getting that floating memory into the graveyard early.
The wonderful card where you can't stop the conquest for Cao Cao.
I
Did I pronounce it correct? I probably didn't.
I think it's Cao Cao. Yeah. Unfortunately though, heightened spellcraft is class bonus floating memory, so he will have to level up before he can use that. And still better to have it than not. Discarding a class bonus floating is better than discarding no floating.
Indeed. Indeed. Early
Cobalt
turns for
going.
Merlin are usually very streamlined. You want to draw a couple cards and basically just discard your floatings.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it seems like Barney already gets it somewhat going. Hopefully he put down some cards he doesn't necessarily need to level up
Yeah.
into level
Oh,
1.
Cobalt having two Fairy Whispers here. On the first one, he revealed a Sadie, valuing it the prep counter generation and the on kill over getting an extra wind card into his hand, revealing the Sadie again, not giving any extra information for Bonnie. However, still not getting the maximum value out of the Fairy Whispers. I believe he kept 2 cards on top of his deck this time, putting something that looked like a sharpened blade, I believe, onto the bottom of his deck. Sharpened blade is good, but bit less useful early game.
It's very brave to go somewhat willingly -2 influence in one turn.
Yeah, Yeah. I mean, probably, and I believe he has a plan. The Sadie is a very good card after all, and if he didn't see any other wind card, it's probably for the best that he kept that there. Body going for backup charger, not up yet, into a stalwart shieldmate, and I believe that is an AMB hasty messenger.
It is
It is
indeed an
a
hasty messenger.
that is also not a card we see very often anymore.
You
Holy
mean Ignite?
moly, that's a throwback. Yeah, ignite the soul. It's a throwback definitely.
It kinda came back a little bit when people started to be playing Saber Remnants in your Merlin deck. So you can
True.
basically get 2 floating memories with 1 card in your discard.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. However, that is also unfortunately a class bonus floating memory, so Bunny has to wait a bit more to use it. Ooh, Cobalt going leveling up with a stifling trap is a bit scary because Bonnie can still very well have a dungeon guide later. Oh,
I think
Sadie
with the
taking out
2
the
Fairy
circuit.
Whispers that got you basically nowhere, you kinda don't mind losing the Stifling Trap right now to get something going.
That's true. That's true. Especially if you saw another stifling trap, it might not be that detrimental. Bonnie finally being able to level up for free with the stalwart shield mate. You know, finally a non-class bonus floating memory for him. Making all of his class bonus floating memory online, however. So he is in a good spot. Leveling up to Kong Ming.
Let's see how quickly he can go to Merlin to get everything going. Oh, another Stalwart
Another
Shieldmate.
stalwart shield mate. It's like last game, but a bit better. Looking better for Bonnie with having the haste there to cycle some cards. Oh, not using the attack trigger is very interesting. Just attacking one for face for attacking sake. Yeah. He values the chip damage definitely. He's not someone that loses out on value.
If I just had €1 for every time I was 1 damage short.
Attack with the dungeon gun. It
Yeah,
is. It can make or break the game definitely.
or people.
Yeah, the one damage that adds up. You're like, it's nothing. I'm not gonna intercept that, and then it's over. That one damage would have saved you, given you that one turn to win.
Indeed. Always remember to deal the 1 extra damage.
Yep. I think Bonnie just passed the turn. Bit
Yeah,
harder to tell on webcam.
he played the Shieldmate and then passed the turn after he
Yeah.
chip damaged for 1.
Cobalt went for the boots there. Start getting the prep canners.
He's basically
Playing the
getting now
CD.
2 prep counters every turn. For
Pretty
almost
good.
3.
Yeah.
I like the way
It
how he
is.
presents the prep counters. It's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit goofy, but I think it's very, very good if you're on your own side. You can see, oh, I have a lot of prep canners, or instead of just seeing a number. The physical representation of each prep canner on its own, covering Tristan. She's very prepared.
It makes it easier for your opponent to see also how many prep counters you have, especially during webcam games. So that's pretty good. I might just
That's true.
steal this idea.
Start having little boxes. In the meantime, Bonnie went up to level 2 from the Shieldmate and the Ignite the Soul. There is the dungeon guy, and does Cobalt have the Stifling Trap?
He does.
Oh, unfortunate. Does Bonnie have the Incapacitate for it? No. Seems none. So
Worst case, you use the 3 cards you put down next turn for level up. So
yeah, yeah.
it's not too
It's,
bad.
yeah, if you put down cards for Dungeon Guide, you already resign yourself to losing them, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, there's another heightened spellcraft. He doesn't even have to lose 2 now. Well, he doesn't even have to lose all 3 now, because he can still banish one of the heightened spellcrafts for a level counter if Kobold doesn't have any floating memory in his graveyard, and then banish 2 and the other heightened spellcraft for the level up. Oh, mnemonic charm. Bang.
Ooh.
Sacrificing it, paying 3. Nascent Blast?
Oh, a nascent
It
blast
is
on the
a
Sadie in
pretty
response
promo.
to putting it back to his hand. That is very powerful.
That is. And it empowered it so he can reuse it later. Because if Nascent Blast was empowered, you get to put it back to your memory after it resolves. It's pretty good. It's a card that's synergizes very, very well with Tome of Sorcery, being able to deal 3 damage every turn reliably.
Indeed. It's also one of the very rare occasions where you see the card actually being played. It's most likely one of the other reasons why Barney went for this specific Merlin build. So you can use Nascent Blast in combination with the Tome. It also
Yeah,
helps you a little bit in those ally matchups if you can recycle your resources while also
true.
threatening all those nasty allies.
Yeah, and it's if you have 2 Nascent Blasts, that is 2 allies gone every turn if you have the influence for it. Because every time you play Nascent Blast, your influence doesn't really go down. Obviously, you need another reliable source of empowerment to keep playing them. Black Market Broker coming out.
Good old stealthy broker.
Prep counter and stealth. Pretty good, pretty solid. Ah, there it is. The level counter from one of the heightened spellcrafts.
Indeed. In my early days when I played the Tristan deck, I always underestimated how good the stealth actually is on the black market broker.
Oh. Yeah, it's you don't think about it that much because it's like,
No.
oh, it feels so hard to achieve, and then all of a sudden, wait, this I'm playing Tristan. I have stealth guaranteed, and it's just a plus on my ally that already does so much for me.
Yeah.
Seems Bonnie did not level up there, so surely he has another dungeon guide here. Because he plays Spank 3 and went for the Tome of Sorcery there from item. There is the
There
other
is
dungeon
another
guide.
one.
Always have it. Always have it.
Never didn't have it.
Yeah, never
Let's
punished.
see what he loses now.
He's losing a
Nascent Blast and Hasty Messenger.
pretty not too shabby still. Oh, there's the Ghost of Pendragon putting back the Tome of Sorcery, resting it in response, just so he can empower. Almost putting back the Pendragon. It was in the hand. Yeah, understandable. Get me a bit confusing. Lots of things happening.
Indeed.
Attacking for 3, and then 1 with each of the dungeon guides. 5 damage in 1 turn, out of nowhere, after Bonnie gaining a whole level. Pretty scary.
How
Then
long did it take you to get accustomed to that free power is a lot in Grand Archive? I think I'm still not quite grasping how strong free power actually is.
I was always playing um card games with like double digit life pools, so it wasn't
Mm.
that didn't take that long for me. But with the three power being the higher end in Grand Archive, that took a bit. That took a bit to get used to. That 3 is actually a lot. You don't see something attacking for 3 consistently often in the game.
I still struggle sometimes with realizing how strong free attack actually is on an ally.
Yeah.
Ooh, Cobalt got out the Tariff Ring, so he doesn't take too much damage next turn. Where did the broker go to?
So
It
hard
seems
to
like
tell.
to the Pendragon.
I believe so, because Bonnie didn't add any damage to face, and
Hmm.
there is a Stifling Trap on the Pendragon to finish it off. This is a very solid play, because Stifling Trap is still a very solid just burn slash straight damage card. After level 3, it can still stop a Pendragon from drawing more. Oh, Crocside to the Pendragon.
Crackside
Oh,
on the Pendragon. It basically means, oh, nice, I can draw 3 more cards.
yeah.
That is very
Don't mind
unfortunate.
if I do. Yeah. Don't think Cobalt was prepared for Bonnie to have the Crocside again. I feel like this is extra. This is a lot of extra value for Bonnie here, right? Because he got to draw 2 cards off of Pendragon when it came in, attack for 3, and then Cobalt invested 2 cards into taking the Pendragon out, and in the end, Bonnie just was like, "All right, let me just get it back for free," at no real investment for me. Drawing more cards, getting more damage in, I don't mind.
Indeed, especially because Barney doesn't even play cremation rituals, if I see that correct. So he didn't even have a way to get rid of his own Pendragon.
Hmm. Yeah, it's free value for him there. Bonnie going for the broker, the black taking out the black market broker, because Sword of Seeking does have True Sight, so he can just take it out without much effort with the Merlin attack bonus. Exactly for 3, and
No,
then playing the Pendragon.
no reason not to get rid of the broker if
Yeah,
you have the Sword of Seeking out.
absolutely. With it
Especially if
having 2
you,
durability.
yeah, especially since you're going to be playing the Pendragon anyway, so might put it to use.
Yeah. Yeah. Get as much value as you can off of it.
Removing another object on your opponent's board is always good.
I agree. Oh, Surveil the Winds. Getting another prep counter. Getting to the scary territory here. Oh, Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy
It's
on.
that is unfortunate.
Dream Fairy on the Pendragon.
Yeah, you need Bonnie needs a nascent. Oh, Creative Shock also works if he discards a fire card here. Yeah, there it is. A floating fire card. Take it out the Dream Fairy. Being able to play the Pendragon again.
That is very rough for Cobalt here, especially
Yeah.
since he now gets to draw another card through a material deck card he gets out, and then just plays again the Pendragon to draw another card.
Yeah,
And the level
Bonnie's
counter should be even too. Oh no, it's free.
it's
Never
it's
mind.
it's it's odd, yeah. Unfortunately, last turn went to even, but I don't think Bonnie's too worried about his influence here. He has half his deck in his hand. He has more Pendragons to draw more cards with, you know? Surely he could have another one at this point. He just doesn't have enough regalia to return to the deck because he is not water. So he could, even if he wanted to right now, even if there were enough rested units, he couldn't do even tight spear shenanigans.
Even type shenanigans, indeed. Very It's a very cool card you can play Merlin. Ooh, Incarnate Majesty. I think that might just
Oh,
see the game here.
yeah. Even if it's not directly game with damage, it's nearly impossible for Kobold to come back from it here. Because having every instance of damage is extremely detrimental for his game plan of chip away with a lot of small allies.
Also, he lost 2 Dream Fairies already, I believe. One
Yeah.
for Pendragon that died through the damage of a Creative Shock, and I think he banished one.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember him banishing one.
Getting out the Safeguard Amulet seems like he's running very low on options here, on actual good plays. Very rough spot.
Yeah.
I have the feeling that the 2 cards he lost early on through the Fairy Whispers made it very hard to actually get a game going. What's your thought on that?
I don't know. I'm not really. I don't think I've ever played a single game of Tristan.
I
So
see.
it's too much math and too much thinking for me. I will just stick to my very low to the ground ally decks.
Ah, Cobalt found the dungeon guide actually.
Then the Dream Fairy, no? He lost the Dream Fairy. He lost another one. That's. I
And
wonder if he
another
has
one.
stuff. I wonder if
You
he has
wonder,
another one in hand.
maybe. But he has 3 cards in hand right now, correct?
Yeah, he can't play
Yeah.
it even if he does have it.
At least he might have another turn after Barney is done with his attacks, since he can redirect quite a few attacks to his shadows. However,
Oh,
there is
there's
a lot
Creative
of
Shock.
influence in Barney's hand. So,
Yeah, it's. Bonnie at this point can just live for long enough where he can just win the game out, right? Even if Cobalt redirects every attack, he's just gonna eventually finally draw one of his 4 fireballs. And two of his fireballs, maybe. Ooh, Sword of
yeah,
Seeking, maybe going for an attack. Or he has another Pendragon. I mean,
why not
Crux
both?
things. Yeah, could be.
Can you actually count the cards? How many?
That's too many for me to count here. One,
It
two,
indeed is.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Drawing
So
2, 16.
that is a big number, basically 1/4 of his deck.
There is the penumbra waltz. Did you count how much? I was too invested in Bonnie's influence to be able to catch how much it was prepared for.
It has to be at least for free, otherwise he
And
doesn't get tokens.
true. Probably. It was exactly 3 men.
Oh boy, even more cards.
Usually turbocharge feels a bit much to play because it's so much investment. You do get to draw 2 cards off of it, but you get the value off of it the turn after. But here with Bonnie's 10+ influence, it doesn't matter. He can just play it. He can do whatever he wants here. Just draw more cards. Alright, Kobold's starting to remove the prep counters. Redirect those attacks.
Interesting what's gonna happen now. Another Pendragon.
Crux player things. His influence is definitely more than 20 now, right? He drew.
It has to be.
Yeah, after Creative Shock, he drew 1 for turn, going from 16 with Creative Shock. Drew 1 for turn, 17. Drew 2 for. Well, technically went up 1 with Turbocharge, 18. Pendragon went up again, 19. Even level counters, 20.
Yeah.
We're
20 influence
open.
and no fireball inside, it seems like. And now we have another American Acolyte killing off the
Figure
Shadow
out
Claw.
the Shadow's Claw. He's slowly getting there. He is slowly getting there. Oh, finally starting to deal damage. Removing, 2 prep counters to redirect the Majestic Spirit's attack. Does Bonnie have?
Ah, he found a fireball.
Huh!
That's the
That is,
Mortal Ambition
it
art.
exists. Yeah. It's all these arts are so pretty, but it's so hard to recognize them all of a sudden. Now people play 3 different Dungeon Guides in their deck, 3 different Fireballs in their deck. Every card they play looks different. It's there's 2 minutes plus overtime in the round, so I'm not quite sure if they will playing game 3 or just take a bit of time for themselves and take a break before the next round. If they will start winning out here, it's definitely not over. Cause like usually for Yeti locals, if you have a draw, it's basically a loss, right? Because you need to win out you need to have 4 wins to get the box. But here
Indeed.
we do have a top 8 cut, so you just need to be the top 8 out of the 59 players we have in the tournament today.
59 players is
Enough.
quite a lot of people, right?
Yeah, it is. It is still a very big tournament, right? It's bigger than many regionals. And so speaking of though, here it is for here are our pricing for today. Like I mentioned, there is a top 8 cut at the end of the tournament. It is 6 round Swiss into top 8 cut. The top 8 is timed as well. Unlike for Ascents, where we don't want to be here until 1 a.m. tomorrow. Would you like to talk a bit more about the pricing, Gerrit?
The pricing, of course. So as we can see in the screen right now, the winner gets a case of HVN, who is hopefully everyone excited for, to rip all those new packs and see all the new cards. The second place gets 4 boxes of Mortal Ambition, and I believe we still haven't found all the CRs in the set, did we? No, right?
Not at all.
Only
We're
half
not
of
even
them, right?
close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's less than half. It's that we reached a half reported for first edition
Hmm.
recently, but I don't believe we're. I'm not. I'm actually not sure. We might be over half for AMB, but there are definitely CURs out there. You're correct about that.
For the third and fourth place, we also have one box of Mortal Ambition and 16 event packs. That is a very big number of event packs.
Yeah,
It's
it's
always
like
exciting to rip those new packs. It's
yes.
very very surprising what you can get or not get in those.
Yeah, the small packs are a bit harder to open, but it feels a lot more interesting and exciting to open them. I feel like there is a
I'm
whole
personally one of those scissor type of guys.
yes, yes, definitely. You for the new ones, you definitely need them. For the old ones, you could still figure it out, but the new ones are one card big, so you need to even if you cut it, you need to be very careful, right?
Hmm.
Just be precise.
Very careful.
Yeah, I
And
think. Yeah, go
go
ahead, go
ahead.
ahead.
I think
No,
the
no, no.
fifth to eighth place get also two SP2 boxes and some event packs. I don't have it right now. And 8 event packs do the players get.
Yeah. It's a whole event kit being given out here, which is very exciting for all of our players. Um, however, I think we're going to go to a short break here. We'll be back with round two. Um, it was nice having you, Gerrit. See you around for round three and later.
Thank
Uh,
you very much.
it was my pleasure casting with you this round one, and see you guys in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 2 of the Yeti Abyssal Heaven Win a Case tournament. I'm here with Freedom once again. Welcome back, sir. How are you doing?
Good, good. Very tired. It's 7 a.m. in the morning for me.
It's quite early, but you made it for round 2. We're happy to have you. We have an interesting matchup coming up in round 2 here. Serene Wind Jin versus Serene Fire Luxem. We have seen the Fire Luxem before. You were here casting that game from Edward. However, the Serene Wind Jin deck is not something I believe you've seen before. It's, in general, I think it's pretty new. Would you like to talk about it a bit?
So throughout the A and B season, we never really got to see like Win Jin because the most popular flavor was always fire. You know, popularized by people like Killidus or Jimmy Lee. You know, those two made it very popular, right? So we never got to see Win Jin. He as Win Jin kind of like lacked. I think it was like the draw engine or just the speed. I reckon compared to Fire. Fire was just much faster to get to level 3 and then kind of rebuild your influence from there. So this is going to be an interesting deck. As it kind of builds, this one is a bit wider. There's actually quite a few allies in this one. I can see in the deck list 3 Zhang Fei's, an ally that's hardly ever played because 2/2 allies not really popular. Like for example, when I played like the Oath decks, I didn't play Zhang Fei because she had only 2 health. You know, 2/3s were much better. He's got very if he ever gets to play this and actually fulfills the condition, it's going to be very exciting to see. He's got 1 Zhao Yun in his deck, in his main deck.
Yeah, it is. It is a very unexpected card. It feels a bit like he opened one Zhao Yun and he really wanted to make it work, so he put it in his Jin deck. Because
yeah.
it is not that much. It's not that like Exia focused, although it does have the Relentless Outburst and Rage and Mend Flesh, so it could be that kind of deck, but it feels like it can both play a bit earlier and later as well. Although you mentioned there are more allies, but Zhang Fei, 3 Zhang Fei, 2 dungeon guides, and 1 Zhao Yun. There's 4 Swift recruits as well. So there aren't that many allies. There are 10 allies in this deck total. So it's a more late game focused deck, it seems.
But as we'll move on to the game, as we've got, I believe it's Edward who'd started.
Yeah, with his Spirit of Serene Fire.
Yep, I believe he just drew 6 and passed.
Yeah. Oh.
So we got 2 players
keeping only 2 cards.
What do you think is a popular opening play for Shenron? Probably starting off with the Swift Recruits. Oh, he actually did, yes.
Yeah, the Swift Recruit is like the most solid turn 1 play in his deck. Looking at the deck list here. Windmill Engineer! I missed how could I miss Windmill Engineer? She's also there. So Swift Recruit or Windmill are probably the best turn 1 plays because there aren't that many cards that he can get value off of immediately here.
But it is a popular first one, turn 1 play. He's just chosen the path, and then we've got Edward here, who's just materialized his backup charger, drawn to memory, and immediately passed.
Yeah, that is not something you see often. The Temporal Spectrometer. Gerrit he still plays a decent amount of floating memory, and he does play 1 Besiege the Winds, which makes Temporal Spectrometer very, very good in his deck, or very useful, because if he gets the Besiege, he can get all the value off of the Temporal if he gets to get to a significant amount of counters with it.
Yeah, like Temporal Spectrometer is one that is definitely not one that we see played very often. It's probably one of the worst probably like the lowest ranked divine relics, next to like Mercurial Heart. It does have a lot of value there. If you leave it on there long enough, you can get to level possibly 2 or 3 if it's not interacted with. Now he's got a potion of healing on the board to help him kind of control the kind of like if he goes over 28 or 35, he can actually control his health. It pretty much just adds another 5. It's they're very annoying to deal with, especially when you can play more than one.
Yeah, it's you get to save. You could just invest into it and recover the 5 when you most need it. So there was immediately the utility in the temporal spectrometer leveling up to level 1 for free.
I think he once he saw Edward putting down a fire, he didn't want to run the risk of seeing any reduced to ashes happening or anything. He just wanted to immediately use it, trying to get value. But even if you banish it to materialize level 1, it still doesn't require any floating. It's he'll get some value from that. But I think he just didn't want to risk it being destroyed immediately.
It's also it's very the more longer you have it out, it also has diminishing returns if you don't keep adding counters. Is that 2 Zhong Feis to imbue the Windmill Engineer?
That is 2 Zhong Feis.
Right, going hard on the Zhong Feis, not playing them. I think this is the one matchup where Zhong Fei is consistently fantastic. Because
I think this is probably okay here. So Zhong Fei's effect is like it's class bonus, she has vigor, but she doesn't. I don't think. Oh, here's Warrior. Yes, so you get the vigor effect. However, the second effect is where if Zhong Fei is the only ally at the end of at the end phase, it gets a buff counter. But as we see, he's currently got 2 allies. If this is probably good against Edward as Luxem doesn't really interact with the board besides like thieving cuts. If you can save it against thieving cuts, it's fine. Zhong Fei can kind of grow tall.
Yeah. Oh, Edward going to 2 here with no. Well, there is the assassin card. I was going to say no assassin cards in his graveyard, but he does in response to the trigger. He plays juggle knives, deal 1 damage, draw a card, and immediately get it back as well with Xander level 2's effect.
Edward just playing very conservatively, not really burning cards. He just wants to get to 3 and still keep all his influence.
Oh, I see a Lightweaver's Assault in Edward's hand there. A Gawain.
I can see a Gawain. A Lightweaver's Assault.
Incapacitate.
Yep.
Scry Disguise. Got a few good cards. Oh, Dungeon Guide to 3. Yeah. This is exactly what you want to see. Especially with the Scry Disguise, Gawain, you still have a lot of ways to put down cards. Scry Disguise is absolutely fantastic. You level up, you pay 1 for it, and then you still get to dig through your deck, getting those Luxem cards into your memory. So you don't have to worry about getting them down from your hand.
Well, Shinron does have Stifling Traps in his deck, so he didn't. Well, Popsy didn't have it in his hand to prevent this level 3.
There it is. Scry Disguise for 3. No question. Took to the bottom. Knows what he wants in his memory there.
I think now once he's level 3, he just kind of wants to get as many Luxem cards as possible.
Yeah. How do you feel about the matchup? Do you think Luxem Xander's favored here, or?
what I've seen from the deck list is that Edward does have Vanish from Sights. He only has 2 in his main. He has to find a way to survive the OTK kill that that Firejin can achieve. He doesn't have, however, Shenron doesn't have any. Oh no, he does. Sorry, he does have these 4 enrages. He can dish out incredible amounts of damage. But Edward just has to watch out for that OTK. He just has to. He can just heal himself to 0 and just hopefully kind of slowly ping him with enough damage, and then so that Shenron. I'm losing train of thought here. Well, he doesn't want to dish out, give him too much damage, but also Edward just has to be careful.
Yeah. There was a gleaming cut that was left on top for Edward there. Obviously, that is a no questions asked. You just put it into your memory kind of card. Fast gear and something else. I do think you're right that both of these decks can also just win out of nowhere. However, you need the good thing about Edward here is that he can use Lightweaver's Assault at Shenron's end step, and Shenron will just, from the enough damage counters, he doesn't have immortality at that point, so he will just die from Lightweaver's assaults.
So he's got his Vanish from Sights so that he doesn't get hit from any OTKs. He does have his Excaliburs to destroy the polearm, and yeah, like you said, Lightweaver's Assault at the end phase, so you could do it. You can just pretty much like Edward can just wait until Shenron's end phase to just kill him. To kill him. That's it's just up to Shenron and how he wants to pretty much beat Edward here.
Yeah, but it's both of these players slowly started to get into the part of the game where they start doing things, not just building up to level 3. Edward did also have the Lightweaver's Assault already. It is spooky.
He's got a Zillion. The one of Zillion. But he's chosen to hit the champion. Oh no, isn't that deal 2 to attack?
Yeah. It's a
there it is.
May trigger when on attack you can deal 2 damage to your champion for Zillion to gain to attack. But so you won the on kill trigger here.
Which is actually what he's actually achieved. So he's targeted the dungeon guide with a Zillion on attack, dealt 2 to himself to get +2 attack for a total of 4. He has killed the dungeon guide, so now Zillion is immortal.
Yeah, it's a permanent thing. He will.
It is permanent, yes.
Never not be immortal again. Yeah.
So this is something that Edward doesn't have an answer to, I believe. Does he have a Dream Fairy in his deck? He does not. Oh, he does have Zephyr, so he can just bounce it. He can just suppress it and then render that immortal, well, gone.
Yeah, but it's not that scary for him because he has the potential to win before that Zillion becomes a problem. So he doesn't need to focus too much on it. He has to focus more on Zephyring the Berserker's plate if he can only put Shenron to 34 damage or just be a bit shy off of it. I think it's a lot more important right now.
So Zillion's 4 damage a turn attacks is still kind of an annoyance on Edward's side. It's just like getting hit by Gildas every turn.
It's a guaranteed Gildas. However, it does also take damage, which sure Jin wants that, but if you're Edward here, it makes it a lot easier to take Jin out and then step with the Lightweaver's Assault.
Edward just showing off on stream with his riffle shuffle.
That's why min rarity gaming is the best. You get to do whatever you want without stressing about the price of your deck. You have your
What do
cards, you
you?
play with your cards, you enjoy your cards.
So he's banished his Luxor's map. What do you think he was looking for?
I think another Light Weaver's Assault. That is what you would want the most here. Excalibur could also be very useful, but I think Shinron, you know, we've seen from Jimmy Lee how suddenly, oh, there's the Excalibur on the Berserker plate. So I think in this case, it's very likely going to be a Light Weaver's Assault and not an Excalibur, because he Excalibured the consistent draw and damage and life for Shinron. So like Berserker plate is such a tool, like a one card does everything kind of thing, that it's a lot better to, you know, it's what you need to take care of most in that deck. And now just double Light Weaver Assault in Shinron's end step and the game could be over.
So Shinron has now materialized a nullifying mirror, which will allow him to save his hand. Should Edward reveal any Luxem cards, he. Let's see.
It doesn't look like either player is winning at this moment. If you're looking at board state, if you're looking at damage taken, but both of these decks can just win out of nowhere. So it's not something to be like, oh, this game is going to go on for a while. You never know with these two decks, especially in this matchup. Just because they both seem low doesn't mean they are anywhere. Like they're far from winning.
So Edward does have a Gawain in hand. If he did that, if he used that Gawain, he could be able to discard one of the cards in memory. However, Shinron has no cards in memory, but Edward can just choose his moment, revealing the. He's got two Lightweaver's Assaults there.
Did get the Light Weaver's Assault for the.
So he's got his double Lightweaver's win con there. He just has to bide his time, slowly chip Shinron, and then double Lightweaver's Assault in his end phase.
Yeah. Shinron did have, they played the Nullifying Mirror, which unfortunately is not effective here in this matchup because Luxem's element bonus applies even if the cards are norm, because your champion is all the elements that are in the champion lineage. So Edward still gets the element bonus from all the revealed cards.
Which is fine, because it just means that Shinron doesn't have to put any cards down.
True.
So he's got interaction, he can do things.
Depending on what he is.
So we've got
good.
He's materializes Chalice of Blood, because he's currently at 18, so he's just getting ready for when he hits 20.
Which he can with the Zaoyun dealing 2 damage to himself. So he is guaranteed to hit 20 damage counters this turn. Shinron did draw.
He's got that. He does have that potion of healing. He's lost the breastplate, however. So Shinron is currently sitting at. Oh, and he still hasn't. Has he? Serene Wind, wasn't it?
He still has his Serene Spirit of Wind. He did play another potion of healing, so he is. Whatever his life total is, Edward cannot forget that he has to deal an additional 16 damage on top of it. So he has to deal currently 8 plus 16, 24 damage. That's basically a whole other champion's worth of damage here.
So he's got 28 plus 6 plus 5 worth of health. Why do you think? Why do you think he's choosing not? He's choosing not to attack with his Swift Recruit.
It's to keep it up for any attack. If Edward were to use something like the Gleaming Cut to actually attack and reveal, it could be useful.
Right.
Although the or just the Thieving Cut itself to not take any additional damage from it. However, with Gleaming Cut, Edward could still reveal the Lightbeard Assault and take the Swift Recruit out. So Shinron could have just forgotten that. It happens.
Okay. So Edward has now has activated a Gawain. He's hoping to get discard a card from the memory, which I believe he has 5. So we got 2 Enrages, a Relentless Assault.
Endless Outburst, Orchestrated Seizure, and I believe a Wind Cutter.
Right. right. Was that a Wind Cutter? That's something I haven't seen in a long time. So Edward is now on the play. He's choosing to uncover the plot. This is probably in response to his reveal triggers. Got 2 Luxem Sights and 2 Lightweaver's Assaults. So healing for 6. Either dealing 4 for Shinron. Hasn't chosen to kill that Dungeon Guide, I believe. Because that Dungeon Guide can still ping him for 1. He's with his double Luxem Sights, he'd easily out heal any attacks coming from those 2 allies anyway. So this isn't really looking good for Shinron right now. He's choosing to uncover the plot again. So with Shinron, he's got 2 Potion of Healing, so that pretty much adds plus 10 to his health. I think Edward is just trying to get rid of those Potion of Healings, just forcing Shinron to pop them. As Shinron kind of gets to his end phase, to prevent his immortality, to prevent from like the state-based checks of dying at his end phase. So he's currently at 29, which means Shinron will be forced to pop either the Potion of Healing or Serene Lineage Release. Mm-hmm. So Shinron has now materialized his Shuangji polearm. Edward has, as a reminder, he's put down his 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, so he doesn't really have a fast way to reveal. I'm not sure what's left in hand, but he doesn't have a fast way to reveal his hand to his memory. Just wondering if he's going to try and attack Edward with his polearm, because otherwise he's risking seeing an Excalibur.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary spot to be in against Luxem. You do want to play your Regalia so you can push the damage, but the Excalibur is a constant threat.
He's already lost his breastplate. He can lose his polearm at any moment.
Yeah, so Excalibur unfortunately don't have Omni Shroud yet, so Excalibur is a very, very big threat. Will continue to be for a week or 2 more.
So Edward's he does have the Safeguard Amulet down, so that so Shinron can't use his Relentless Outburst.
Yeah, it's
What do you
nullifies one of those threats.
It nullifies his non-attack damage threat. It can also nullify the Lightweaver's Assault, but deducting 4 from each reveal. What do you think Shinron can do in this situation?
I think he just has to try and push as much damage as he can. Because it's not going to get better unless he goes out of his way to do damage. Oh, Vanish from Sight is very unfortunate here. He can't push the damage like he wants with Vanish from Sight because he does not currently have anything that has or can give him True Sight.
I think Edward, once he had seen Shinron materialize that polearm, he knew I think he's predicting an OTK swing here, but yeah, he had a Vanish from Sight ready in hand, so that's why he put down all his Reluxant cards, because he's safely behind the Safeguard Amulet.
Yeah, he can go full hand down. What Shinron would need here is a Hemorrhaging Rend, but I do not believe he plays because Hemorrhaging Rend can still go through True Sight, being Cleave.
He's being dealt enough damage to get that Cleave, but he doesn't run it.
It is a very unfortunate position for him to be in. Probably didn't expect to run into Luxem Xander here with so much stealth.
Now that card that is flipped, is that a Power Cell?
No, it is the Shuangji, I believe. It was Zephyred by Shinron himself to in end step to protect it from an Excalibur until next turn.
Right. So seeing that Shinron has, so I think Shinron has used both of his healing potions of healing.
Yeah, recover back down to 24 to survive this his own end step. He does still have the additional recover 6 from his spirit. He did not use it yet.
3 Luxem Sights. So Edward's not taking any damage.
Yeah, it's any damage that would be dealt to Edward, this just doesn't exist,
Making it
notably,
so much harder for Shinron.
Yeah, notably, other than protecting the Shuangji, the Zephyr also allows it to have the on-enter effect again, dealing damage to Shinron and drawing more cards. So
Possibly he's just trying to get more cards.
Yeah, it's a good like double-sided card. It's only good for him to Zephyr it there, protect it, and get more cards into his hand. Going up to 33 damage at the end of turn from the Shuangji on enter, drawing a card. Orb of Regret. That is not a card we see often. That is not a card we see often.
So I think Shinron doesn't have the cards he needs. But also he's currently 33 damage counters on his own turn. So I think he may mean flesh here just to put himself down below the 28 damage counter threshold.
It is very possible. He might be digging for just an enrage here as well. However, Edward does have all of his cards in hand. So as long as he survives this turn, in end step, even if Shinron recovers, he can deal 16 damage to him at fast speed minimum.
If Shinron isn't careful, if he tries to mend flesh, Edward may have an incapacitate ready to negate that, forcing Shinron to Serene release instead.
Yeah, he can force his hand. No more Zephyr. Shinron does play a lot more wind cards than Edward plays fire, so him lineage releasing is a lot more terrifying for Shinron because that disables half of his deck versus Edward, where most of his deck is non-fire cards. He only plays, I believe he only plays Creative Shocks, and that's it for main deck fire cards. So it's very, very detrimental for Shinron to lineage release here.
So as to activate an enrage.
Going up to 37.
37.
That is. Well, let's see if Edward has a response to that. It's
Enrage will be gaining 6. Maths 6, 7 plus.
I'll let you do
Enrage
it. And then
plus 9.
Plus 9, yes. And then plus 6 from plus 7 for the Shuang Ji itself, and plus its own attack. If he attacked with Zhao Yun, he still wouldn't have pushed any new thresholds with any of the cards, I believe. So it's because it's 2 damage from Zhao Yun, putting him to 39, which is not divisible by 4 or 5. So it would be, more damage. So it's definitely.
Well, if he had attacked with Zhao Yun first, because currently he's at 37, which he need 38. 32, 36, 40. Oh, no. Yeah.
You don't. He doesn't push any new damage because
he'd push to 40.
Every Jin player needs to be very good at the multiplication table for 4 and 5. So it forces you to do math, and also 6 for relentless, and it goes through.
4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, 6 are the numbers.
But Shinron has decided to Serene release. Puts him down to 23. So he does have another turn. But Edward does have a full hand. He could possibly just double like we've assaulted him now.
Yeah, it's.
Yep.
Yeah, he does have everything there. It does. Yeah. It looks like he's going for that. You're absolutely right. 1. Oh, it's. If he puts down the other Light Weaver's Assault, 1 is enough if he doesn't have the influence for 2. Let's see if.
Yes.
I believe Shinron's hand is empty. Oh.
So he's using the Crimson Prescience. And then in response, he's going to use the other Light Weaver's Assault. No, he's got the Incap Steel.
Incapacity.
So he's going to push damage no matter what.
Yep.
Yep.
It's over. It is plenty of damage there for Edward. That is, I think Luxem Xander is the one that can consistently counter Jin, because the immortality doesn't matter if you have immortality for forever. If there is a tiny window where you don't, Light Weaver's Assault can come in and just completely finish out the game for you. Would you like to look at the sideboards here for both players? Talk about it a bit.
We'll look at Shinron's first. He's got 1 Tithe of Proclamation, Viridian Trinket, Viridian Protective Trinket, a Nullifying Lantern, 3 Regenerates, 2 Bloodborne Bloodsworns, and 1 Conduit of Bloodfire.
Do you think he's going to come in here?
Possibly the Regenerate. I mean, the other 3 cards aren't really useful in this matchup. Possibly you could put in the Regenerates just to heal some more. I'd probably put in 2 Bloodborne Bloodsworns just to get some more damage in. Conduit of Bloodfire. It's not a card I'm overly familiar with. It's not really one that's ever played. I need to remove all damage counters for every 4. Put a buff counter on the Conduit of Bloodfire.
I think it could be very useful in this matchup. It's It may be just a one-off, but it can be like the worrisome part about it is that it's not fast speed, but it's still very necessary with Lightweaver's Assault being able to kill you in your end step in that one moment where you're vulnerable. I think you do need
Probably
to be
wouldn't
balance it a bit better.
probably wouldn't put the conduit down, the conduit of Bloodfire down because he can be killed by an Excalibur, removing we'll look at
The
Edward's.
on-enter still happens,
The on-enter will still happen.
even if it gets removed in response. So I think it's a very solid card, regardless.
Shall we look at the Edward sideboard then?
Yeah.
So Edward has got
Resolute
3
Stand.
branches, Resolute Stand,
Yeah.
2 under fire, 2 slice and dice, a vanish from sight, Orb of Sealing, and a nullifying mirror.
Vanish from sight under fire definitely coming in. Resolute Stand also is incredibly useful. With him playing the Safeguard Amulet as well, I don't think the blanches are too useful or too needed. He could possibly also bring in the Slice and Dice to push more damage. But I'm I don't think he will. I think he is very comfortable in this matchup with just taking his time and winning on level 3.
Alternatively, you could use the Blanche. So if Edward doesn't materialize a Safeguard Amulet, he can have the Blanches in hand just to kind of like bait out that Relentless Outburst. But yeah, it may not be necessary in this matchup.
Yeah. I think the just having the Safeguard Amulet is it's generally enough here for Edward. Herman does play for Relentless Outbursts, but the threat of it, I genuinely don't think that it's scary enough where he would have to bring in the Blanches.
Probably not. So we've got Shenron who's decided to go first. Three, 4, 5, 6. What do you think Shenron is looking for in his starting hand?
Dungeon Guide. He just wants. I feel like he wants to get to level 3 as soon as possible. So anything that will get floating into his graveyard. So even something like a favorable wind, so he can level up to level 1 easier. Slip Recruit is also a solid play. However, Edward doesn't attack that much, so the floating memory from that is really not guaranteed at all. Anything to help him get to level 3.
Same as game 1. Swift Recruit open. He only put 1 card to the bottom, I believe. 1 or 2, or just I think just 1. Edward is now currently finished with his glimpse, drawing for turn. And you may just pass. Which he has.
It's fire. He has creative shocks. He can just go for backup charger if he doesn't have the card he needs.
He knows that Shenron has orchestrated seizures, so he doesn't want to use his creative shocks during his main phase.
True. He doesn't want to risk losing them, but there is the backup charger, as predicted. It's either creative shock or backup charger. There isn't that many. If you don't play something on turn 1 of playing Luxem's Ender deck, then you're probably going to go for either of those 2 plays.
So he's materialized his temporal spectrometer again. He's immediately used it to go to level 1.
The reliable floating memory. He's trading the extra card from Grand Crusader's Ring for this reliable floating in temporal spectrometer. There is the creative shock. Starting a gentle respite. Respite.
Respite. I pretty much say respite. Respite's probably the correct one. I think both of these players are just trying to race to 3 as quickly as possible.
I believe that is a reclaim. It cost 2 and returned the Swift Recruit to hand. Okay, going for the level up there.
Edward didn't have a thieving cut in hand, so you pretty much ended the turn. That's why he just Shenron decided to reclaim. He could have used it if he did have a thieving cut. Is that a favorable wins? Yes.
Yes, it is. New
I love
wins
these.
going
I love these A and B reprint arts.
They are very, very pretty. It's just so they're a bit too similar for my liking, so it's hard to tell at a glance. Ooh, losing the Swift
as we
Recruit.
see more reprints, we now have to memorize more cards.
Yeah. It's very interesting that like none of these level 3 Jin decks use Jin level 1 and 2's abilities at all. They're just here so I can get to level 3 faster and get there, you know. But Shinran did have the dungeon guide, vanishing Swift Recruit, and a potion of healing.
I believe the Jin level 1 and 2s are more for like wide ally based decks.
Definitely. It's harder to utilize it in these decks. Oh, an Underfire. Edward losing an Underfire for level up using the fast gear that he played. Recollecting, not getting anything back from his graveyard because he didn't have anything and didn't respond with our Juggle Knives, for example, either. I believe I saw a Light Reaver's Assault in his hand there. Playing 3
Gotta be careful
Dungeon
about
Guide.
these. Since we see his hand, Shenron can also see his hand. Just gotta be careful about that.
That is true. However, I do think that Shinran is probably paying more attention to what he's playing and what he's going to do next than we do. Or, you know, Shinran knows his own hand as well, so he has a lot more to work with.
That is true. Another Underfire's banished, so that's 2 of his Underfires gone. I think that's
not
his
as
only
scared.
2.
Yeah.
Yes, he only runs 2 in the sideboard, which he's immediately banished. But both players are now at level 3. Shenron has materialized his Berserker's Breastplate to help his draw engine.
And start taking damage, drawing cards, getting to a more comfortable spot.
There it is, as we knew from the sideboard, the Bloodborne Bloodsworn.
Bladesworn.
Bladesworn.
Bloodbond Bladesworn. Lots of bees. Don't worry, I understand you. English is hard. Pronouncing things in English even harder. Oh, Luxera's been attacking with it and passing. Edward materializing the Luxera's map before recollection. Paying 2 to Excalibur. The breastplate is gone once more. Yeah. Shinron hoping for a second that it would be the Bloodbond Bladesworn, but fortunately the breastplate is too much value. 2 Gleaming Cuts and an Uncover the Plot. Wow. This is where he's going to be drawing 4 cards and 1 for turn. I think this is where the Tithe Proclamation would really shine if Shinron had it. Because the amount of card draw is quite a bit. Of course, Shinron also draws a lot of cards, right? With Breastplate, Shuangji, Book Chalice of Blood. he'd also be hindering himself within. Oh. Cry this, guys.
Yep, I think Ed was just currently digging for more Luxem cards. And that is nullifying mirror, just so he doesn't put cards down from each Luxem reveals.
Not too much. Oh, just passing turn. Well, obviously attacking to start to push damage because we haven't seen a single Luxem side for Edward. But other than that, just passing turn.
Have we seen a Lightweaver's Assault yet?
I don't think so. We've only seen the Uncover the Plot and the two Gleaming Cuts.
So we haven't seen his Luxem sides either. So I think Ed was just trying to find those two cards. Oh, there it is. There is a Lightweaver's Assault in his hand. Well, from memory, 2 Lightweaver's Assaults and a Luxem side. So he does have the cards he needs. He's just now is just going to build influence.
Yep. That is pretty scary.
Have we just seen 3 Gleaming cards, or was that 4?
Don't know. It is a lot.
It is a lot of cards being drawn here. Tides Proclamation would have helped here, but however, Edward could just choose when to draw his max 3.
Yeah, he wouldn't be
effective.
banishing them like crazy. Her Gleaming Cut was wild. It's 6 card drawn so far, just from revealing some cards every turn. Oh, there's the Thieving Cut, drawing even more.
Cycling cards. Is he attacking the Dungeon Guide?
I believe so. It's that seems to be a reclaim.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
it's
nullifying the on-hit draw trigger effect.
Yeah, it's nothing to hit anymore. Oh, Edward thinking about whether. Yeah, there it is. He almost went for the Uncover the Plot without banishing Luxera's map first. He finds the card. Do you think it's gonna be the 4th Gleaming Cut? Or something else? It's already been 4 Gleaming Cuts. I miscounted. It's been a lot of cards drawn. It's the 3rd Lightweaver's Assault. Alright. Yeah. He's in a very comfortable spot now. Recovering 6 every turn, dealing 6 every turn.
Could it just be because Edward has seen 4 Gleaming Cuts? He's got plenty of influence to do triple Lightweaver's Assaults.
True. As long as he just keeps them around for one end step and phase, he can take Shinran out in a flash.
I think he's probably at like 12 or 13 cards. He's currently at 13 cards. 13 card influence.
A lot of cards. I know like previously saw Bunny Rain last game also have an influence of 20. These level 3 decks going very wide with their influence, but that's still a lot.
That was Bunny Rain having 20 cards and 20 card hand and no fireballs.
True. Unfortunate. It was very unfortunate.
Shinron deciding what to do with this Orb of Regret.
Yeah, bringing it out again.
Hmm.
Hopefully not regretting playing Jin after his Berserker's Blade got Excalibured twice. Let's see, he's... I wonder if he's
Thinking on it.
thinking about it or if he passed turn. It looks like he passed turn. With Edward waking Xander up, getting the Safeguard Amulet. Shinron resting the Nullify Mirror so he doesn't have to put any cards down. But still taking the 6 damage from 3 Lightweaver's Assaults.
Hmm. 5
I believe I
Luxem.
caught...
Doesn't need to put those down. Doesn't need to
Yeah,
put 5 cards from hand. Yep.
So this should be most of his hand here. Because
It would have
unlike
been, yeah.
Edward, he doesn't have Gleaming Cuts to draw 6 a turn.
I believe Edward, I think, found another Excalibur. I just saw a flash.
It was definitely Luxem card.
It was definitely a Luxem card.
Shinron passing turn, probably keeping all the Lightweaver's Assaults in hand so that he can just kill Shinron in his end stem. Shinron going for the Chalice of Blood, looking for the kill here. Banishing the Orb of Regret, shuffling back 1, 2, 3 cards, most likely. Getting the maximum amount of value out of the regret. Shuffling. He needs to win. He needs to win this turn. Or in his end step it's over. It's very stressful.
Edward's ready with Edward has enough influence to do 2 Lightweaver's Assault on his end step. Which will close out the game.
He has enough cards for Vanish from Sight or he can even Lightweaver's Assault if somehow if his damage counters get to a very scary spot. He still has his Serene Spirit. He still
However,
has...
he won't be able to. He can release. He would have to release now. in response to the Lightweaver's Assaults.
Oh, I was talking about Edward. If Edward is in a spot where Shinron gets very, very close to attack, like, to killing him, he still has the spirit. He can still Lightweaver's Assault and recover with the Luxem sights. So he's not too scared of dying this turn. He has at least 12 additional damage counters available for him, or 12 additional life. Oh, Juggle Knives. King for 1.
Continuing to dig, getting as much value out of all of his draw cards.
Dealing damage and drawing a card.
And putting down Luxem cards.
Yeah, just putting down cards for Lightweaver's Assault. In general.
I believe he's put all 5 of his usual Luxem cards. Continuing to keep.
There's 4 for Lightweaver's Assault for 8. Shinron going for a fast cure, recovering 4 because
9.
surely his influence is lower here.
It's going to deal 9 from this one. And plus the Lightweaver's Assault from memory. Oh no, it's 8.
It's 8 because he played the Scry Disguise, drew 1 into memory, that's 2. Played the Juggle Knives for 2, and then Lightweaver's Assault for 4. That is 8 cards in memory. Plus, it is 3 Luxem Sights, 2 Lightweaver's Assaults, so he's recovering, staying on 0, dealing 8 damage plus an additional 4 damage. Wait, is that 1 shy? Is that 1 Juggle Knives shy? Oh, and Shinron still, luckily Shinron, the way Shinron has his lineage spread out, we can still see that he still has the Serene Spirit. I didn't catch that, but Edward still has 2 Lightweaver's Assaults that he can work with next turn and survive as long as he wants.
I think he's just
Shinron,
pressuring him.
yeah, he's just dealing as much damage as he can here. Shinron choosing not to rest the Nullifying Mirror because he knows that he doesn't really have answers. He can't do much. So he's signing to it. Oh, Shinron going to get the. Obviously, Edward just drew for a turn and passed, keeping all of his cards in his hand so he can do shenanigans at the end of Shinron's turn. Shinron getting out the Shuangji. And then Edward immediately going. I believe it's still in response to the unenter of the Shuangji. Going for the Excalibur on it.
Does Shinron have any answer? Now he's lost his polearm. He doesn't have Hemorrhaging Wrens in his deck. And Rage is not an attack. Oh, it is an attack. No. That's right. Yeah, and Rage is not an attack card. Can Shinron find a way? Because the Safeguard Amulet is also on Edward's board.
Yep. Regenerate.
Just...
There is a regenerate. They were brought in to help Shinron survive that much longer. Will it be enough though? Does he have enough answers for the Lightweaver's Assaults that Edward is keeping in his hand? Because he is still on 34. If he lineage releases here, he goes down to 28, which is still not enough.
It goes down to 28, which is still lethal. Yeah. I don't want to
there's the lineage release.
Release that. I don't want to preemptively say it, but he does not. It doesn't look this doesn't look good for Shinron. Because he knows he's got double Lightweavers in hand. Just waiting for the end step. He's just decided to scoop. And that is 2-0 to Edward.
They seem so. It was Luxem takes the game away. The game is generally for Jin, it's very, very hard to win against a deck that is damage based. But Luxem is the one deck that can specifically kill him at fast speed. Obviously, Fire Merlin is also an option, but for Fire Merlin, it's a lot more split amongst allied damage, the Majestic Spirit, Sudden Steel, and more attack based as well. While Luxem is very focused on just killing you, surviving as long as possible, and then killing you with Lightweaver's Assaults. So it is a lot more. This matchup is very, very tough for Jin. So I'm not surprised that it was a 2-0.
Yeah,
but it is a bit unfortunate.
Definitely, Luxem's hand just has every answer for Jin. Jin needs that Omni Shroud. Can't come soon enough.
Yeah, it's it is definitely needed. I'm looking forward to the XCS support we're getting in Abyssal Heaven though. Speaking of Abyssal Heaven, don't forget that the winner of this tournament takes home a whole case of it. So the stakes are high, and this was only round 2. So there is 4 more rounds of Swiss, and then a whole top 8 waiting for you. I'm looking forward to what else we're going to see this event. I'm not sure how the top 8 is going to look. Do you have any predictions? We don't have stats yet for what the meta looks like for the event, so it's all just blind guesses. I'm interested in your opinion.
So based on what we saw in the Yeti webcams, we probably have another like high number of gyms again. We had 8 in the Yeti weekly. We might see some more here. Possibly water allies. I'm just guessing here. Might see some Wind Aries because there's an HVN case on the line. Wind Ari will probably be the popular deck. It loses out to decks like Mill, but with Iceman Stamp now out of the way, Wind Ari kind of can just win games without any issues. It's not completely easy, but easier.
Easier. Yeah, it's a more reliable deck. That's why I think we have a lot of luck. Like we have some Luxem as well because in this current meta, Luxem is pretty reliable and trustworthy. We've seen a resurgence of it recently. I'm very excited for it because Luxem is a very strategic, very well put together deck, and I love the archetype. I think we're going to go on a short break here, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm happy to listen to your opinions.
I think a break is needed. It's fine.
We have 4 more rounds of Swiss here, so now we need to save our voice, take a bit of a short break here, and we'll see you guys back for round 3 in a bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Yeti winner case event with myself, FreedomX15, and we've got returned Gerrit.
Hello, and welcome back, everyone.
Good. I hope you saw 2 exciting rounds. We had, I believe, Bunny Rain with his Fire Melon versus...
It was Cobalt and his Wind Tristan.
And his Wind Tristan, yep.
Yes.
And then we had round 2, we had Edward with his Fire Luxem Xander and Shenron with his Wind Jin.
Very exciting matchup we had so far.
Very, very exciting as well. Now, round 3, I believe we've got another exciting match with decks that we don't normally see at all. We've got a Wind Allies Diana versus a Wind Tristan, I believe. What do you think about that, Gerrit?
Correction, it is a Water Diana.
Oh, what did I say? Wind.
Yeah. However, you're correct. It's a deck we typically don't see, and it is built more on the ally-heavy side, who tries to get like a very huge amount of tempo through allies and then locking his opponent down with taser shots and other funny things.
Water Umbra Allies Diana. So you can play the ally side. It has incredible burst with the Scepter of Lumina. It can pressure the ball. It can just pressure the opponent with just allies. It has 2 ways to play. Now, I believe this one's being piloted by Pavoni, also known as Bob, who is well known for using ally-based decks. He was one of the first to use the Wind Oath allies. That pretty much started the trend where everyone started playing the deck as well, myself included. And then we have
Jesse on Wind Tristan.
How do you think this matchup will play out?
It is very interesting. If Jesse can get up to his Shadow Dancer early on, he can redirect basically every lock that Pavoni tries to play on him very easily with the effort of 2 prep counters. It basically comes down to who gets first to level 3 for the lock part of the game. And both decks have quite a lot of controlling elements, water plays, frostbinds, and other cards along those lines. And the Tristan deck is an assassin deck, so you have access to incapacitates for only 2. It is very tough to set both negate cards correct in this matchup, because there are so many things you want to actually deny or tax your opponent on.
That is right. I think Bob's plan is to probably go wide with as many allies as possible, and then kind of pressure GC into redirecting all the attacks, every attack, and use up all his prep counters.
That is probably the play for Pavoni here, especially because Tristan doesn't have that much of board clear at all.
Right. So as we enter the game, we've got GC, who I believe is starting.
And he starts very strong. A Windmill Engineer as a first turn 1 play.
That'll immediately reclaim it.
Playing around the Frostbind in response to things.
I believe
that
so,
is
yes.
Very smart. And those spirits are looking very beautiful.
I believe GC is using a spirit made by Lucky Yuki, and Bob is using a custom drawn one.
Very cool. Something you don't typically see.
I believe Bob's partner is an artist, so she draws on pretty much all his spirits.
The power of love.
So Jesse is immediately leveled up to level 1, showing 2 CSRs. The power of money.
The power of money. It comes very handy in here that he proceeded to use the Reclaim actively during his turn. Play around Frostbinds.
I wonder how many more CSRs we'll see from this game.
Probably a couple. Sadie will always come back, right?
So we've got Bob choosing to materialize his scepter. So just to get those the level up burst power. Jesse doesn't have. I don't believe Jesse has any way to stop to destroy the scepter.
No, he doesn't have ways to destroy the scepter. However, he has Zephyrs. So if you see a turn coming where your opponent might just Dungeon Guide into Dungeon Guide to deal up to 12 damage to you, he might be able to suppress the scepter and hinder Bob quite a bit. Also, Veiling Breezes are a good card in that instance.
Yeah. It's got Bob's currently balanced with his Gildus, swinging in for 4.
And
So
Jesse
Jesse's already pressured with 8. Just takes it, yeah.
Interesting what he has planned here if he takes 8 damage. Does Jesse actually have indicators for his prep counter somewhere? Oh.
You can see in the middle, in the middle of his mat, he's got the blue D30. Probably just probably didn't notice it. Very hard to see.
Blending perfectly in with the playmat. It almost seems like his prep counter indicator has activated stealth.
So he's returned his Sadie and has chosen to play it again. Just gathering getting as much prep counters as possible. So I think he's at probably 1, 2. Well, he'll be 3 at the end of this turn.
He will be at 3 prep counters and also showing Bob.
He's got
and
ensnaring
fumes and stifling trap for the windmill.
Ensnaring fumes is good. Is very effective against allies in case they get too wide.
The downside is you don't really clear the board. You just basically delay your death.
It's got the stifling trap as well in case for any on-enters that Bob may play, specifically dungeon guides.
Could you figure out what cards Jesse took back to his hand? With the agility trigger from Sadie? I'm pretty sure one of them was a stifling trap.
Right. No, I don't. I believe I missed that one.
I feel like he just picked up the top 3 cards he showed.
Yeah.
Interesting. But being already at 12 damage is quite substantially here. If Bob now has, for example, a dungeon guide, he might just deal another 4 damage through this. And possibly Lineage release to get a weapon and deal a lot of damage.
Playing that reposition, making the train sharpshooter distant for the additional +2 damage. So swing coming in for 4 damage. Bob is just going straight for face, ignoring the allies.
He certainly is in the driving seat here, and
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't see a reason why you wouldn't keep pushing phase.
Like, I think GC might have a reclaim in hand for the Wind Engineer, and he can also return the Sadie if he wanted to. He could do both. That's why I think. But it's probably the smarter move was just go straight to the face. I think Bob likes to end his games early, just being really aggressive with his allies.
I believe he said somewhere something along those lines, but he likes to play aggressive decks because the games actually finish early. He's also one of the more active members in the Discord communities, I believe.
Mm-hmm. We've got Jesse, who's now who's leveled up to 2 and is now played as Dungeon Guide. Bob does respond with a Frozen Dismissal. Yes.
One of the new.
But Jesse does have 4 cards in his hand.
Frozen Dismissal is one of those new cards from a Chemic Revolution Alta that certainly influences the deck builds for future sets quite heavily. Paying 4 is no joke.
Banish and Ensnaring Fumes. This one. Frozen Dismissal, which negates the target ally card activation unless its controller plays 4, which Jesse did have in hand. He had 6 in hand, but he is forcing him to banish possible like Umbra cards. Whoa, 2 more CSRs.
Actually 3. 2 token CSRs and 1 Shadow Dancer CSR.
He is flashing his money. So he has the full lineage CSR and the shadow the ominous shadows. It's got Sadies as well.
Now we are at the point where he can take the game a little bit slower with his tokens being out there.
So now it's Jesse's turn to chip away at Bob's health.
Indeed. Usually you deal 5 damage the turn you go to Shadow Dancer because you get out the Shadow Claw and 2 tokens. And it's basically 15 damage if your opponent doesn't get rid of the Shadow Claw. Over 3
Bob
turns.
choosing to level up to level 2, getting the 4 damage from the Scepter, if he wanted. If Jesse can't respond to that, no, he can't. He has 2 in hand. Jesse's Bob is getting low on influence. Materializing a cascading round.
I'm curious if he chooses to lineage release this turn, and what weapon does he get? Does he even run multiple ones in the main deck? I'm actually not sure.
Let's just have a blank.
He runs Shadow Twin and Prototype Pistol. So there are not that many choices.
I can see in his list, he could, well, if he had a blast shot, that would be more effective, but I believe in his list he doesn't run one.
You're correct. He has it in his sideboard. Would probably see it coming out for game 2.
So he's chosen to only release and grab the Prototype Pistol. Going towards the champion, Jesse has banished his Windwalker Boots to get the draw, and then he's just going to redirect it to a shadow, nullifying that attack, but burning prep counters in the process.
Burning prep counters is always important as opponent of a Tristan player, so you basically deny them resources,
Mhm.
even though they get something out of it.
So Cascading Round is renewable. On hit, it puts the top card of your deck into your graveyard. It basically fuels the water, the graveyard for water cards, which you could use for additional water cards that use the graveyard. So such as
Froststorm Paladin, Lost in Fort, in general
mhm.
materializations that have a memory cost associated with them.
There's also the new card, the new ALC Alter card, Surging Undertow, but he's not playing this. This is just a standard Water Allies deck.
I'm curious how those Water Ally decks will be evolving with the new set. Do you have any thoughts on that one?
I believe Water Allies, if the Assassin variant, right? The Water Allies you could blend the new the Assassin Mill cards in there. I think with cards like Art of War, which now which means that ally cards cannot attack the turn that they are played. That's going to slow down those kind of burst play wide decks. But I think Water Allies probably comes out a lot better than the Wind variant. I think you can play Water Allies and you could actually play Water Allies and the Mill variant.
I think the Art of War, one of the upcoming cards from HVN, would have been very good for Bob right now to have, because he got hit again with Sadie, Windmill, and probably soon also the combination of Tristan and the Shadow tokens. It seems like
would actually, yeah.
It seems like the Jesse is slowly getting back into the game. He's at a very low health pool though.
Only at
3 more damage and
from
it's gone.
3 more. He's got I believe that is a Shadow Strike in hand.
Yes, we can see a glimpse of a Shadow Strike.
Choosing to play it now. Does Bob have an answer here?
Does he have it?
What are we looking for from Bob?
He's at 5, 9, 10.
He
So
doesn't
if
have a Song of
Jesse,
Frost in his deck.
I believe he needs 2 Frost Binds to basically negate the attack.
Mm-hmm.
And if this goes through and it is fully prepared,
I believe
the game might just be over.
Yep.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. Jesse has taken the first game with the tried and true Shadow Strike, and then pipped him over the line with his allies.
That Scepter of Lumina certainly is putting on a lot of pressure early on.
Mm-hmm.
It's very
He certainly
deadly.
almost had it.
Yeah. What do you think is Bob gonna sideboard in?
So looking at his sideboard, he's definitely going to sideboard his Blast Shot pumps, because there were moments where there was that one moment where he could have played materialized that. No, Lineage released it and materialized it in. That would have pipped him over the line. Terrafring, I'm probably going to see his Blast Shot pump, his Terrafring. What do you think about his Academy Guide and Sea Sprite Divers and Umbral Tithe?
I'm not sure about the Umbra Tithe. I can see the Academy Guides coming in because they have free health and give him a little bit more influence throughout the game if he tries to level up every turn after he got the Scepter out. But those are also prime targets for Sadie to get beaten up by the combination of Windmill, and Sadie.
So Academy Guide is useful to make his levels up cheaper, in case he doesn't see his dungeon guides, or in addition, Sea Sprite Diver might be effective of getting rid of GC's floating, because all the floating that GC plays that discards his graveyard, he actually uses them all. So Humble Tithe, he would Bob would have to get to 3 to use that. So he didn't get to 3 in this game. So it's unlikely he'll put that in. Let's have a look at Jesse's sideboard.
He is certainly prepared for water decks, I would say. One of the prime cards to put into your material deck is the Viridian Protective Trinket. And he also has the cards in his sideboard to make his deck even more aggressive with more Slice and Dice and Sharpened Blades. I'm pretty confident he's exactly going that route and putting in the Sharpened Blades, Slice and Dice, and the Viridian Protective Trinket.
Might see some Penumbral Waltz as well. Pretty much, like every card that Jesse has is very effective against an allies deck. Generally allies decks don't run any like intercepts or taunts, so they kind of just fold to Slice and Dice. He does have 3 in the main and just 1 in his side, so he may not need this 4th one, but he'll put in like the Penumbral Waltz and such. So he's got a lot of options.
The Slice and Dice can also just be used as removal for the allies to prolong the game, actually. If you really want to do it, you can clear 2 allies with a prepared Slice and Dice.
Right. So,
also,
as I've already started the game, we see Bob play out a trained sharpshooter, which was immediately sent to the memory via the Dream Fairy.
It's basically a dream coming true here. Dream Fairy is a very strong card versus all of those ally decks. Especially with stealth and very few ways to get rid of allies with stealth. Is there even for Bob anyway?
Bob showing off one of his own CSRs in the form of Gildus. He is currently balanced. It will come in for 4.
4 is such a scary number.
I think that is true. I think if you can get Gildus to attack twice to get just about 8 damage, that's value paid for.
That's Icebound Slam at home. If you are playing,
so Jesse has now played another. This is not looking good for Bob.
Dream's getting crushed.
He's unable to play 2 allies. They immediately decide to materialize and level up to level 1.
Let's see what he loses now.
I think he wouldn't mind if he lost either the Trained Sharpshooter or the Gildus, since he cannot play that. He does banish the. No, that was sorry, it wasn't Trained Sharpshooter. It was
It was a Lurking Assailant.
Yeah.
That is at least somewhat of a okayish outcome here for Bob. He lost a card he can't play.
He's lost 2 cards he can't play, but I think using them for materialization is probably a lot better than being unable to play them. Indeed. Let's see if GC has a 3rd Dream Fairy. Probably not, but he's just going to Surveil the Winds instead. But it's going to be extremely interesting if he had a 3rd Dream Fairy. At that point, Bob is just getting bullied.
Indeed. That would be very much bullying at the schoolyard.
3?
Is it just a Sadie? It is.
It is
a Sadie. It's not a CSR. It's just a foil one. How sad.
Just the foil. Foil is still better. Still better than non-foil. So he's gonna play this 80 so that he can take down, kill this trained sharpshooter, and get the agility back. The agility 3, which will return all his cards from memory. All as in his 3 cards in memory.
It's basically you play a card for free this turn.
What do you think Bob can do in this situation? He's got 2 allies he can't play. He's just going to burn cards just to level up, just to get the scepter damage.
I think the only chance for Bob here is to quickly level up and get some things running with his level 3 Diana and the Shadow Twin. You have basically 12 damage from the scepter that is cutting the champion's HP in half, basically.
He has decided to level up to 2.
Depending on what he might lose now, there's a way that you can Lineage release, get out the Blast Shot Pump, and get rid of the Dream Fairies slowly.
That is great. Does she have? No, she doesn't have True Sight.
With the Blast
Shot Pump,
you can
use the Blast Shot Pump. Yeah, he can use the Blast Shot Pump to target any other a different any target, but the on hit trigger will allow him to choose a second target, which is probably going to be one of the Dream Fairies. But at this point of the game, I'm not sure if it's probably an effective tactic.
That is true. Okay,
he has
played
chosen
to
he's played
be
his
able
Fossil
to use the Lineage release.
Yes,
because when
so he's now brought out
release, you
he's
still
brought
have
out the Blast Shot Pump.
Yeah. Loading the Blast Shot Pump, and who are you attacking here now? You're probably just going for the champion, right?
I think you probably just go for champion here, just to get as much damage as possible. Or you might just go for the Sadie. Actually, I think he may have decided to go for the Sadie. But I believe Jesse does have a Veiling Breeze in hand, so you might just be setting up, just putting cards down into memory, just putting down win cards down to memory.
I'm not sure if Bob now attacked the Sadie or if he tried to aim for a champion here. It looked like.
Yeah. I think he went for the Sadie first, because the bullets now.
Because it went back to the material deck.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if. Oh, I'm a little bit confused here.
Would you have attacked the Sadie, or would you have gone for the champion for your first hit of the Blast Shot Pump?
It depends what you try to do. I probably would have just tried to deal a little bit of damage to the champion to get the on hit running, so that you can maybe kill off some of the Dream Fairies.
I think Bob didn't have a choice because Jesse had a Veiling Breeze in his hand to nullify the on hit, and he had 2 to return the Sadie. So I think Bob couldn't do anything there. I think he could have just not shot at all, or he wanted to force something from Jesse. That is a black market broker, I believe.
It indeed is a black market broker. You paid 3 plus the 1 fractal he got
Yes.
from the Fracturize early on.
I need to jog memory. What was that fracturized item? Was it the Windwalker boots?
It was the Windwalker boots.
Yes. Yeah.
Denying the preparation contact generation is pretty
Mm-hmm.
It slows down the deck substantially.
We haven't seen a mastermind scheme happen yet. So Jesse
We
doesn't
didn't.
quite have a high number of prep counters. Bob might be in a good position then. He's just going to burn all his prep counters. Oh, he can't actually, because he's only level 2.
Exactly. He should be now at 4 or 5 prep counters. I think it's 4, right? One from the Surveyor, one from the level 1 from the Broker, and one from the Sadie bounce back.
I think he's bounced Sadie twice.
Oh,
Or maybe that was just the last game. I might be mixing up the both games. He might be at 4. You'll be correct. He might be at 4 or 5. It's quite hard to see the dice, of course.
Yeah. But with 5 preparation counter, it basically opens up all the things you usually want to do. Good old trusty backup charger, getting your influence higher by 1.
Yes, he might be looking for that dungeon guide.
Or the slice and dice. Who knows? Already 2 damage from the
Choosing to attack one
Broker.
of the allies first.
1 with the Dream Fairy.
See, is that a...
Stealth on the Black Market Broker is always so undervalued.
See, he's got 2 Sadies in hand, because I can see he's got the CSR version in his hand. So he's played the foil.
But why would you choose to play the foil and not the CSR one?
I think because Bob doesn't know he has the second Sadie. So it's safer to play the same one that he's always seen. Alternatively, if Jesse had 2 foil CSRs, 2 foil Sadies, Bob wouldn't have known.
It's always interesting that those small things can actually make a huge difference if you slip up those.
Bob's decided to banish his scepter to get the 2 card draw. Scepter of Lumen is such a good card, gives you the draw 2 effect.
It's a very potent ability. What do you think? Why did he pay 2? You think he's going to level
he was
up?
unlikely to go. No, I think he was unlikely to go to level 3 this game. So it was better, and he was low on influence. So it was better to just banish and get more cards. Bob's just looking for some answers to see what he can do here. It's unlikely if he plays another ally. It's just going to immediately get killed, and following Jesse's turn.
It gets quite scary if Tristan gets the chance to even build a board. Usually the deck is not that much known for building a board. At least to me. No bullets either for Bob.
He's played a Lynette. He is... He is balanced, I believe. So if Jesse goes to level 3, those ominous shadows will enter rested.
They indeed will come interested.
Yes.
Let's see.
Then Bob is just looking for another turn, but that Lynette probably will die. Oh no! He's got the Terrafring, so he's delaying another turn.
A combination of Terrafring and Lynette might even buy him more than 1 turn that he needs. Let's see what. Did you catch if Jesse glimpsed cards to the bottom with the Fairy Whispers he just played to get a black market broker to his hand?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one. But I think Jesse's probably still looking for the dungeon guide. He wants to level up by banishing 2 instead of the conventional 3.
I believe I saw already a glimpse of a dungeon guide in his hand. Yeah, there is it. We can see it.
Oh, there it is. Yes, he does have a dungeon guide in hand. There we go. He's now deciding to play it there. He's used the one reservable fractal and plays 2 down, choosing which 2 he wants to banish. 2 cards he probably doesn't need in this matchup. So he has banished his CSR Sadie. Not sure what the other one was. I'm sure it probably wasn't important in this game.
It was another broker, I believe.
Right. I think this game might be further slipping away from Bob.
Yeah. I'm not sure why you would have bounced the Sadie back to your hand in the beginning of the turn.
I think he's he just wants the prep counter. Probably doing the math and how much he wants to, how much he's able to Shadow Strike for. But Bob choosing not to materialize a bullet, instead going for more card draw, handing him more influence.
So the thing is, I'm a little bit confused why he not just choose to keep the Sadie on the board and kill Lunette off first and then level up. He probably has a reason for it, but I just can't figure it out. That's why he wins games and I am not.
I think he bounced it during his materialization or pre-recollection, so he wanted that, probably what got the 2 back. So Bob activating a dungeon guide to get to level 3.
Going to level 3. That will give him at least a little bit more of breathing room. Jesse choosing to materialize a tariff ring for his materialization this turn.
He's woken up his Ominous Shadows. They did enter rested, but Lynette wasn't balanced the previous turn, so was not getting the +3 health and just dies to 1 ally.
So with the 2, he's now at 7 preparation counters.
Possibly. He hasn't redirected any attacks.
He bounced Sadie back to hand from 5 to 6, then the level up to the level 3 Shadow Dancer is 7.
He may be at 6 to 8, somewhere in that range. He might just have.
I think if he has
no, I think he's just chipping. Just chipping damage. If Bob doesn't have an answer the next turn, he may lose the game on GC's next turn.
It certainly seems very rough for Bob here right now. So close, yet so far.
If Bob chooses to load here, Jesse can Zephyr something away just in response. It won't get rid of the bullet, but it would nullify an attack for the turn. Although this attack would only do... Oh, this Blast Shot Pump is only going to do 3 damage. 1 from the Blast
at
Pump.
all. I think if you even redirect the attack to one of your shadows, the Blast Shot Pump deals no damage and also doesn't have the on-hit trigger.
Well, you would have to hit one of the other allies and then let that... The first one would have to hit one of the other allies, the Sadie or the Dungeon Guide. Probably the Dungeon Guide here, in order to get the second hit.
Yeah.
But of course, Jesse is going to
innovate agility through a fairy.
Innovate agility. So he's going to de-level down to 2, and most likely he's going to choose stealth. No, wait. No, he only revealed it. He didn't play it. So he's just revealed that he has an innovate agility. But has chosen not to play it. So now Bob knows that he's got one. Which means it's now making it harder for Bob to finally the win here.
I think every card that Jesse shows Bob here just makes it more impossible to come back.
This might just be it for Bob.
Indeed.
Yep.
That was
indeed
a very... It was actually longer than I expected the games to take.
Yeah. So that was that was a very interesting match. Jesse just had all the answers for Bob. Generally, like when Tristan has a lot of just like redirection, has ensnaring fumes and veiling breezes. Well, Jesse didn't play a single veiling breeze in that game, but he pretty much just nullified all his allies. The double Dream Fairy game 2 made it a lot harder for Bob to put pressure on him. He was just
the double Dream Fairy was very back-breaking for Bob here. It basically gave Jesse enough tempo to run away with the game. Dreams will be crushed here. I also think that one important thing is that Jesse had Sadies early on. It makes the games so much easier against ally-based decks. You have an infinite removal that also gives you more interaction during your turn.
We didn't see a single mastermind scheme that game, but however, Jesse still managed to get his prep counters up, and just enough to get the one Shadow Strike lethal. But second game, he didn't need Shadow Strike at all. He just chipped Bob's health away.
Always chipping those life points away. With Tristan, as soon as you get to level 3, as I said earlier, you have a small clock basically ticking. As long as Tristan can attack with 2 shadows, you take 5 damage every turn. Only from the champion and the 2 tokens.
Yeah, ally decks generally have unfavored against the Wind Tristan deck. It just depends on how many allies you can play, and if you can shut down those Dream Fairies. Bob didn't have any like freezing hails, yeah. To hit those
no
Dream
freezing
Fairies.
hails, indeed.
No. Well, yeah. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Yeti winner case. The first place winner will receive a case of HVN, one of the first. Well,
are you excited for the new set? Freedom?
I am very excited. I'm excited for the CSRs. I'm quite close to getting all the ones from Mortal Ambition, and then I've got to collect all the ones from Abyssal Heaven. I'm very excited to play Assassin Mill. I'm very excited to play Fire Cleric, just Dao Chan in general. I just want to see Kong Ming come back and see if there's anything that she can use. She's not very popular in Mortal Ambition, but hopefully there's enough support for Kong Ming. It is, she is one of the central characters.
I hope we will see a couple more cards that will support the Water Kong Ming deck, so you can actually play stratagem in a deck intended for it, and not use Icebound Slam to fuel your discard pile. I'm also very excited for Diao-Chan, what the deck might bring. There are various angles you can even build the deck already. I saw some aggro lists with more fractals, and I saw more control-y decks with a lot of fractals with water as an element. I'm curious what the wind deck might look like.
Yes, the water deck is like full control. Fire seems to be like a very burn kind of esque deck. Don't know about wind. Wind will just be a lot of interaction, just like usual, like it always is. Now don't forget we've also got Guaja as well with a tamer based decks. She's got the 4 Shinju she can build around. So very excited to see what can be played there. I do like to see the wind variant, with the Byakko Tiger. Byakko Tiger looks like it's going to be one of those like wide decks. Yes.
Yeah, it probably is going to be a more ally-focused decks that tries to just generate a lot of value through those double face cards, DFCs. And my personal favorite probably is going to be Gojira with just the good old Arcane Blasts. Can't go wrong with those. And the best part is those come in CSR. So you can play more shiny cards in your deck.
There we go. Well, I think we should. We're going to go into a break and stick around for round 4.
Hopefully, and don't forget to like and subscribe to the Siren Balance production, and also follow all the cool stuff on the Yeti Discord server for events.
Yep, don't go away. Don't go away, and we will be right back.
Until then.
everybody, and welcome back to the 4th round of our Abyssal Heaven Winner Case tournament. I'm back here with Gerrit. Welcome back.
Welcome back, and thank you. Did you enjoy the first games so far, Clem?
It's been great. I'm really enjoying this new meta. We have so many different decks here that it's a bit of a shake-up. We have a different deck, a different archetype each round. And it's definitely fun to see. Obviously, there was a repeat last round, but it's close enough, the variety's still there.
At least we are not drowning in water again, right?
Yep, absolutely.
I enjoy the
breezy
time
here.
I certainly enjoy the time between the new set and after the ban list, so you see more diverse decks. And people open up to play old things and also new things.
Yeah. It's more fun. Like the ban list shakes up the meta a bit. Speaking of fun decks, would you like to talk about what we're going to see here today?
Of course. So Tony on the top side of the screen is playing a Vanitas deck with the good old Spirit of Water. It's a rendition of the good old trusty water pile, is what I would call it, with Rhyme Soul Bishops, Refracting Missiles, Primordial Rituals. It's basically the old Arizona deck missing the Icebound Slams and having Vanitas as a champion. And on the other side, we have Arnau 5000 with a Spirit of Wind Jin deck again. This seems to be more on the ally side of things, with Brisket Windtrotter, Eminent Commanders, with recruits. So he's probably trying to get a good swing of tempo with his allies and take advantage of the inherited ability of Jin level 1, where you give a human ally 1 attack.
Yeah, finally someone using Jin's ability. It's not just there as level up fodder to get to level 3. It doesn't mean that he doesn't play Exia cards. He does have the Crimson Presciences, Relentless Outbursts, and Enrages. But it is, like you said, a much more low to the ground and aggro ally deck. Speaking of, he already has 2 allies out. That is a Brisk Windtrotter, which unfortunately was played first because the on-enter does give a buff counter to another target ally, and because it was played first, the buff counter couldn't been placed. Sadly.
Very sad what happened here. And we saw Tony Refracting Missile, one of the human allies, so already trying to reclaim his tempo, even though he doesn't play wind.
Yeah, and oof. I believe the other card is a Shoe Frontliner, which was which has Equestrian, so it costs 1 less. So it does end up working fine because he only had to pay 1. That's he only had to pay 1 for the Frontliner, and that is why he could play 3 allies this turn.
That is certainly the first time I see this keyword being actually used to some potential.
Yeah, I used it in a draft in Santa Clara. My deck was horses and shoe frontliners, and I just played like 3 of them a turn with Razor Gale calling, and
ooh,
that's a lot of damage.
It sounds like you rode right to the win on the back of all the horses.
Horses do carry. Seems that Tony went for the level up with the refracting missile there. Paying 3 for another fractal of polar depths. It's adding
Opening up all those strong plays of milling himself by a bazillion cards if he chooses to. Also, going to level 1 for the cleric deck is somewhat important, so you unlock all those floating memory class bonuses.
Exactly. Oh. Oh no, leveling up to Jin. I'm so bad at the A and B wind cards. Is that a
It's a
Zephyr?
Zephyr. It is a Zephyr. Exactly.
Alright. Look. I knew it looked familiar. Hopefully, we will get to see Jin's inherited effect being used here.
Hopefully. It seems like
I
Arnau is playing towards the issue that the Vanitas version of the water pile actually has. And it is a white board.
Yep. It is the downfall. A lot of whiteboard pushing a lot of damage is the thing that hurts Vanitas the most. There is the Savage Swing for 2. It is a polearm attack, so he will get to give a +1 attack until the end of turn to a human or horse ally, giving it to the shoe frontliner. Attacking here for 2. And then the brisk Wind Trotter attacking for another 2, another 1 because it didn't have it doesn't have a buff from anything unfortunately, so this is just 1.
The damage counters are racking up very quickly here.
Yeah, yeah, it is a lot of small allies, but it does add up.
Yeah. I'm curious if Tony can manage the amount of allies that his opponent puts on the board. His board presence basically is 0 right now.
It's not looking very good for him, but as long as long as he can start filling his um graveyard up with water cards, he could stabilize. There is finally there is the fractal rain, so he can start consistently milling himself.
That is... Wow, this looks like a Frost Sword.
Frostworn, does he
And
have? There is the lost in thought in response to the unenter.
now he at least has something to stop the bleeding, while also being somewhat card neutral here.
Yeah.
3 fractals on the board is already quite substantial. And he chooses to not get rid of an ally actively.
Yeah, it's
Interesting choice.
keeping it up as an interceptor. He does it does give him the ability to intercept a bigger attack possibly. So he has, you know, if Arno goes for something like an Asim protector here, I believe he doesn't play it, but you know, and it's not like Tony knows that. If he were to go for an Asim protector here, it would. Oh, there's another Savage Swing.
The card that would hurt the most right now here would be actually a Dream Fairy.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be
painful.
very unfortunate.
Yeah. So there is the Savage Swing for Tony, or for Arno. Jin level 2's on enter allows him to wake up on attack. So he's back in awake. Seems that he went to take care of the Frostworm Paladin there. With finishing it up with the Brisk Wind Trotter because that was 3 damage from Jin's on enter level 2 effect. +2 from Savage Swing, and then 1 more from the Brisk Wind Trotter to finish Paladin off.
Getting rid of the Paladin was probably quite important here because he's a very big nuisance for every ally deck. 4 toughness, especially backed up with refracting missiles and other shenanigans, is very strong and will keep you alive for quite some time.
Yeah. It's also scary when your allies are smaller, like our noses here. So that so it's like even a normal Frostborn Paladin would be scary and be able to take out your board, but a buffed one here Yeah, you need to work very, very hard and to protect your allies.
I'm curious what Tony now has planned with his 4 fractals.
It's
And he chose
quite
to
a substantial
materialize a
amount.
Seraph ring. He's getting all those Fantasias on his board.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Refracting Missile becomes now a win condition.
yeah, on its
And
own, it's enough. He has 3 still. Start slinging them, shooting them.
every Refracting Missile will put 6 damage counters on the enemy champion.
Yeah, that can add up very, very fast.
Let's see what interaction Tony has at his disposal for Arna's turn now. Another Wind Trotter. Let's see. 1 buff counter on the frontliner, and Tony is still responding to the activation of the card, I believe.
Yeah, I do think so. It is the Brisk Wind Trotter's level 2 ability is also active, so the frontliner would get 2 buff counters here, which would make it very scary. So Tony does have to take care of the frontliner because unfortunately the horse cannot put the buff counters on himself.
That is probably the biggest downside of the Wind Trotter there. That he can't put the counters on himself.
Yes.
We might just run into the point where Tony doesn't have much interaction at all, besides having the fractals on board. Did you ever run into one of those situations, Clem?
Uh, tough to say. I can't recall. Have you?
Yes. It feels very, very sad.
This is unfortunate. Hmm. He is thinking. He does have 3 fractals of polar depths, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet, yeah. He hasn't been milling himself consistently enough. This is the one weakness the deck has after Icebound Slam. No guaranteed mill anymore.
Ooh, a rhymed Soul Bishop. And it seems like Tony doesn't have any floating memories he can use for the on-enter ability.
It's still,
Is this a
it's
freezing
funny
hail?
enough. This is the matchup where it's fine, right? That you don't get value off of Rhyme Soul Bishop, or that Rhyme Soul Bishop on its own doesn't get a buff canter from the unenter either, because Arno is playing a lot of small allies, like we said earlier, and he hasn't been able to get a single Brisk Wind Trotter to generate value for him. So the the 2/2 is it's big enough where he can just take care of the board.
Especially if you look at Arna's influence of a total of 4 right now.
Yeah. Oh, Tony goes and
Tony mills
did
himself a couple
he?
cards.
Yeah, did he sacrifice one of the fractals?
Yes, he did. To
Nice.
level up to level 3 when he does.
Yeah, that makes sense. Getting the value off of not needing a materialization too level up here is very, very powerful.
It is very powerful, especially since now every of Arna's materialization costs 1 more.
Yeah, it's
because of on Jin's Vanitas on hit ability.
yeah, it's going to be very, very rough for Arno to start leveling up and then bringing out the Berserker's Plate and Shuangji for a low amount, because his influence, like you said, his influence is very, very low.
He is now at 2 influence.
Yeah, leveling up for 4 is not a good spot to be in.
That is very expensive.
Yeah, and the issue is in this matchup, it doesn't even help you that much, because you're not dying to damage, you're dying to be milled out. So
that is probably Tony's current win condition that he tries to get going, that he just mills Arno out of his deck.
Yeah. So I don't think he's worried about not being able to produce enough damage here, because as long as he can keep Arno out of allies, he doesn't need to damage Arno. So Arno's like damage-based Exia cards won't get him more value, and he just gets to build up his own graveyard to ultimately mill Arno out.
Indeed. What did Tony materialize for his turn? Was it a crystalline mirror? It was a scepter, and he just paid
he banished
5
it
to draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards, yep. Because he does have plenty of fractals to reserve for it. So he doesn't need enough, doesn't need that many cards in hand. And his influence can be pretty low.
The scepter was just as quickly gone as it came in. So I kind of missed it.
Gone in a flash.
Could be almost a Luxem card, gone in a flash.
Yep, yeah. It seems Tony also immediately went ahead and attacked Arno with Vanitas and the Ramsel Bishop. To just, the Vanitas is needed to slow Arno down. The Bishop is just for good riddance, Who knows, maybe it will come to the point where Arno can just die from damage because he won't be able to materialize any of his cards.
We are probably already at this stage where he can't materialize anything because he doesn't have any floating memories left and no cards in his memory either. He already skipped his materialization phase and proceeded to just draw for turn. Another frontliner.
Oh, but it's time for the full 2.
No horse available right now.
Well, it's unfortunate, but it is a 1 power 2 life ally still. Trying to push the little chip damage. If he finds another Wind Trotter, it could become a significant threat.
I'm curious, if you are Tony, are you concerned right now?
Yes. He has the. If you're Tony, you're not. If you're Arno, no. If you're Jin here, you are very concerned. Anything you play is immediately gone. Didn't even get to deal any damage with the Shrew Frontliner before it was torrential blasted away. Just gone.
Ooh, this is going to be icky. Tony will be hitting now 3 turns in a row, probably for 8 damage phase every time.
Yeah, he brought out the tight holder claymore. It's not a good. They're not looking very good for Arno here. He might just. We were talking about how mill is probably the primary win condition, but I don't know. It could very well just be a straight up beatdown.
8 damage is nothing to shrug at, especially if your
Yep.
materializations now cost 2.
Yeah, it's everything's taxed one more. Your berserker plate costs 1. Your Shuang it's 2. Your Shuangji costs 2. Your best cards cost a lot more. So
It feels
it
like the
is
Tideholder
rough.
Claymore was just made for the Vanitas deck somehow.
Yeah. It may be a guardian sword, but Vanitas is having a lot of fun with it. Consistently attacking for 8 is very scary.
A very cool play you can do is if you are level 2 Vanitas and you got out the Tideholder Claymore, you can just attack for 6, and if you only care about the burst damage of a specific combination of Scepter and leveling, you then level for 1 memory cost.
True, you're right. It does discount the Vanitas level 3. Pretty very neat synergy there.
You even can get to a count of water cards in your graveyard that you have to pay an actual card. So to attack with the Claymore, then if you want to level up, you can even pay the cost, or in case you don't have floatings.
Yeah. That's crazy. Arno went for the Chalice of Blood costing 1. He does have the Shoe Frontliners to pay for it, but it is not a card that you want to, go down 1 for. Because at 20 damage, even if you're Tony, or if you're a Jin, you're in a rough spot. But so you want to get as many cards and try to get to finishing out the game. It is definitely unfortunate to see.
I'm not sure if Arno has anything that will help him in the long run right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He did get the Banner Knight, but it might be a bit too late for that. Oh, Crystalline Mirror taking out the Chalice of Blood before Arno could use it. Oh, that's rough. That
That
is
is
rough.
indeed very rough.
It's not what you want to see here.
In my local play group, we recently have a creep up of Morgans in the side deck against decks that try to heal a lot. For example, the Wind Arisana and also Jin in the Vanitas deck. It's a very
This is spicy
interesting
tech.
choice. Oh
Yeah.
boy. Not that I give away all the spicy tags now today.
Morgan. It's also good against decks that use Revitalizing Cleanse, which water, like Water Arisana, definitely hasn't sometimes.
Just sometimes. It
Yeah.
also disables the healing of the Wind Arizona deck through free visits and fast cures.
Yeah.
And the Wind Arizona deck actually can't get rid of a card besides playing a Meteor Strike on it during their main phase.
Yeah. It's very good. And in certain cases though, like it is a lot better if Luxem starts making a bigger comeback as well. I think we're gonna see a resurgence of Morgans. I didn't quite catch what the Tightstone Bovine milled. Were you able to?
It
See
was
it?
a Deacon, and I didn't catch the second card.
Unfortunate. Yeah, attacking for another 8 with Claymore and Vanitas. Going very strong.
Making the materializations cost again 1 more memory.
With Arno has 3 cards, like 2 cards in memory. So he has to expend all of that to get the Berserker's Plate. Take another 3 damage and then
Hoping to get
revive.
the card that saves the day.
Yeah, but it is very rough to come back from that spot because he will be. He might be surviving another turn, but it's not enough. Is that Shuangji?
It is
I don't know.
Shuangji.
Alright. Going for a kill turn, possibly? Trying to get as much damage through as possible. But Tony still does have the a Terrafring there. So unless Arno has something else up his sleeve, I don't think it'll be enough to push Tony over the threshold.
It isn't going to be enough, most certainly. He has 3 cards available. The Shuangji does, I believe, for every 5 damage counters on his champion, he
He
gets
gets +1 power.
So that would be 6, 7, inherently 1 through the Banner Knight would be. I can't do math. I'm lost.
I believe in you more than I believe in myself.
Okay, 1 base, 5 for every 5 damage counters. That would be 25 is 5, 6, 7. 1 base. So we are looking at 9. Okay, I did it. Mom, I did it.
I'm so proud. Thank you for doing the math, Garen. Much
You're welcome.
appreciated. So I would put Tony to 20, 21 with the banner 9.
That is not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're still stuck in recollection, because I can see the Terrafring being rotated there. But
Yeah.
I think unfortunately it is not enough. Arno would have to. What can he top deck here that might save the day?
So he needs 1 card that does for 0 reserve cost
costs
5
0.
damage.
I don't think that exists, unfortunately. If he had 2 more cards, he could enrage. Right.
Maybe
it
an
would.
Exia side, if at all, but the deck
Doesn't
list doesn't
play
look
Exia
like
side,
it has it.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Exia side is also Exia side costs the next card you activate this turn 1 less. If you have 20 more damage counters.
That is
So
correct.
it could be enough. But I don't. So if he had Relentless Outburst, Exia into Relentless Outburst, I don't think it would be enough still, because it's for every 6 damage counters. So it would be 6 damage at most. So I wouldn't.
Yeah,
Wouldn't quite be there.
Is it 6 damage? It would be so the Relentless Outburst does 1 damage per every 6 damage counters on the champion.
Yeah.
And then if you
So
are
it
at,
wouldn't even be 6. Yeah.
it would actually be 12 because if you are at 35 damage, you get to put on a champion was it
Yeah.
champion or object? I'm not sure.
It's target champion. They take
1
that much
additional
damage plus
damage.
1. Yeah. So and because it's instanced, you're right. It would double. but it wouldn't even be. So he would still need to get 1 more damage onto himself to get 36 damage, so he could deal 12. Otherwise, it would only be 10.
And
But
that
then he
still
would.
wouldn't be lethal.
It still wouldn't be lethal, and he's still like it. Maybe if he would have 2 more cards in hand, and he would have. His influence would be a bit higher. He could attack then, well, to push enough damage. But unfortunately, his influence is too low.
With free influence and an active terraforming, there's no combination in his deck that he can draw to deal enough damage.
Yeah,
because
it is.
You need enough cards to even play Relentless Outburst and also pay for the attack.
Yeah, it's
probably
the
one
terraforming
thing.
is. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Probably one thing he could have done earlier on was getting out the Berserker's plate, so he can replenish his influence slowly. And even if it gets fracturized, he still keeps to have the resource available to him.
Yeah. The terraforming saved the day there. Even if Arno had Arno could have won if the terraforming wasn't there. Like if he had Relentless Outburst and the Shuangji both, he could have won that game. But the terraforming, unfortunately, trumps all plans, It does what it needs to do, gives you 1 more turn and lets you win the game.
I'm curious about the sideboards of both players. Sony has quite a few very potent cards in his sideboard for attack-based matchups. He has Song of Frosts and Tidal Locks. And he plays 3 Scatter Essence in the main deck that he's most certainly going to be removing.
Yeah, easy swap here. Do you think
Easy
Frozen
swapping.
Dismissals might come in?
I think for this matchup, you are not concerned about specific allies that I would sideboard in the card for. Because you want to. When I put in the card in my deck, I want to negate specific allies. For example, the Riverback or Dungeon Guides or Frost Thorns. Something like this.
Yeah.
For those low-cost allies, you can easily pick them off with either your inherited attack stat of Vanitas or your allies you play anyway.
That's true. That is absolutely true. You're right. What about Jin though? It doesn't look like he has much here, unfortunately. Maybe
he certainly is going to put in the Nullifying Lantern.
Yep.
It is a very safe call. I'm not sure about the Tariff Ring or maybe Cry for Helps.
The Cry for Help could be in this with level 3 Vanitas. Cry for Help could come in to help redirect those attacks and stop the taxing. But holy moly, Tony has 2 imbued Fractal of Rains on his first turn. That is quite the turn.
It is. It is very strong. It will set up the rest of the game pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I understand why Arno went second here, but it might be a bit dangerous with Vanitas level 3 being able to be activated and start taxing, even possibly on turn 2. Like, it's scary. But you do want to push damage if you're Arno, so I also understand that. I mean, that is a Phalanx Captain, I believe, for 5.
Probably having the 1 card more in hand is something Arno really values here right now. Just that he doesn't lose gas as quickly.
I was wrong. That's an eminent commander. That's not a card you see every day. It's a 5-cost 2/4 that costs 3 lives to activate as long as your champion dealt 3 or more damage this turn. It's a starter deck exclusive card, so it's not seen that often.
Especially not
Tidestone
as
Bovine
the
as well.
foil one. So with
True.
Tony having the Tidestone Bovine and
Tides.
2 Fractals of Rain, and in his first turn showing a Rhymesoul Bishop and a Froststorm Paladin, he's setting up very nicely. As soon as he hits floatings, he might just pull the trigger and play those cards that are basically for free here.
Yeah, he doesn't need to invest much. Arno playing the favorable wins at the end of the turn for the floating. That's a rather reliable win the ally strategy, leveling up to Jin level 1 for free. Oh, the Brisk Wind Trotter. Maybe we'll get to see it actually bring a value this turn. Get a buff counter to that 2/4, making it a 3/5.
That would be very good for Arno here.
It does.
3/5 is a
It
very strong
finally.
stat line.
I agree. It's a big commander. Very, very scary.
Puts him in a commanding positions.
Oh. Another. This is Savage Swing again. Attacking for 2.
I'm curious, what would you be attacking here? The Bovine or the Champion?
I think the Bovine, because you're not. The value from the mill is very, very good. But I do understand trying to push damage, right? It never hurts to try and kill your opponent before they can get to a point where the value matters from the cards. Giving the buff to the commander, attacking for 4. Oh, Cerulean Decree imbued, getting -3 to the attack of the commander. So it'll only deal 1 damage, and drawing a card into memory. And attacking with the Wind Trotter as well. Unfortunate for Arno here. Built up a nice turn, and then
The
it was
build-up
Cerulean the way.
The build-up was very nicely. I'm not sure if I would have not tried to attack with the Savage Swing as you suggested first, the Bovine, to rob your opponent of the floating memories. Or rather, the possibility of milling floating memories.
It's a it's a tough choice to make, whether you want to push the damage or give them a water card and take their value away from milling more. Oh, a Fractal of Rain goes away. That is 3 we've seen this game so far.
Tony is filling his graveyard quite quickly with a lot of water element cards.
Yeah, he also has a few floating in there. Doesn't have to worry too much about going down on influence if he wants to start building towards the level 3 here. 1, 2, 3 for a Frostworn Paladin. There it is. Getting the buff canner, drawing a card.
I'm curious if he now will be playing the Rhymesoul Bishop he had in his hand too. I'm pretty sure I saw one turn 1. And with those 2 allies, he would be able to get rid of the commander.
Yeah, he could. But he, once again, choosing to protect himself and keep the Frostworn Paladin up as an interceptor. Arno bringing out the Nullifying Lantern, protect himself from any water-based shenanigans.
You think Tony has another fractal in hand that he can play next turn?
Possibly, he could be afraid of a Scatter Essence, and that's why he hasn't committed to Polar Depths here yet. He's always counting, looking at his graveyard. Why are not going attacking with the Froth? Go ahead.
Having the third fractal available for Tony would actually open up the possibility of getting out the Crystalline Mirror to get rid of the Nullifying Lantern here.
Yeah.
So he can get out the Tideholder Clamor the turn after and start going to face with the sword.
Yeah. It's
he certainly has enough cards in his graveyard.
Yeah, definitely. And with the fractals, he can afford to pay 1 or 2, even if he's if he's only has 8 water cards. It's not too terrible for him. It is a bit rough for Arno in this position, as Tony just has a lot of answers to his deck in general. Though this time with the commander out, it's a lot harder to take care of him. Like the commander is definitely a big threat. There is the mirror, like you mentioned. He very, very likely does have the fractal there.
A very interesting thing is also that when you have the mirror out and you play Fantasia, you get also to glimpse. That means you can check up on the top card of your deck and choose to get it milled the next turn. Or if you super heavily want to draw it, you can also choose to mill your opponent.
Yeah. It is definitely something that's forgotten very often, because Glimpse 1 is kind of scoffed at. It's just 1, but that 1 is still very relevant in a deck like this.
It gave me more than once the card I needed and the knowledge that I need to draw a card.
Yep. Alright. It's I believe Tony he let the triggers from the Fractal Rain resolve. We're in recollection. Oh no, yeah, I went attacking with the Tidestone Bovine. I was just looking to see how many cards he has in his graveyard. He may have missed the triggers. Oh, he missed the triggers for the fractals in his recollection. He asked his opponent if it's okay, and his opponent let him resolve the triggers because it's still the same turn, and so the opponent gets to decide. So he did let it resolve, and then Tony attacked with the Bovine, milling an additional 2.
Very sportsmanlike from Arno.
Yeah, it's very, very respectable. Yeah. Going to see who's the more skilled player, not who's the... if they both also forgot, it happens. So it is very respectable.
At the end of the day, it's a game we play in our pastime to have fun.
Yep. Absolutely. So, if there's some prizes on the line, it is still a game. It's no life or death. And whoever is more skilled will win. It's not a... I think Arno doesn't want to win based on, oh, I got you. You missed something, so it's over. Playing 3 for the Frostward Paladin.
Oh,
There
drawing a
was
card.
the Fracture Ice. Yeah, getting buff gunner, drawing a card. If it resolves. Stifling Trap is always a card that exists in Win, you know, it's not something to forget about either.
It stifles a lot of plays, indeed.
Yep, definitely. It's not an assassin card. It doesn't kill everything necessarily. Stifles it though. Paying 2, 3, another one. Fourth Frostborn we see this game. I milled another one. Oh, Rhyme Soul Bishop. Just as good. Still drawing a card if he finishes a floating. There it is. There it goes.
The Rhyme Soul Bishop telegraphed in turn 1.
Yeah. Finishing the water barrier there. It was foreseen. Never mind the fractals. haven't disappeared since then. Tony passing the turn, keeping the Frostborn Paladins up still for the intercept when it comes. There is the Viridian Protective Trinket. Arno getting slowly stabilizing here.
I'm
Getting his
curious
stack
why
species.
Tony is not trying to clear off the commander here.
Could be too much of an investment. We might be thinking, I'm in a comfortable spot. He could be thinking, I'm in a comfortable spot and just relaxing, focusing on building up damage and trying to build his graveyard up as much as he can. Trying to get rid of that nullifying lantern. If it comes to be. Arno playing a formidable Yusha.
It is another
It has
exclusive card.
yeah, it's it seems to like his starter deck cards. Unfortunately, it does not get the shifting currents bonus, it being Jin. So there are no shifting currents here. Are now taking out the Frostborn Paladin again. Yusha wasn't there for long.
At least he has still the Bovine and the Rhyme Soul Bishop.
He still has the Bovine, which is the most important card here for him. That's what really matters. Only thinking on what to materialize. Doing the math, seeing how he can win this game as soon as possible. The longer he lets Arno stick around and build a board, the longer he has the chance to stabilize and easily take the game home with with some Ixia Jin shenanigans and just some little Enrage, Shuangji, a Berserker plate. You know, it's comes together very fast once
It also
he reaches Jin.
would take influence from Tony to actually get rid of those cards.
Yep.
Because he's still on level 1 Vanitas, so materializing doesn't cost as much as it might be later on.
Exactly. It seems that this game though they're both a lot more relaxed and not rushing to level 3 as much as they did the last game. Only evening out the damage counters here.
Those two cards he just made from the Bovine Fractal of Polar Depths and Stratagem is very hurtful and just progress the game even longer.
Yeah, being
Knowledge of one of those cards would have helped quite tremendously.
Yeah, he would definitely. He definitely wouldn't have attacked with the bovine there if he knew those were on top. Or at least if he could have prevented one of them leaving his deck like that. But that's the gamble of the deck. Oh, the refracting missile. Going for 3 this time. Oh, there's the stratagem. I believe that is enough.
Is it enough? How many did he show? Is it 6?
I believe it was 6.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
it's
5.
5. Oh, that is 15 damage.
It's 3 times 5 times 3.
Either way, it's 3 times 5 also works.
Yes, but no.
Yes, but no.
However, Arno doesn't seem to be running Veiling Breezes, so it's
Oh, that is
irrelevant.
unfortunate. Yeah. Can't do anything about those because stratagem just requires the cards to have floating memory. And them being water or not doesn't affect it at all.
Exactly.
So, yeah. They're checking if I think Arno was checking if Tony can pay for the cards. But he does have enough, and that is game. That is 2-0 for
2-0 for
Tony there.
Tony.
Yeah, on Water Vanitas. It was a bit. It was a bit of a confusing game to talk about with Jin, Vanitas, and one of the players being called Tony. You know, 3 champions in one game.
It was indeed
But
a little bit confusing.
how do you feel about the games? How was it for you?
It was very interesting to see again how water can still prevail without Icebound Slam being a thing. And 15 damage coming out of seemingly nowhere again. If you are not prepared for a stratagem play, you having probably still quite a bad time, even though Icebound Slam got put on the ban list.
Definitely. And this deck has a lot of ways to mill itself other than Icebound Slam. So yeah, it is. It might not be as detrimental as we thought. It definitely slows the decks down, but there's still lots of ways to mill, lots of ways to deal damage. You just need the different kinds of investment that are a bit easier to deal with.
It is certainly still a very potent deck that you have to counter see at events, regardless of where you go.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting decks though, and the ban list, let's look at the stats here for this event. They are looking very, very spicy. I think this is one of the most diverse champion metas we've had in a very long time. Look at that.
How surprised are
Everybody's here.
you about the 8.67 Xanders?
Very. What deck uses what deck goes Xander into something else? Where would you use that?
That is a very good question.
That is because it's like Tristan has the Tristan lineage, but our producer was just telling us that there is someone playing Tristan and Xander in a burn deck. That is very spicy. Literally, with it being fire.
This probably the application of the agility trigger being a thing, so you get to squeeze in another action card or spell of some sort that deals direct damage to your opponent and puts damage counters on the champion to close out the game.
Makes sense. Makes sense. It is. Agility is a very, very powerful thing. You could very well value it over the glimpse in certain matchups. Makes sense.
Being able to activate one more card in a turn might just be the push you need to close out the game.
Yeah, that's also very, very true. I also love seeing the Merlin at such a high representation as well. It's a very, very even playing field. Like the top 5 decks, the 5 champions are almost equally as represented. Like it's very, very even there. So
Indeed. It's also funny how you see Luxemzander being back on track for people.
yeah, it is.
In a
It is
meta where
definitely.
you don't lose turn 2 that frequently, the deck still has legs.
Yeah.
With
Yeah, it's back on the menu, boys. I know a bunch of people are very excited about that. Happy to play Luxem again. Speaking of Luxem and elements, though, let's take a look at our element breakdown, or like spirit breakdown for this event. No norm elements spirits, or no norm elements. Yeah, no norm element spirits. That's been a long time since we've had this. What, since
you
last
think
May?
there's a
Almost a year?
reason for it?
Maybe. There is possibly. There is a little card that was a norm card, enabled a very pesky deck that was banned recently, called Baby Gray Slime, I believe. You may have heard about the card once or twice, seen it once or twice.
I think
But it
as
did hit.
soon as we get the Mercurial Heart Alter Edition with the alternative version of Baby Grey Slime, the Sylvie norm element deck will certainly be back in business.
It's going to be so back. It's a lot harder to adapt Sylvie, a norm Sylvie, than a mill Nico deck or like a mill deck. So because you need the Baby Gray Slime for the early value to be able to start your game plan and move towards level 3. And Baby Gray is very, very, like, it's basically needed for that. You can't really do it without that. But you can still work around not having Icebound Slams. You can just, if you didn't play Tightstone Bovine before, put 4 in there. In the end, in 3 turns, it's more value than 1 Icebound Slam, so... No, it can... There is replacements. For Baby Gray right now, there aren't.
Speaking of Nico, I'm surprised we don't have any Nico here.
It could be in the other champions part. You know, we have 4.75 other champions, so there could be a couple
Okay,
of
you're
them.
right.
But no, you're right that she disappeared. Like, if she's lumped in the other champion section, that means that, like, there is 1.5 person playing Nico, probably, which is quite the shift. I think people are more stratagem and polar depths focused now, so we're going more that cleric route. But
I also personally think that the Vanitas deck is the more fun one. Getting
to
out
play
the
with or play against?
to play with.
That's what
Leveling
I
up to
thought.
level 2 and then hitting your opponent and going to level 3. That is quite the turn. And it's super fun.
Yeah, it does sound very fun. It does sound very painful for the opponent at the same time. So it is perfect. It is a perfect deck. It's meant to
It's
be.
not as painful as using Poison Dagger into Dungeon Guide, Dungeon Guide, Dungeon Guide.
Water Xander, huh? Or Water Tristan as well, possibly.
More like Water Tristan. That was at least the most recent flavor in Europe.
I mean, there was a Belgian Originals, which was won by a Water Luxem Xander deck.
Indeed.
Oh.
Also, after the Belgian regional and Utrecht, we had, I believe, one other regional that was won by was it just the Arizona Stratagem Icebound deck? And then the second day there was a store championship at the same store where the winner played Wind Arizona. It was actually the same guy.
Arizona dominating Poland. Crazy.
Kinda. It was a very
But
fun weekend.
it does sound very fun. Just like how this event has been very fun so far. I think we're going to go on a short break. The standard time is about to end. We're about to enter overtime. So we will be back with you very, very shortly for round 5 of Win a Case tournament. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 5 of the Yeti Abyssal Heaven Win a Case tournament. I'm here with Freedom. Welcome back.
Hello there.
Nice to have you. We have, since this is round 5, we'll have a win and in here. Or like not guaranteed in, but both players have to win this game because their records are 3-0-1. So they have to win the game to have a chance at top 8. So let's look at the deck list here. Both of these players are playing Fire Merlin. One of them is on Fire Kong Ming Merlin, but they do not play Tome of Sorcery. What do you think about that, Freedom?
So, yeah, so both players are Merlin, level 3, but their level 1s are both different, right? We've got one who's playing Fire with Lorraine level 1, and then Merlin. And then the other is playing Fire Kongming level 1, and then Merlin. The decks look very similar to each other. Awfully similar to each other. So I can see that, but one thing that I've got in common is that they're both playing Spirit Blade Ascension, the full Crux package, Spirit Blade Ascension, the 3 colors as well. I believe he's got favorable wins in his. He's also got favorable wins in his. Do you see a water card in there? I don't see a water card.
I believe not, because
Oh.
they were both seem to have been preparing for a more water focused meta. Or
Yeah,
this
I
we
think
see right?
I think they believe.
It's the Kong Merlin is playing Potion of Fusion Seals,
Right.
which I remember we saw it back in Chicago in Once in Love's deck there. And I don't think I've seen it really anywhere else before. And Frankie Doodle also has the Potion of Fusion Seal in his sideboard, so he was definitely expecting more of a water meta. Not going for the guaranteed prismatic 3-element deck.
Another thing that kind of strikes out at me is that both of them are not playing the Tome of Sorcery. They both have Sword of Seeking, which would make sense in the Lorraine Merlin deck, but the Kong Ming Merlin deck also isn't playing Tome of Sorcery.
Yeah, it is definitely unexpected, because you would think that a fire deck, a Fire Merlin deck, will try to include as many ways of empowering a fireball as possible. But instead, they do go for more of the attack and prismatic edge kind of win condition here, which is still very valid and very, very possible. It's just a bit surprising and unexpected to not see much empower.
Well, one that Luke is already the Kong Merlin has the other doesn't is the Harmonious Mantra, so they can play North Merlin, whereas the other one can't.
True. It is definitely a bit more resilient to ally and slower damage based decks, I think.
What I'm gonna see, what we'll most likely see is who gets to Merlin level 2 first, and tries to choke the other from getting any floating memory level counters, and then we'll kind of see where the game goes from there.
Yeah, the showdown, the Mexican standoff of the Merlins.
Pretty much.
Waiting for the other person to draw the trigger.
Yes. That's a very cute playmat. They've both got cute playmats.
Yeah, let's get into the game. It seems that Louis Kazooie is going first, glimpsing 1-2 to the bottom.
Well,
playing the Fragmented Spirit. Seems to have just passed the turn. Both of the players are on Fragmented Spirits.
They're both, yeah. They're both. What do you think they're glimpsing for?
I think Louis Kazooie definitely was just glimpsing for something that's good that gets him to level 3 as soon as possible, while Frankie Doodle has the chance to be a bit more picky and more specific with what he wants. He glimpsed 4 to the bottom of his deck.
Well, it's most likely they're looking for floating, either like floating a DG and a probably mnemonic charm. I believe what they both have those.
Yeah. And there is the creative shock at the end of
No,
turn for
actually.
Louis Kazooie. The
Oh, no,
perfect play.
only Frankie Doodle has mnemonic charms.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. Okay.
this is going down more of the mage
Well, so
route. It
normally, like
is
normally, like the Kong Merlin would have like mnemonic charms and such, but the other one wouldn't. But they're quite opposites of each other.
That's true. Pink 3. Cremation ritual on the library witch, drawing 3 cards. Pretty standard fire things happening so far on Louis Kazooie's side. I can see a dungeon guide there for Frankie Doodle as well, in hand.
The Library Witch cremation combo would have been perfect if he had finished with either like a Shield Maid or his one of their Sable Remnants.
Yeah.
Just to get that extra floating on the board. Or a fast cure works too.
Yeah, any floating memory here is preferred. There is the Lorraine level 1. The Merlin Spirit Shard is definitely a controversial one, I think, because especially here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It can be a bit confusing, especially on webcam, where it's a bit harder to tell them apart. But it is a token, so you got there's a dungeon guide immediately used to go to level 2 to start denying the floating memory from Louis Kazooie. There's a hasty messenger and something else, another fire card, I believe, being banished for the dungeon guide.
Yeah, so Frankie Doodle was the first to get to level 3 before Louis Kazooie.
Yeah.
Most likely he's going to eat the shield mate, but Lucas no, Frankie Doodle does also have it's a hasty messenger. I thought it was a flame swordsman. I'm not sure.
Those are already banished. Louis Kazooie used the
okay, that's just banished. All right.
The shield made to level up there in turn 1. Oh, is that? Is that 2 thunderclaps?
Yep, 2 thunderclaps. I wonder why Frankie Doodle didn't get the shield mate, or hasn't yet. No, that's the banishment, isn't it? Yes.
Pink 3.
He's probably he's going to DG. Nope, it's a flame swordsman.
Flame swordsman. Trying to push a bit more damage than a dungeon guide. And passing the turn, keeping, I believe, 4 cards in hand. Or 3 cards in hand.
I believe that now that both are at level 2 Merlin, they can just
They don't have to get
to level 3 immediately. They just want to see if any floating memory will be discarded.
Depends on their hand. They might not care for that level counter too much as long as they can just start accumulating value on Merlin level 3, because every turn you waste and you don't get a level counter is a turn where you delay your crux your crux element, and from starting to build up your levels and build up to that big fireball or just that big kill turn in general. There's the next dungeon guide for Frankie Doodle, going 2 dungeon guides in now.
Yep, Frankie Diddle choosing to ignore gaining a level counter first.
Wanting to start building it naturally by just being Merlin level 3.
Will we see a Pendragon? Well, he has one in hand, I
Going,
can see that.
going attacking with the Sword of Seeking to get that 1 damage off, and then putting it back with the Pendragon for the draw value.
He might want to... Yeah, there we go. See?
Banishing that Spirit Shard to draw. Or sacrificing that
Sacrifice, yeah.
token. Attacking for another 5, making it a total of 6 damage this turn. 7. Did I miss?
1, 4,
1, 2, 3,
5,
4,
6.
5.
Oh, there was a
One
dungeon
from...
guide, so that was there for an earlier turn.
Oh, the dungeon guy from before. You're right.
Mm.
He didn't have any. He didn't. He forgot to mark the 1 damage from the dungeon guy the previous turn. Oh, leveling up to Merlin level 3 naturally using all 3 cards in his memory.
I think he's fine. Luke is already in an okay position.
Yeah, it's still not too scary. He is winning the level counter battle, having leveled up naturally.
Yeah. He's
There's
playing his
a
own Pendragon. He's looking to get rid of Frankie's Pendragon.
Yeah. Knowing that there's already a Cruxite out definitely lowers the chance of Frankie having another one in hand. So he's definitely a bit more comfortable doing that. It is unfortunate that he didn't get to draw off of his own Ghost of Pendragon.
His first level counter. Are we going to see an Ascension? Unlikely.
Does not seem like it. We could see another Pendragon or a Cruxite into a Pendragon. Attacking here for
attacking with the
another
sword
one.
and then Pendragon.
1, 2. Another Pendragon. There it is. An average Crux moment. In the past couple of days, we've been seeing a lot of double, triple, quadruple Pendragons for value.
Well,
Louis Kazui's Pendragon.
If you're gonna play quadruple Pendragons, make sure you can play it properly.
Yeah. You need to pay close attention to the restrictions on your cards. Well, it seems that it's a very back and forth here with the Pendragon clears. Each
but
player
Louis hasn't put any damage into Frankie Diddle yet.
Yeah.
Opting to clear board instead.
It's a bit scarier here on Louis Kazui's side. He does have the Cruxite though.
Yeah.
This time, finally getting value. He gets the value off of the Pendragon, and because he has even level counters, he gets to draw a card off of Merlin. He also gets the attack bonus, so he can start catching up in damage.
So I can see Frankie Diddle has an Ascension, Spirit Blade Ascension in hand for when he wants to do an Ascension loop. Well, probably one or two for his Prismatic Edge reveals.
Yeah, start on that. Start on that value acquisition.
Yeah, Frankie Diddle can also just opt to get more damage in as well.
Yeah. Oh, there's a fireball also in Frankie Doodle's hand. This is something we were missing earlier in Bonnie Reen's Fire Merlin. Oh, Creative Shock discarding a Flame Rune Swordsman.
Ooh. The AX promo.
And then Louis Kazooie attack for 3 with the attack power bonus, that Merlin gets from uneven level counters, and then finishing the Pendragon with
Mm.
the Flame Rune Swordsman. Finally getting to get some value off of the Pendragon, returning the Sword of Seeking, drawing 2 cards, and then taking care of that dungeon guide there.
It's rather back and forth. Lucas is just trying to clear the board.
Yeah, both of them focusing on the board clear primarily. Both knowing that it can get out of hand very fast if you let the board just grow.
It will get to a point where one of them will use Incarnate Majesty.
Yeah. There is the Ascension before Recollection for Frankie Doodle. He did just
only
play
revealing fire cards.
3 damage is still 3 damage. It is enough to push, with the dungeon guy, take care of the Pendragon there.
But Frankie Doodle does have an Incarnate Majesty. He is currently at level 5. He'll go to 6 on this turn. Or did he get the counter this turn? Before
I believe he got a counter this turn because he is 1 counter behind Louis Kazooie, even though he leveled up first. So he is on 5 counters.
5.
Yeah, but it is an even level counter turn, so he does have the
He does have enough influence to
attack
play this
bonus.
Incarnate Majesty.
He also does, yes. That is correct. There's another Pendragon. They just keep on coming, returning the Prismatic Edge, drawing 2 cards. And it up to an influence of 1,000,000.
He's drawn a Dungeon Guide and another Ascension.
Don't hate to see the Ascension here. Just needs a few more water cards. Water, or he needs to see a seal. Or probably it would be a lot better if he would see the favorable winds here. There's the Incarnate Majesty. Right there's a Majestic Spirit. Clearing the board and pushing a lot of damage through to Louis Kazooie. Going up to 16 damage.
What do you think Louis Kazooie is likely to do here? He's actually
hard
behind.
To tell. If he had an Incarnate Majesty himself, then that would definitely be the way and the card to play. However, if he doesn't, it is very tough to say. He does need the Incarnate Majesty to force the game to come to a stalemate.
If he has the influence, he's likely to. He could get an Incarnate Majesty and then fireball Frankie's Incarnate Majesty, but Majestic Spirit, but probably won't have the influence for that to do both. So that Majestic Spirit is going to be on there for a while.
Yeah. Playing Scry Disguise to glimpse 6. Drawing a card into memory. If it is a card, unfortunately can't Ascension this turn if he finds a wind or water card. If he finds a wind or water card, yeah, Louis Kazooie is the one with the potion infusion in his main deck. He seems that he put 4 cards to the bottom, kept 2 on top, drawing one of them into his memory. I don't believe he has enough influence at this point to play his own Incarnate Majesty, because it would cost 6 currently. He has no weapon cards in banishment, so it's just the levels. So the library is just pretty solid here. The intercept is a very, very good ability. Plus, drawing a card on death is also not something to scoff at.
It's fine to just go neutral.
Yeah. Also stops some damage, so it's wonderful. It's a fantastic card to see. Recollecting, drawing for turn, getting out the Sword of Seeking. He can attack and still Ascension. He still use Spirit Blade Ascension to return in after dealing some damage. Seems then, Frankie went for the dungeon gate, went with the dungeon gate into the library witch to take it out just as soon as possible. No intercepting here.
Yeah.
Just stopping
It's
one
likely
damage.
Frankie has lethal here. He's got the fireball.
And
He's
we
got the
saw
Ascension first, just to make sure.
we saw yeah, it's still an additional 3 damage if he goes attacking with the prismatic edge. He gets to attack for another 3. So it's 3 damage from the fire card that was revealed. 3 damage that's direct attack that would put Likuzui to 29 on its own,
It's
unless
likely that
it, yeah.
it's likely that Frankie, because it's a mirror, it's basically a mirror match. Frankie might be thinking that Lucasui has Harmonious Mantras, because he does have Kongming level 1 and is facing north. So Frankie is just making sure he's getting all the damage he can get in.
Yeah, he wants to maximize the damage. Seems that I miscalculated. If he attacks here, it would still only be 26 damage.
Does he have a fireball?
We did see a fireball earlier. Because I'm being careful not to put a fire card down this time in case Frankie Doodle wanted to in case Frankie Doodle didn't have the fire card himself or didn't put down a fire card.
Yeah, there we go.
There is a fireball in response to the mantra. Yep, that is lethal. This is the Merlin matchup. Whoever draws the better cards, whoever has the more Pendragons, just sees more cards, is the one that takes it home. Would you like to take a look at the sideboards while these players quickly go through and sideboard themselves?
Yeah, sure. So we'll look at Lukazui's sideboard first. He's got the Terrafring, 2 Blanches, 4 Mystic Purifiers, 2 Resolute Stands, Disintegrate, Thunderclap, Under Fire. I would probably see the 2 Blanches come into play. The Disintegrate would probably could be used for the for the Majestic Spirit. It's only one. Oh, he's got 2. He's got one on the main and one on the side, just to help get that cleared. Yeah, probably the Blanche and the Disintegrates would come into play.
I agree with you. Possibly even the Terrafring if it's more of a if Frankie has a more of an ally attack based game like this time. I think it doesn't hurt to bring it in.
No, it doesn't. So we can look at Frankie Doodle sideboard. It's got 1 Blanche. So what we see that so Frankie has 1 Blanche in his main. He started with one Blanche in the main, and he's got 1 in the side. So not a lot of decks put Blanches in main, so that can really throw people off. So he'll have a total of 2. He's got Purging Flames, Mystic Purifiers, Resolute Stand, Reduce to Ash, Under Fire, and 8 Potion Infusion Seal, and just 2 Disintegrates. So it's likely he'll put his 2 Disintegrates in, the Blanche in, Reduce to Ash just to get rid of the Sword of Seeking, but I'm not sure about that one. But and he'll probably put in the 1 Potion of Infusion.
Yeah, the Potion Infusion definitely comes in. I'm in this particular game, in this last game, neither of the Sword of Seekings were around for long enough where a reduced to ash would matter.
No.
So it might be a bit too many spaces to take out and risk that. So he might not bring that in, but it could be a very solid play to
That's
stop.
very fair. I think Louis Kazui's material deck is quite tight for space. I'm not sure what to take. Yes.
Yeah, game
So
one
we
was
got we had
won by Frankie, so Louis Kazooie gets to decide who starts. He decided that he would like to start the game again.
mm,
You know, last
probably
game
wanting
Frankie
to
got very lucky with the double dungeon guide.
probably wanted to
Getting
go first so he can get to level 2 faster than earlier.
definitely both players here want to be the first to level 3. Because that is a massive advantage in the matchup and in general. With the next goal being get to level 3 as fast as possible and start accumulating value, it is very important for them to go first. Seems for Louis Kazooie went first with the stalwart shield main, you know. Just probably doesn't have a creative shock in that case because there is no guarantee that the stalwart will die here and will be able to be used as floating memory.
They might have a fast cure in hand as well.
It is very possible. He most likely has other ways of getting floating memory into his graveyard if he didn't go stalwart shieldmate cremation ritual.
It's very interesting that we're seeing Gentle Respite being played now. It kind of just went. No one played it for a very long time, and now it's just kind of come back in this meta.
Yeah, it is. It is back. It is here. It is kicking. Being a playable card. It is. It is definitely something that we didn't expect to make such a big boom here, but it is.
I wonder what Louis Kazooie wants to do here. So Frankie has discarded the fast kill off the hasty messenger. Frankie might level up to level 1. He could DG to level 2 and then consume that fast kill, but going down in influence in the process. But that extra level counter can mean a lot. Can mean the difference.
Yeah, especially since now he's Kongming. He's set up his wins. There is a dungeon guide. Yep, like you mentioned. It doesn't. So once you use your dungeon guide to level 2, it's not that bad because either way you would lose 2 cards to level up unless of course you have 2 floating memory. But denying the floating memory for Frankie here is absolute. It's just incredibly important, and he gets the value off of it with the level counter as well. So it is for sure the best play here. Plus, we saw last game how important it is to be the one to reach level 3 first and start pushing for that.
Now, obviously, that also leaves Louis Kazooie's short store shieldmate open to pretty much have the same thing happen to him.
Yeah, it is not safe because if Frankie can take care of the stalwart there, he can just go for a dungeon guide and banish it. Let's see if he can though.
Yes. Dungeon guide can put 1 into the shieldmate. Hasty can put 1 into the shieldmate, and then he can eat the floating. He's putting 3 down, so you may have it. Just making sure. He's going to put 1 into the shieldmate.
Yeah, cremating Hasty, either hoping to draw into the dungeon guide if he hasn't already, or just trying to see something better to put down. Unfortunately, there is no dungeon guide. There is the mantra.
It's not to say you can't do it. He couldn't do it next turn anyway. But he did use cremation ritual on the hasty messenger, so he's got to find something else to put that one extra damage on the shield mate.
Yep. No,
Mm-hmm.
just he was hoping to see the dungeon guide there so he could do the play. Just being safe there, you know, in case everything worked out perfectly, he would be on the up. We getting the GCR, drawing a card.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it looks like Luxu has passed the turn, and Frankie Doodle is going to Frankie Doodle has opted to level up to level 2 naturally.
And Louis went with the very scary draw pass, which is not something that you want to see if you're his opponent here. Of course, it's still nice to see him not advancing the game state, but it's always on your mind. What can he have? Why didn't he do any game actions on his own turn?
Now he's just passed it in. Most likely the when he went to level 2 Merlin, he banished his dungeon guide. That could have been his only dungeon guide. He kind of gambled there.
Most likely that is what happened because he had a lot of cards. Almost all of his cards were in his memory. It is definitely unfortunate that he didn't get to Dungeon Guy last turn take care of the Stalwart Shieldmate and get all of the value off of it there. But it happens. And we just keep on going, you know? Both
Both,
players are in an alright position right now. Neither of them are too stressed. Frankie Doodle might have 3 damage counters currently, but that can be solved with a fast cure. That can be solved with just leveling up and starting to accumulate value off of the level 3 Merlin. There's a Sable Remnant for Louis Kazooie,
is that the
pushing
first
even
one
more
played
damage.
this round?
It is the first Sable Remnant played this game. This whole round. Oh, Frankie also going for the GCR after going to level 2.
This is fine. It's fine to build influence before getting to 3. That is a lot of influence in Frankie Doodle's hand.
It is very scary.
Mnemonic Charm, yep.
There's another Mnemonic Charm, yeah. Once he finds those fireballs, it's gonna be very scary. Both players, Frankie thinking what to do next.
Both
Whether
players are
to
just
just
drawing and passing.
pass.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't want to go down on influence too much. And Louis is not in a rush to level up. Being 1 level counter and a lot of damage ahead. A lot of little allies on the board attacking for 2-3. 2-2 and 1. The return. Now, neither player can put floating memory in their graveyard as well.
Yes.
It's always
Frankie,
threatened by Merlins.
Yeah. Frankie's opted to pass after that playing the Mnemonic Charm. He was wanting to play something else, but decided against it. Okay. He's using the
There.
power cell to
Going.
charge up the Sable Remnant, so he's
The-
going to be attacked for
Yeah.
4.
Pretty scary.
Hmm.
Pretty scary there.
4 damage is still 4 damage. And there's no other use for the power cell in a Merlin match.
Yeah, it is. It is a rarer. Like it's not an expected usage of it, but it is definitely
Mm.
like a lot of value.
Why do you have any idea why these two still haven't gone to level 3 yet?
I don't think either of them wants to go down on influence,
Hmm.
even though they
Well,
have so many cards in hand. The
you can see
idea
that.
of going down
So
is
Frankie does have a
very
dungeon
scary.
guide. I think he just wanted to find the
Probably that
right
is what
cards
he's going
to.
for. Yeah,
Yeah. I think he was
you're
just
right.
finding the right cards to banish.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now Frankie's going to go to level 3 without a level counter.
Yeah, it's once again he is a bit behind on that. First to level, but he does not have the level counter here immediately. It'll take him 2 turns to get to an even number. Oh, there goes the Pendragon. All right,
Yep. The
Frankie is starting again.
the first Pendragon of many this game.
Yeah, yeah. Either they will come back with Crux Sight or just keep on being played as your average Crux deck does, drawing all 4 of them. Thing. Frankie immediately going and clearing Louis Kazui's board here. Oh, Ascension! Spirit Blade Ascension on the Sword of Seeking, bringing that
Mm-hmm.
prismatic edge out. Let's see if he
Only,
has the favorable wins. There
there it is. He's
it
only
is,
banishing
yep.
one card though. Oh, Disintegrate.
Banishing
That
the
is
Disintegrate, that is terrible. Oh, that is absolutely horrible for Louis there. You hate to see that
that's
in Louis'
that's
spot.
one. Yeah, that's one of 2 Disintegrates
Yeah,
in Louis's hand deck.
it is definitely very, very rough. But
Mm. But
it
Louis always opted
happens.
to
He has
materialize
the other one.
a Safeguard Amulet instead of going to level 3 through some means. So that also gives Frankie the opportunity to kind of catch up in levels.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
unless
It's
Louis has a dungeon guide in his hand,
in which case
possible.
he could start getting value next turn. It's also important to note that Frankie did not deal the 3 damage to the Sable Remnant to deny the floating memory for Louis. Force him to either have the
Mm.
dungeon guide or lose 3 cards from memory leveling up.
But yeah, Luke is already losing that Disintegrate is huge in this matchup.
Yep.
It's got a. It's the one of the easiest ways to get rid of the Majestic Spirit. Probably the most ideal way, really.
It is the best way of dealing with the Majestic Spirit in the mirror. So it is very, very sad to see it gone. Louis paying 3, going for paying 2 for another shield mate.
Mm. So Louis is just opting to defend rather than going to level 3. I feel like is he making the right choice here? While Frankie will just continue to play more Crux cards, choking out Lucas Louis' memory and his board.
Yeah, it's looking very rough for Louis here.
Of course, we do see like he's put his shield rate down. That's going to be hit first. He's got 2 cards of memory, so he can level up to level 3 using the shield mate and the 2 in memory. But if he plays if Frankie responds with an ascension, Luke is always going to have to find another way. Oh, there he goes. He plays an ascension, further delaying his level 3.
Yeah. Ooh, it is. It is very rough. Oh, Harmonious Mantra, and both of those cards are not cards you want to lose in this matchup. So it's definitely very sad to see them go. Let's see what Louis will lose. It is the Harmonious Mantra. I think that is actually the worst card to lose here. Like that's what you want to lose less, especially when you're still level 2.
Yeah, I would have preferred to
Frankie
lose the Incarnate Majesty. It's unlikely he's
Yeah.
going to be able to play it at this stage.
Definitely. Rough. Very, very rough. Obviously dealing the other 3 two-face. So
looks
that
like
doesn't give.
Lucas on. Should I say Lucas is on 6 and Frankie's on 9?
Yeah. It's one of them is upside down, so Frankie is on 9 damage counters. Louis is on 6.
Yes. That's fine. It's a flipped camera, so look, so the so the numbers are flipped as well. Nice. So
there is a hasty attacking into the Stalwart Shieldmate, discarding a Stalwart Shieldmate. That's interesting that he discarded a floating memory here, giving in another level counter to Louis, potentially. He can. Oh, Cremation Ritual, drawing 1, drawing 2.
I think Frankie Doodle might have more. Oh no, he can just do it twice. So he might have forgotten that he's level 2. He's got Merlin level 2. I think Frankie would probably want to play materialize the sort of the Drawn Blade actually.
True. Unless I believe he does. He only has 1 floating memory in the graveyard, but.
So I think he's forced to play a Fireball so that I think he's going to level up conventionally here.
Yep. Yeah. Going for using the 1 floating memory from the earlier Stalwart Shieldmate. Oh, losing a Pendragon.
He's lost his Ghost of Pendragon, and I think he lost a Fireball as well.
Well, that would be very, very rough. I hate to see that. Because we're choosing not to banish Frankie's floating memory in response to the level up, so he can get the additional card from the even level counters.
Didn't notice that. The card is probably better than the extra level in this case.
Definitely, especially when you have to go so low on influence to level up here. And losing that Pendragon especially is terrible.
He was just forced to. He might have a second in hand. It's highly possible.
Yeah. So
he's going to attack the board first, and then get rid of that Pendragon.
Attacking the Pendragon, taking care of it immediately.
Now we've also just missed that Frankie Doodle does have a Blanche on the board.
Yeah. I think he didn't retaliate because he didn't want to give an additional floating memory to Louis there, because it is still usable. Like a hard materialization of a prismatic edge is always an option if you have enough floating. So I think he wanted to deny that, or the free drawn blade, right? It also is a 1 cost.
That Ghost of Pendragon was rested, wasn't it? So it couldn't retaliate.
It was a wake because he didn't attack, because he didn't want to give the floating memory from the Stalwart Shieldmate
Right. That's 3 damage missed. I think he just didn't spot it, but okay. We have to move on.
You're right that he could have retaliated to face, so it is unfortunate.
It's opting to attack with the prismatic edge. He is at
still
level
ascension
counter,
it back, you know? Yeah.
He is at level counter, so he does get the +2 power.
Attacking for 5. He also, with the prismatic edge in banishment and 2 mnemonic charms and the level counters, it is a very cheap incarnate majesty that we're going to see here.
Yep.
It's for 2. That is 5 from the 2 level counter from his total levels, 1 for the sword and banishment, and then 4 for the mnemonic charm. So it is discounted by 10. Making it cost 2. Bring out the Majestic Spirit here, attacking for 4 immediately.
Cheap.
Putting Louis for 15. Very scary spot to be in if you're Louis.
I'm not sure what Louis can do here. He's very far behind.
He can have his own incarnate majesty. I believe in him. He also does need to take care of the Blanche if he wants to use something like a fireball, you know. I understand that he really wanted to take care of the big damage dealer. Pendragon is a lot scarier looking than a Blanche. But that Blanche will have to be taken care of if he wants to start pushing damage via other means.
That Saber Remnant has been sitting there. Isn't it able to? No, it's only doing 1 damage.
He has other ways of
Yeah.
dealing damage as well. He does have swords, so.
True. So you can use that creative shock to ping the Blanche, but he's opted to.
He also can just attack the Blanche down because Blanche is a 1/2, so he can attack with Merlin with the Sword of Seeking or the Drawn Blade, and that would be enough on the Blanche because it's not a crux element unit. Does not protect itself, and even if it did, that is attack damage. So he doesn't even need to use a creative shock on it. We thinking very hard on what is the best play here. There's a disintegrate.
Oh, very good. Get rid of the Majestic Spirit. That's his only. That was his second disintegrate of the deck. That's all he's got.
Yeah, both are gone. So if Frankie has another Incarnate Majesty, it is going to be a lot harder to take care of it. We thinking how to best attack here, taking care of the hasty messenger with combat damage. So Blanche does not prevent that.
The Blanche is just sitting there. Right, so now Lucasoi is open to fireballs. He's just had his Safeguard Amulet reduced to ash. Pun intended.
There's Terrafring. There is the Terrafring. It is looking very rough for Louis Kazooie here. He had such a good lead in the beginning. And then Frankie's influence just kept on growing and growing. And then all of a sudden he was level 3. Louis was still on level 2 for another 2 turns. And the damage just kept on adding up. And now we are here. Frankie's Blanche has been on the board for 3 turns. He
That
already played an Incarnate Majesty, so Louis is out of 2 Disintegrates. He
That's the
can
longest.
easily replay another one.
That's the longest I've seen a Blanche on the board for. I've never seen it go
Yeah.
past probably 2 turns.
Quite a while. There is
Hmm.
another Hasty Messenger to just keep on digging. Most likely for that other Incarnate Majesty here.
He probably doesn't need it. He can just fireball. He would be doing 7 damage.
It would. He needs 2 fireballs here, which
Mhm.
I don't believe I caught in. There's one. I don't believe I caught another one in his hand.
Ah, there we go. The nullifying lantern, stopping any crux site shenanigans.
Yeah, responding to the mirror with a fireball.
Yeah. Even if it's not lethal, it's just going to put him closer to death.
There's the Blanche
Ooh.
for Louis. Finally, his own
Will he
Blanche.
respond? Yes. But
Can
he's only
can he deal with it?
So his fireball's is doing 7, but Lucas only has, I believe, 4 cards in memory.
Yep. So it will
Or 5, I believe.
still deal 3 damage.
Hmm.
Going to 21 damage counter.
Frankie Doodle is able to take care of that Blanche. He's got a 1 power Blanche and a 1 power Hasty Messenger.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't scare him. He has his own ways of dealing with the Blanche. Because he probably doesn't worry too much about the Blanche because he doesn't have any non-combat damage in his hand. Alright, okay, the life totals were corrected. It is 20 damage on Louis Kazooie, 9 on Frankie.
Or maybe it was 21.
Maybe it was 21 and Weebus. Okay, they're clearing it up right now.
Lucas does have his life totals. Yeah, on paper. Paper usually beats digital.
Paper does have it. The paper trail is more reliable than digital. Louis attacking into the Hasty Messenger with the Blanche and the Sable Remnant. Not too worried about the Blanche, it seems. He doesn't have the Ascension or the Fireball here. That's which are the biggest things that will be stopped by a Blanche in the deck. Let's see. Louis is doing a lot of math here. Probably trying to see if if he has any kill lines. Playing 2 for Pendragon? Prop most likely. There it is. There's the Pendragon putting back the Sword of Seeking. Needing the Nullifying Lantern to stop any Crux side shenanigans, like you said. There is the Blanche. It has finally been taken care of. Louis can start throwing out fireballs. Oh, there is his own Incarnate Majesty. The tides have turned very, very swiftly in the favor of Louis here. Yes, of course, Frankie has his Disintegrates for Louis' own Incarnate Majesty. Louis bringing out the Viridian Protective Trinket, most likely going to be returned by a Pendragon. Crux Sight to draw 1 more. Unfortunately, the Nullifying Lantern does stop the additional effect of paying 2 and returning a Crux card to hand.
That's still an effective.
There's another Crux Sight. Ooh. Yeah, that is unfortunate for Frankie here. That Nullifying Lantern really slowed him down. I believe he has 2 Flame Rune Swordsmen in hand.
So Frankie doesn't have a reduced to ash in his deck. He does have. He's just
Yeah.
got the disintegrate,
Oh,
but he wouldn't. I don't think he wants to
not
waste them on
sure.
the lantern.
Yeah. There's the Mnemonic Charm. For a later turn. He does have, unfortunately, 2 Dungeon Guides alongside the 2 Flame Rune Swordsmen in his hand.
How the turn have tabled. Frankie Ditto is now the one playing catch up.
Yeah, also on even level counters. So attacking for 3 into not quite sure what Frankie Doodle was attacking there. It's I think he attacked the Majestic Spirit, and then Louis, because we did not forget to retaliate this time. I did see Louis pointing towards the Majestic Spirit, so it's not surprising. Ooh, using the Fireball on the Majestic Spirit to take it out.
However, that Blanche is preventing damage.
Yeah, it is very, very unfortunate for Frankie here. Investing so much.
I think it prevented 6 non-combat damage.
Yeah, it's
just nullifying that fireball.
Invested so much into taking care of that Majestic Spirit just for the Blanche to come in and tell him no. There's a Sword of Seeking coming in.
Good.
We are on odd damage
game.
counters.
He's playing this game so well.
It is very, very unfortunate because I think that is what he did the math for. He could have taken care of the Blanche and the Majestic Spirit there both because he did have the attack bonus from even level counters.
Yeah.
So he could have just attacked Blanche and then Fireballed. Yeah, and then Empower Fireballed the Majestic Spirit. It would have been enough.
Okay.
It's a very tight game. The tides have turned a couple of times. 1, 2.
Now let's see if Frankie
Stalwart
can find
Shield
that 2-0
I
victory.
think Frankie might
does it
just be
become
going for the win,
just,
for the survival here.
I think he's just digging.
He just might be trying to find anything that will save him, give him some more time.
So he can use the Cradle Shot. Oh no, he doesn't.
Discarded a Pendragon. I wonder what the other card is then.
He may have been gambling for a fire card because that could have taken care of the Blanche.
Could have also been for needed a Incarnate Majesty. And if you draw an Incarnate Majesty and a Ghost of Pendragon, in this situation, you're probably keeping the Incarnate.
Looks like Frankie Doodles has now seen probably more than half of his deck.
Yeah, 1 Pen Dungeon Guide, 2 Dungeon Guide, 1 Flame Rune, 2 3 3 Flame Runes, a favorable winds, fast gear, and Mnemonic Charm for Frankie.
So Frankie's drawing allies he just doesn't need. So
yeah. Oh, it seems that Frankie did concede here. However, I'm not sure if they have time for a game 3 because it will take 5. There's 4 minutes left plus 5 minutes in overtime. So at most they have 9 minutes here to finish out the game 3.
Merlin is not a quick deck, so it takes time. They're unlikely to, especially with 2 Merlins, they're unlikely to finish the 3rd game. So then I think, yeah, opting just to go for the 1-1 draw.
Yeah.
This was a
It
win
does
in
seem
game.
that Louis was looking to sideboard some more cards, so I think they will attempt to play the game 3 because another tie makes
No,
both these players, takes them both out of the
I think
competition
Frankie
for
is
top
just
8, but
he's just getting a sideboard out, so I don't think they're playing. All right,
it
what
could be
what a game!
probably...
What a comeback from Louis Kazooie to edge out the draw.
Yeah, it's, damn. It is very, very unfortunate as well that it ended in a draw, because that means both of these players will... And I just see it has been reported. It is a 1-1 draw. Both of these players are unlikely to make top 8 after this, because you do need you need a 4-1-1 to make it in.
Fair one.
But
Yeah,
4-0-2s. Yeah, you
yeah,
know,
they
if
just have to
4-1-1 can
win.
make it in, then 4-0-2 can make it in.
Yeah,
So there is, but it is definitely, there is definitely a chance. I wish both these players the best of luck, and I hope they don't bubble. That would be very, very unfortunate, right? That every time the tiebreakers decide who makes top 8, it does not feel very, very good. But
yeah. Frankie started off so well. He got game 1, and then he almost got game 2. He started off really well, and then it kind of turned against him.
yeah. But we're going to go to a very, very short break and be back with the last round of Swiss for you soon. After that, we're going to be heading into a timed top 8. But so let's take a little bit of a short break here and see you guys in the next round.
Hello and welcome back to the Grand Archives HVN Case Tournament hosted by Serene Balance Production and also the Yeti store called Yeti Gaming actually. My name is Gerrit and with me I have Freedom X15.
Hello there. Welcome back. So we're just finishing up round 5 and hopefully moving on to round 6 soon. They're just setting that up. While we're waiting, we're just going to have a look at the breakdowns. So here we've got a very wide spread of champions here. Well, quite a lot of Xanders, Arasanas, Merlins, and Kong Mings in this game in this event. Gerrit, why don't you tell us what surprised you this event?
Well, we have a very even split between Xander, Arizona, and Merlin.
So
and
Xander
as production told us already, that the Xander decks are basically a split to 50-50 of Luxem and some aggro variants of the deck.
That's the same said for the for Arasana. It's a split between Water Mill and Wind Astra. But I believe the fire
is interesting.
Yes, Merlin is just all fire. There's no water.
It's kind of interesting. You would expect that after Noel did very good in Utrecht with the Water Merlin deck, that some people would pick it up for bigger events, right? Is it actually picking up for you locally? For me, it certainly isn't. Fire is still the predominant Merlin deck.
For Merlin, well, I mean, we've got the one, the world champion Merlin player Glenn, who has still not played any other element. He is just true Merlin. He is him. Merlin here is like fire is still a very popular element for Merlin. I've seen less though. Definitely seen less in this meta. And seeing more of the water Merlin variant. Now, obviously that deck was specifically, well, not like the Chess Club deck was specifically built for Water Mill and Wind Arasana. So in order for it to be more effective, you're going to have to tweak it to your local meta.
That makes total sense. Tweaking your deck you fork online for your local meta is something you want to always do, right?
I feel like
expect...
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yep. All right. So I feel like the watermelon, if you try to tweak it, it loses a bit of like a lot of synergy. If you're trying to tweak it to like combat the allied matchups or something, because that is the weakest matchup that Watermelon has. Trying to combat that is it's kind of a mountain to climb, you know. Otherwise, you'll end up breaking all the card synergy because you know don't have you're playing water. You don't have flame sweeps. You've got that the
something akin to Persian Flames is also very hard to combine in water.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is indeed a matchup that the deck might struggle with. And especially between metas and early on in new meta games, aggro or specifically ally decks are a fan favorite, you almost could say.
You mean, yeah, like ally decks, they're very easy to play, and you can play water and you can play water and wind allies. Yeah, like I said, it's just a very easy deck to play. Very simple.
It has a very straightforward game plan. That is for sure.
Exactly. Now, of course, like our allies have started to kind of struggle now as more sets come out. There seem to be more cards that kind of combat allies because they're still very strong. Such as, you know, the Art of War card that's coming out in HVN. We had Frozen Dismissals released in ALC Alta, but allies persist.
Yeah. And also the good old trusty Tariff Ring and Resolute Stand are two formidable cards that you want to include in your deck in one way or another if you expect allies to be a thing.
I'm very surprised that there's so many Xanders in this event.
Are you? It's kind of interesting because I expected more Luxem Xanders actually, and less aggro ones.
I actually did kind of expect more Luxem, but they could still lose to like aggro decks if they high roll well enough.
Yeah. But high roll is always a consideration, but not something you usually want to account for, right? The only deck where you had for sure to account for those is the Miracle Automatons that basically swooped you on turn 3 if you got very unlucky.
Yes. The
Very frequently, actually.
Yep.
You think we will see the deck resurface?
The Automata,
Yeah.
the Automaton deck. I feel probably it will only catch out like really the unsuspecting players. But there are so many answers to the power the power cell charged automaton if you use it on shimmering cloak and such, because it only has two life, so you can easily get rid of it, but you have to really surprise someone.
At the very latest point in time when the deck will pick up steam again is probably when the Mercurial Heart reprint is gonna happen, right? Since the set is kinda steampunk themed and is still in the area of that.
So
right?
we do have the new card from Abyssal Heaven, the Coronation card. It's got 2 words to it. It's a two word card name.
Coronation ceremony.
Coronation. Yeah, the one that gives an ally target ally gains spell shroud, or it just cannot be targeted by abilities or something like that. And then the extra one is if it's unique, draw a card to memory. But that would definitely help the Automaton ally deck when you're doing your OTK kind of turn.
That is something that will very well help the deck quite a bit, especially if it goes influence neutral.
Yeah. Probably why not in an automaton deck. If you used it on like Rose, perfect.
However, the automaton will still be susceptible to reprogram since it's a skill.
Yeah, so exactly. It's still susceptible to that. Well, no, that's where the coronation comes in, because it means it can't be affected by those cards.
Does it give Omni Shroud? I'm actually not sure right now.
Not Omni Shroud, probably just Spell Shroud.
Yeah, and
because you can't.
Spell Shroud doesn't work for skills.
Right. Well, I can't remember what the card, what effect the card exactly gives. I think it is Spell Shroud, but we'll leave it there then. What are we thinking it's going to be in the top 8?
What is it going to be in the top 8? I'm actually not sure. For sure,
so we look at
one Zender, I would think, if we look at this, maybe one Merlin. Yeah, probably one Merlin, one Zender, one Arizona.
So based on the decks that we've seen earlier, we had Jesse.
Jesse was Wind Tristan with Shadow Strike and Slice and Dice.
So we've got at the current top 8, we've got Jesse with Wind Tristan. We've got number 4, not sure what he's playing at the moment, but they have qualified to the top 8. They are just most likely going to ID this next round. We've got Edward, who is currently on Fire, Lux, and Xander. And got.
Sadly for me, some names don't seem very familiar to me.
No, we haven't seen them yet. We've seen Frankie Doodle and Louis Kazooie. And we've seen that they're both 5 minutes. They can still win their next game and get into top 8. And at the moment, we're still not sure though. Anyone can still get in. They can kind of bubble in. We might even see like a 3-1-2.
3-1-2. That is a spicy score to get into a top 8.
There are a lot of draws happening. So a 3-1-2 is probably possible.
It might be. I don't have the numbers at hand. However, I think we got already a match now scheduled for us.
Yes, so let's have a little look at the deck. So one of them is playing. So we've got Superior, who is playing Sylvie Nico, right? Water Sylvie Nico, and we've got Imox, who is currently on Wind Kong Ming Razor Gale.
The first one is a deck I thought is not present today at all. I'm kind of excited to see it.
Well, we have
Nico Sylvie Water deck.
Yep. So let's have a look at what now, because post Icebound Slam ban and Baby Grey Slime ban, both of these decks kind of had those two in their decks. We'll kind of see from the Sylvie Nico deck, they've replaced the Icebound Slams with additional, probably like a Snow Fairy, a Stratagem of Myriad Ice, and probably filled more off, and 2 Freezing Steels. I'm not sure if those were replacements or they've just kind of filled the deck out of it. Then
Freezing Steel is probably a pick to combat the Wind Arizona deck specifically, because then puts the Polaris Twinkling Cauldron still rested into play.
Yeah, I think that was like, and it's also Floating Memory as well.
Indeed. Imox's playmat is amazing. I love it.
Just like a chalkboard playmat. Yeah. So Imox's deck, he's not playing Baby Grey Slimes, but instead he's filled out a lot of different cards. He's got the Unbroken Mustangs. I'm not sure if he's like always played those, but yeah. Okay.
So with the Unbroken Mustang, you can get rid of pesky cards like Safeguard Amulet, for example.
Yep.
Gets rid of Polaris, other things like that. Basically, every item that costs 0 memory cost. Besides that, there's just the typical amount of cards you would expect. I think the most unusual ones are Indolent Leisure and Mnemonic Charms.
That is true.
That is probably the replacement for the Baby Grey package.
Possibly mnemonic charms, yes. But in any way to draw card, any way that any cards that draw cards will be great. So he's opened with a double imbue for Winter Wind Engineer. He's got imbued 2 Veiling Breezes.
Veiling Breeze and Veiling Breeze. That's probably not the cards you want to show your opponent on turn 1 with the Windmill Engineer.
Mm-hmm. But Superior is also opened with the first Fractal Rain. Does Imox use Imox? He does. He has 2 Scatter Instances in his main deck and 1 Verticus Decree. So you can get rid of Fantasias.
That will help in the long run for sure if he gets the cards early in his hand.
Anything to stop the mill from happening, and it would just make it harder for Superior because he does not have that Icebound Slam, that reliability anymore.
Especially since all your allies you want to play down heavily rely on having floating memory to use to be neutral and get buff.
Here we see the Tidestone Bovine on attack, milling 2. What have we seen?
We saw a Ravishing Finale and I believe a Fractal of Rain again.
Right. He puts them to the bottoms because and keeping the floating on the top. So likely it was not a good mill. Yep. He's not playing anything else. He's just going to pass the turn there.
You think we will see an early level up from Superior into Serene? Or you think he's going to take his sweet time to first get out the Scepter, get some draws going, and then level up?
So he's got 1 floating in there already. Ideally he would like to get 2 so that you could level up safely to 1. You could also just choose to level up to level 1 using the card, burning a card in your floating memory, and then on your main phase play a Frostwall Paladin or the Rippleback Terrapin. Rippleback Terrapin would make more sense here because it would come in as a 3 power 7.
Very weird of the Fairy Whispers for Imox. That is a very crucial card he wanted to have. The Scatter Essence now getting rid of the Fractal of Rain. And still activating the Freezing Steel. We already mentioned it pre-game.
Yep. I think he's responded to the Scatter Essence by activating the Freezing Steel. He knows that the Fractal Rain is going to be destroyed, but he's decided to rest that Fractal of Rain and before it's gone. Just wants to get floating there and get the value from the Fractal of Rain before it's gone. Which is smart.
And he chooses to level up into level 1 Sylvie early on. That is probably the reason why he played the Freezing Steel, so he can play the Rippleback Terrapin now. With the Tidestone Bovine, getting rid of the Windmill Engineer is always a good choice if your opponent is not able to respond with a Reclaim, for example.
Here we see the Rippleback Terrapin coming in with one additional buff counter, and now on enter you may banish a card with floating memory from your graveyard. If you do, put in another buff counter on this card and draw a card. So it's coming in for 3/7. And because Sylvie is level my mistake, 3/6. Something I thought it was 1/5. Anyway, so because Sylvie is currently on the board, this Rippleback Terrapin now has Spell Shroud due to the class bonus. And that's
That-
going to make it even... Yep.
It makes it even harder to remove for Imox with his cards, because everything that could get rid of the Riverback Terrapin is essentially a spell, and therefore it has protection from those cards through Spell Shroud.
Now, Imox does have 2 Dream Fairies in his main deck, but only 2. So hopefully he can draw it.
That would give him at least a little bit more breathing room. It seems like he's struggling to find his Razorgate callings. And now he plays down an Indolent Leisure, empowered with the Mnemonic Charm.
Well, that's actually quite a nice combo. Mnemonic followed by Indolent Leisure.
It is. Especially since you are not having to be that afraid of dying suddenly, because Icebound Slam isn't there to hit you for 8 out of nowhere.
Yeah. Now that does mean he spends a lot of cards to play those 2. 7 cards.
But you're essentially going up 1 influence through all this.
Interesting. So Superior's going to go all the way to level 2. Leco level
Okay.
2.
I guess it makes sense if you are kind of ahead board-wise now, that you go to
I know,
Nico
'cause now...
so you can get out your Magebane Lash.
Yeah.
It's basically negate all the damage that an active Razorgate Calling would do to you. Thanks to the class bonus of recovering 2 whenever you take non-combat damage.
That is true. That is true. If he can get that Magebane Lash out, it'll protect him. Forcing Imox's Razorgales to target himself. However, we don't see any Razorgales on the board yet. Not so. We're going to be very interested to see what Imox can do in this instance. He's shifted his shifting currents east. No, it's west. West.
It should be east, and it's probably for the Arden Cloud Striker.
It should be west, but yeah, So it's currently west, but the camera is flipped to look like it's east on our end. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, like you said, the Bagua and the Ardent Cloud Striker. So I think he's kind of digging for those cards.
Did he get... He got removed through 2 Shilling Touches, 1 Veiling Breeze, and 1 Razorgate Calling. That is correct, right?
Okay. So he did have the Razorgales, yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if he drew it with either the Mnemonic Charm or with the Leisure.
Yeah, he did. He was drawing a lot.
Ooh. The spicy one of in the main deck.
Now. Well, I think it works out. But if you play the Scavenging Raccoon, the owner of the card would banish up to 2 target cards from the same graveyard. What Superior has done is responded by paying 2 for the Lost in Thought to banish those two specific cards from the graveyard. So they don't go to waste, and then he can draw the 2 back. Because the target player because Imox chooses which 2, you can specifically banish those 2.
That is a very nifty play you can do. Always remember.
Normally people just kind of fast play and be like, yeah, just get rid of 2 floating.
Always remember, reading the card, maybe you have to target something and then you can do exactly this.
Exactly. Because if you respond on the activation, they could just choose a different 2.
Exactly.
So timing is very important. But he's got the Ardent Clash Driver down, doing 6 combat damage.
6 is a very big number.
Yeah, Ardent
Clearly,
Cloud Striker
probably wants to get rid of the Ardent Cloud Striker as soon as possible.
This is a very strong card. 3/4 on attack. If your shifting current is facing west, and this is attacking a champion, its attack gets +3 power.
I'm still struggling to comprehend how strong 3 power is for allies, and then suddenly someone hits you for 6 with an ally. That is nightmare territory.
3/4 is an invaluable stat line, but obviously they come with heavy conditions. Except Ghost of Pendragon. That's just the best 3/4 ally in the game.
I guess it has not really conditions, but it kind of does have, right?
Yeah, it has
Being
a
advanced
humane,
element,
you know.
more like being an advanced element card is already somewhat of a big downside.
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
Personally, my favorite ally with a 3/4 stat line is probably... Who would it be?
Ace and
I
Protector?
think the Ace and Protector, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
Getting a
Returning an
card
ally
back to
you
your
put them in.
hands is great. We love
It
those
goes
value
a
plays.
little bit. He goes a little bit neutral, and then you can just replay that one, especially if it's like a, or just pretty much any cheap ally. Great. So Imox is currently materializing the Viridian Protective Trinket, but on the materialization, Superior is responding. Well, I'm not sure if it's already materialized. I think.
I'm certain it's still on the stack.
Yeah.
Putting 5 down. Revitalizing Cleanse.
Fair, very fair.
What are we seeing?
We see a stratagem, a Cerulean Decree, a stratagem. Oh, there was a Fracturize in there. I missed 2 cards. But recovering and drawing a card.
Revitalizing Cleanse is one of those cards that basically can reset the game somewhat damage-wise. Removing damage counters from your champion is very strong. There are not that many cards that actually do that in Red Archive. One of the most frequently played ones is a Fast Cure, but it doesn't fit in any of those both decks.
Now we've seen he's got his Mage Bane Lash down, which is currently has 3 durability. He's attacked with it once. Nico has 4 lash counters.
Yeah, she gets 1 lash counter every time a card with floating memory in her graveyard gets banished, and coincidentally, the Magebane Lash gets them attack power by the amount of lash counters on your champion.
That is right, correct. So it's currently doing it was base 0/4, wasn't it? And then
it is 0/4 base, and it's right now 4/3.
Yeah.
It can rake up the damage value quite quickly.
It does, yeah. Especially if you've got that's where Lost in Thought comes in. It can just ramp it up so high.
It certainly can bring you back on track with your thoughts. paving a way to victory, kinda. The Rippleback Terrapin also being a menace still with a stat line of 3-6.
That Terrapin has been on the board for a long time. I think like Imox doesn't have an answer for it, but it doesn't have Spell Shroud, so it can be bound. It can be suppressed, but he's opting not to. He's just taking damage. I think Imox can also just use his 3 visits and just heal out of it. But then eventually the damage is going to stack because the Mage Bane Lash is still hitting. It's now hitting for. It's now attacking for 5 damage.
This will be very tough to combat attacks. Even though you can recover every turn cycle, basically 2 damage through 3 visits, at some point the numbers on your opponent's board might just be too big.
The more lash counters Nico is going to get, the harder it is to defend a Ravishing Finale. Because the Ravishing Finale just needs to get 1 damage in, and then the mill effect will happen. So that Veiling Breeze is gonna have to put a lot of cards down for a Veiling Breeze to completely nullify it.
It's kind of interesting that Superior chooses to not mill his opponent.
Right. So he's fracturized the Viridian Protective Trinket.
It seems like that Superior is trying to reach a game state where he basically is in full control of whatever his opponent can do. The Mage Bane Lash is one of the essentials for this.
Superior is definitely in a good position.
Is he running the Vapor Jet shield?
Nico decks don't often do. Silly Nico decks, sorry, they don't often do. No, I don't see one, so there's just no space for it.
Yeah, there is. No
like it has its uses. It has its uses, but
indeed,
in this sense, yeah. But most decks don't run them.
Ooh,
like
we
it's
see
just
the Razor Gate calling.
Right. Let's play a Razor Go and then immediately turbocharge. Okay. So he's put down a lot of cards. He's put down a lot of cards in floating memory, so that he, in case of any failing breezes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 7. 7 down in not floating memory. So 7 down in the memory.
Do you think putting down the Razor Gate is a good idea here?
I think that's fine. He just wants to get, like I said, like you want to get cards into your floating, into your memory zone to feel the Veiling Breeze. And I think Superior doesn't have an answer for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, he has no way. He can't destroy the Razor Go anyway. That's fine. And I believe Imox has 4 cards left in hand, 4 or 5.
I'm not that concerned. So I, as Superior, would not be very concerned about the Razor Gate being there. It actually just helps yourself. Because every time you take a damage from a Razor Gate trigger, you recover 2.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about that. So he is going to end up pinging himself. I wonder if he realizes.
I mean, you either ping yourself or you heal your opponent. You get to choose.
Yeah, ping yourself or let your opponent heal 1. Take 1, heal 2.
Yeah. Whoopsie doodle doo. I hope he has a plan at hand, how he's going to proceed here. Getting rid of the Magebane Lash might just be too difficult at this point.
Well, ideally, you can only zephyr it away, but yeah. But his Unbroken Mustangs can't get rid of that, as Magebane Lash has one memory cost. That's the one. Thank you.
Another Mnemonic Charm. Does he have another Leisure in hand? It looks like it, right? Oh. Ah. Baby Green is certainly also a card you can use. How could we miss this?
Well, he does have this in his deck, yes.
Ha, he suppressed for charm, I see.
Yes. Now, what is happening with these Razor Gale triggers?
It seems like
he
that
did.
Superior is just getting targeted for the Razor Gate triggers.
He would much rather target the Nico than himself. He's Imok is not in a good position to take the damage. So Superior is taking 1 and then healing for 2.
Those 1-cost Regalias are certainly a menace for some decks.
Razor Gale is now becoming becoming detrimental.
That is correct. Oh, the Tidestone Bovine hits a floating memory for Superior here. Does he have...
What do you think? What do you think Imox can do from this position? He's locked out of Razor Gale hits.
So he can't do anything, I think.
He has to get rid of the Magebane Lash.
You need to reach a point where you, in the end step of your opponent, Zephyr the Magebane Lash, take a Razor Gate trigger, and then during your turn, have enough Tempest Downfalls and Razor Gate triggers to kill your opponent.
Right.
And with the amount of influence that Superior right now has, that is a state to reach that might just be impossible. That is... Oh, there's the Zephyr we were just talking about.
Yes, so he's going to Zephyr the Lash. The Razor Gale trigger will still hit. Will still heal Superior.
At least it gives him some glimmer of a chance. Yeah.
And then he can play as many wind cards as he can this turn. But I feel like it's not enough to get 25. But he is high in influence, so he can do as many as he can. Ideally, if he had 2 Razor Gales, he could close this game out. But
that would be indeed ideal. He runs how many cyclical breezes? 2. So he can have up to Tempest Downfalls are 4 in his deck, so with 2 cyclical breezes you get to play 6 Tempest Downfalls, that's 18 damage for an influence of 6, 8. Is it 10? 10 influence for 18 damage? And on top the Razorgate triggers.
So he's Zephyr.
That's 6 more. That's one off.
So Zephyr. So something has been suppressed, meaning the 10% downfalls are free.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. You're correct. I'm sorry.
Look at that hand. So let's see if he can get a combo off. If he gets this right.
So he needs 13 influence.
He surely got 13 cards in his hand. It's not more.
Yeah. Let's just see if Imox has what it takes here. Oh, it's a Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy on the Terrapin. Okay. Trigger takes 1.
Interesting how he wants to sequence this now.
Okay.
Oh, Windmere. Okay. Let's see.
So he's not imbuing this one. Not that I don't think it matters. This probably doesn't matter at this point. Okay.
Did he still just try to get one more turn?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to pick as much as possible. Probably still would have imbued anyway.
Is there actually a reason not to imbue? I can't think of one.
Only if you don't have win cards. That's basically. I think that's it.
Looking at his deck list, that is highly unlikely. Unlikely. Yeah.
Oh, he kind of ends. He passes turn there. Oh, there. Yes, the Storm of Thorns basically just nullifies the Razor Gale completely. That basically opens Imox to lethal. He might play. He might activate his another Veiling Breeze to buy another turn.
Is this one turn you needed?
I don't know. So now, using the... Oh no, that's gone. Never mind. Oh yes. So using the Tystone Bovines, he's targeting Superior to mill 2 cards each. So he's trying to get that Ravishing Finale finish. Just to tip over the damage, because I'm really... Although, I think he has uses 3 visits. Put him down to 16.
He's really put into his graveyard.
Imox is really trying to live here, but it comes to a point, doesn't it? Like, where how long? At what point do you just kind of scoop and go to the next game? I'm not saying he should or anything, but like the longer you're trying to.
Figuring out when a good point to scoop up a game is also a very underused skill, I would say. It's hard to figure out where you can actually win in a reasonable time, or when you actually already progressing a game that you will be losing inevitably. I personally struggle with that quite a bit.
Yeah. Because Superior, he's so he's healing there, but he hasn't attacked with the Nico yet. He's very close to being hit by a Ravishing Finale for about what 15. He can't. He's not going to save that.
Isn't it more like?
Oh, but he has
50?
He's passed.
Probably just milled all those Ravishing Finales. I saw one going in with this in the graveyard already. I'm not sure about the other 2. But if Superior had it, he would have played it, certainly.
I think he was clear to use that Ravage Finale if he had one.
Yeah.
Oh, probably not, because the Valiant Breeze was already deflecting 6, and then all you have to do is just wait, hold on. All you have to do is just Zephyr the Magebane Lash.
Ah, and a cyclical breeze.
Oh yeah.
And we are still
okay.
Superior.
Okay. Now this is where something can happen, I guess. So he can play the Razor Gale. He can, in response, use the Ventus to suppress the Magebane Lash, and then double Razor Gale his way. Oh, hold on. I think I've just read that. It only suppresses target ally. My mistake. That is not an answer.
However, Imox will be having another suppress for the Magebane Lash at some point. Used one baby green and banished one Zephyr, I believe.
But for every wind card he's playing, Superior is going to heal for 4. -2 +4.
One funny bit you can do with 2 cyclical breeze, one in your graveyard, one in your hand, is that you can basically deal 1 damage to your opponent for every 2 influence you have. Or rather cards in hand, to just cycle them. So you play 1 cyclical breeze to pick up the one in your graveyard, and then keep repeating this.
Well, let's see. I mean, Imox might be just biding his time. He might have the answer to get exact lethal, but it might be exact lethal. All it takes is just one piece of interaction from Superior to just nullify that. Otherwise, you could Zephyr the Magebane Lash, and then play as many Tempest Downfalls as possible, which each of them will do 5 damage each. Because 3 + 2 Razor Gales.
It would still require you to have 5 Tempest Downfalls to be able to play. So you need basically 4 Tempest Downfalls in your hand and 1 cyclical breeze, and he used both.
Yeah, it's a Hail Mary kind of move, but I think Superior Imox has decided to scoop. Yeah, and we move on to game 2. Let's have a look at the sideboards. Let's start with Superior.
So there's one very specific card that I'm more than 100% sure we will see it coming in, and that's the Nullifying Mirror.
Yep.
That will make the matchup a nightmare for Imox.
Do you think he'll want to use the Spirit of Serene Water for this? It's kind of a slower game, although then again, when Razor Gale can have incredible burst. I will probably see the Nullifying Mirror, the Safeguard Amulet.
Maybe even the Tideholder Claymore.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah, that, because the Nullifying Lantern wasn't being played. Right, let's have a look at Imox's.
He for sure is trying to get in more Vertigo's Decrees that he plays 2 of already, and we will certainly see more Raccoons.
Actually, Imox is not running Nullifying Lantern at all. So that Tidestone of Claymore will be great in this game.
it will be slowly chipping away at his life points.
So you could probably put aside a Verticus Decree, and
probably also the Nullifying Mirror. That is a very good card, as we have seen already for cards like Cerulean Decree and Revitalizing Clem.
Yep. And there's Fractal of Rains as well. Yep, those 3 cards. So what do you think Imox what Imox needs to do in this matchup before Superior can play the materialize the Magebane Lash?
Probably find your raccoons very early and try to recycle the on enter ability. That might be one key here. The issue is, as soon as the CV Nico deck progresses to the state where you have the Magebane Lash out, the game becomes so much harder for you as a Razor Gale calling player yourself, because you need to try to collect all your pieces together. Those are the Cyclical Breezes, the Tempest Downfalls, as many as you can get in your hand, and an ally to suppress so you can throw those numbers at your opponent.
So yeah, I reckon he's got to get those Razor Gale callings down as quickly as possible, and just do as much damage as possible to Superior early, in the early and the mid game. Because it's fine if he plays Magebane Lash later, as long as he's got enough damage counters on him. Then you can still get that burst. You can still burst down Superior before the Magebane Lash. But if Superior is able to use like restorative cleanse and just heal back down to under 5, he pretty much locks. He can lock out Imox and just kind of control the game from there.
One very interesting thing is that the Razor Gale deck actually can get a huge burst out of nowhere the first turn. You are on level 1 and your shifting currents facing west.
Yeah, no, I mean like I'm not surprised because it's happened to me before as well, where I tried to level up to the next level champion and I got bursted down to before the materialization was complete, I got bursted down to almost lethal.
Especially if you are playing the Iron Cloud Striker in your deck.
What one card that I've now recently seen, it's actually, which is really great, a great replacement for like Baby Grace, is X's Gale Scholar.
X's Gale Scholar. That is a card
It is a card that's not played. But in a Razor Gale, in a Kongming deck, I reckon it's quite effective. I've seen a local of mine play it. Because while it's attacking, it has 3 power as long as you're facing north. If the currents are facing south, all your allies get +1 life. So it gets as soon as it's played out, it gets 3 power.
That is indeed very strong. Maybe more decks will adapt to it.
I would say so, but we'll see what happens. But it was a card that's definitely definitely a good card in this deck. We've seen Imox kind of responding with raccoons and dream fairies, getting rid of two Tyson bovines,
removing all those
he's removed one
bonus floating memory cards.
Yeah. So he's killed 1 Tyson bovine and sent 1 to his memory zone.
That is already a pretty good start for Imox here. Hopefully he gets to keep one of his 2 allies on board, so he can use suppress abilities to trigger the on-enter ability again.
Yeah,
that would be very helpful.
Would you want to materialize Nullifying Mirror so early in this game?
I don't think so.
No,
There's no reason right now.
No, I reckon it's probably better in the mid to late game. It's better to build up influence. But he might be onto something. But that's what I would do. I've been told that it's better to use to materialize the mirror later, or usually on your kill turns or something.
Yeah, because then you force your opponent to do something preemptively before it enters the field and is still on the materialization state.
Now, because Imox does have 2 Unbroken Mustangs. Whether or not he kept them or sided them out, we're not sure. But he can get rid of the Nullifying Mirror if it becomes a problem to him. Seaside Ringleader. It's a great card for this Super Nico deck. The class bonus. Nope. Ow. Playable as in Tamer class, and the element bonus does not care for Lantern. As Sylvie level 1 is a norm element.
It is also a very okayish turn 1 play, because then you force your opponent to interact with your board, so you take less damage, and you want to have it in your graveyard anyway to utilize the quote-unquote free card that it can give. If you
get the free card, it can buff up your bovines, especially the Terrapin. So the Terrapin can come in for very scary 4/8.
I believe one of the more known players, Quorox, had a very beefy Terrapin once with 7 something.
Yeah, I believe he's double. He's banished 2 Ring Seed leaders before, and very scary card.
Your majestic spirit at home.
Without the intercept.
Indeed, but special.
Yeah. Now, Imox doesn't seem to be putting any damage into Superior. He's just focusing on the board. He's got a 3/4 Frost Paladin.
Frost Paladin, always a scary card. It is one of those allies that has a 3/4 stat line. Do we actually have an ally that has 3/4 as a stat line somehow in Fire? I can't think of one.
I don't think so, because Fire is usually like an aggressive element, so they have high power but low life. So that's why you see a lot of like Blitz mages and all the Blitz horse and all that having 3 power but only 1 life. They exchange life for more power.
That makes
go big or go home.
Sense.
But if there is a 3/4, it's gonna have to be a card with like a lot of conditions just to fulfill. Probably like has to deal damage to yourself. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna have like a huge, very risky downside.
Oh, there we have the Ardent Cloud Striker.
Is he? Yeah, I figured he was going to get rid of the Frostborn Paladin instead.
No reason not to get rid of the Paladin. Otherwise, the card will be a very huge menace to him. And slowly be chipping away at his life total.
Are we going to see a level 2? No. Okay. A backup charge is fine. Build that influence.
For the Sylvie Nico variant of the water decks, you want to stay as long as possible on Sylvie level 1 to have your allies active with all those sweet class bonuses. The Terrapin getting Spare Shroud, the Seaside Ringleader having his ability available. and the bovines being floating memories. There's no reason right now to level up for the superior. He chooses to Chilling Touch Imox and gets rid of a Scatter Essence.
Yeah. So it looks like Superior is not going to be able to get a Fantasia anytime soon.
It doesn't look like that he actually has Fantasias you want to put down right now. Imox leveling up to level 1 coming and getting the class bonuses active there. And next turn, we will also see that the Mastery gets turned in the needed direction for the Cloud Striker to hit for big numbers.
So it's just going to get hit for 3. It's going to take 1 and then 1. So he's going to take 5 damage this turn. So here is now, this is where Imox needs to put damage into Superior as quickly as possible.
You think Superior might just get out the Scepter in his materialization phase and use the pay 5 to draw 2 more cards?
I wouldn't say no. He's holding up 6.
It seems like that he has not that great of a hand, considering that he leveled up to level 1 Sylvie and played a Froststorm Paladin instead of an Animal or Beast here. Might be very telling that he doesn't have the allies he needs here.
He's keeping it for the Swift Recruit up, just in case for any high damage allies. Opting for the Grail. What do you think is going to be under this?
Maybe a Blinding Orb?
Fear? I would probably say Blinding Orb. It could either be one of 3. Blinding Orb, Smoke Bomb, and Mage Bane Lash. But in this situation, it could just be a Blinding Orb. But Imox does have the influence to do some things. But it can't, you can't catch someone out.
Maybe it's even a Tariff Ring? Would be kind of funny, but I'm not sure if that would be the play. Yeah, correct with the assumption that it is most likely the Mage Bane Lash. Imox used his Zephyr here. What do you think the target is?
The Zephyr?
Yeah. Whatever it was, it's gone now.
Don't think you could. You can't Zephyr. Oh. I'm just kind of getting it. So I think he attempted to Zephyr the Cloud Striker, and in response, he fracturized his power cell and then title locked and negated it.
Did I just miss that the Cloud Striker was in danger? Huh. I probably did.
The Cloud Striker was about to die as it was hit by the refracting missiles and the Frostwall Paladin. So he had saved it there.
I totally missed that one.
It was quite a chain. chain of events.
And now Imox with the Fairy Whispers here.
Fairy Whispers at the end of his turn. Yep.
Okay. Oh, a Tempest Downfall.
He can actually play that this turn. He can play it this turn for free, but I think I don't know. You might want the Razor Gales. Should he choose to play it now?
So he needs to deal 9 damage now.
So there's the Unbroken Mustang destroying the mirror. Oh right, this is main phase. I forgot this. I thought this was the end of it. Anyway, so the Unbroken Mustangs destroying the mirror to get rid of any pesky just so he can like Veiling Breeze and Imbue cards. Because that Veiling Breeze could save Imox.
Veiling Breeze is certainly something that will keep him safe here.
Still curious on what's under that Grail. It hasn't been. He's playing it now. Never mind. It is definitely the Mage Bane Lash. Yeah, it's a very popular attack where you can just level and then get the Mage Bane Lash at the same time, rather than one by one.
You think there's a world where instead of the nullifying mirror, you would have targeted the Grail with the Unbroken Mustang to force out the activation of the Mage Bane Lash?
Well, so the Mage Bane Lash would still successfully materialize. He just wouldn't get the class bonuses, the class and the Nico bonuses, which is just one Lash counter. I mean, it's not a good payoff. The one counter could mean the difference, but I believe probably not.
The counter isn't actually the class, the Nico bonus. The Nico bonus is the mill on it.
Nico bonus is the healing part of the Lash.
Oh, I'm just mixing up things then.
Yeah. So the class bonus is the gain a Lash counter, but the Nico bonus is the healing part.
That's why I mixed this up. Turns out if you always play Tenoris level 1, you might miss that part. Let's see what's superior now.
Well, now that the Mage Bane Lash is down, it's gonna stop Imox from using the Razor Gale callings as whenever as each time Superior is going to take 1 damage from Razor Gale, he's just going to recover 2.
It certainly will be way tougher now, as I said in the beginning already. Now we are reaching again the point where you need to assemble quite a specific amount and combination of cards to be able to lock out your opponent from winning the game.
Right. So he's activating his Stifling Trap. Onto the Bovine, which immediately gets sacrificed via the Primordial Ritual. Great milling card. Ooh!
One very good card to mill, one very bad card to mill.
So he'll be able to use that Seaside Ringleader later by banishing it from the graveyard, drawing a card to memory, and buffing up any animals or beasts. Animals in this sense, anyway, for next turn. but it's a
The issue
fantastic
is
card to have in the graveyard.
the issue here is now that you need to be able to play Innovate Knowledge beforehand to level down again to the Tamer class.
Oh, that's
Otherwise,
right.
the
Yes,
Seaside Ringleader doesn't
that's right.
have
It's
any text in the graveyard.
no, that is correct. That is correct. I forgot. It is a Sylvie. It is Tamer bonus.
It is very nifty, and not only you forget this at times, I do, and most people actually do.
Yeah, it's a fantastic card early to mid game. Late game, if you're still Sylvie, it's great, but you won't always be. But oftentimes, like 80, 70% of the time, you'll stick to Sylvie the whole game.
The
So Tempest can fall
Paladin
on
exploded,
Mhm.
taking 1 from the Baby Green, 3 from the Tempest Downfall, and the Unbroken Mustang, riding him to victory, maybe. Not really.
I'm just wondering what Imox can do. He's got a board full of Regalia.
We are just
Yes. So he's got his Frostmourne Paladin down, giving himself another counter. However, we are down to the final, or almost down to the final 2 minutes of this round, plus 5 minutes of overtime. If Imox cannot close this out, he is going to simply lose 1-0. So Pierre probably won't need to find the victory. If he 2-0s, it'd be perfect for his breakers. But I believe this is probably one of those win and in games.
Yeah, the first game taking 40 minutes roughly was already too long to get multiple games in.
I think, yeah. Had Imox kind of scooped early, he could have gotten the draw. He could have tried to play to a draw. But he's gonna have to play quicker here.
I have a feeling it kind of does not change much here.
What doesn't?
If you now play hasty and quickly, it can't get you back.
No,
half
because
an hour you
Superior
lost.
because Superior doesn't need to play any quicker than his normal pace. But that is it. He not a slow play, but just play at his own pace. He's not feeling rushed. He's already one up. Now, got the card. He's currently glimpsing 3 via the Bagua of Cardinal Fate. Just a much better Fairy Whispers. Because you don't have
The
to
ability
reveal the
of
card.
drawing any card to your hand is actually a huge upside. Because you can't with. However,
yes,
being
exactly.
tied to having the shifting currents out is a actually big drawback to the card in many decks. So you basically can just play it in Kongbing because in other decks it doesn't have text.
Right here we've got the Claymore.
He actually brought it in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Tideholder Claymore currently at oh, that's 3 durability counters. Yep.
The Claymore basically reads have 15 damage on board. That's a big number.
Yeah. A 5 power sword, but as an additional cost, he has to pay 10, which is reduced by 1 for each water element card in your graveyard. But I believe Superior probably has at least 10 water cards in his graveyard.
It can happen that you might end up paying 2 for the attacks at some point.
Yeah,
Because
I
you
would
banish
probably
so
because
many water cards throughout the game to play other cards.
probably because we haven't seen any Fractal Rains happen, but he's played a lot of the Tidestone Bovines, so there's a lot of mill happening from that. Yeah, I can see in this his graveyard he's got at least 10 in there. Just he can just use that hit Imox. Yes. Now, just a reminder, we are now in
overtime.
Yes, we are in overtime. I believe Superior was turn 0. And we're currently Imox is now turn 1.
Looking at the timer and who is right now on the play, you're correct. That Imox should be turn 1 and Superior is turn 0.
It's so Imox has to get a draw from this last play. Superior is just can try and just finish Imox with possibly a Ravishing Finale.
It's kind of funny that the Mage Bane Lash deals now more damage than the Claymore.
yeah. That's currently 6 Mage Bane Lashes on Nico.
Yeah, 6 Lash
Oh, he's
counter.
opting. That's weird. He's opting to use the Tidestone Claymore instead.
Maybe he has a plan.
Well, now he's turn. Well, so he does get a second turn. So, but I don't think there'll be enough time.
This matchup seems very rough all the time. It basically comes down to if you have early on enough damage to put your opponent under a lot of pressure as a Kongming player, you're having good chances to run away with the game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the long game you will just inevitably lose here.
Yeah. So on Imox's turn, he had what was it? Superior has banished the Safeguard Amulet, so you won't be affected by any non-combat damage, reducing the damage down by 4, rendering any Tempest Downfalls ineffective. Oh, he does. Is that? I can't remember. I wasn't sure if those were a combination of baby green slimes. They were.
It was probably just the Fairy Whispers that he played.
Yeah. But he glimpsed 3 baby green slimes or a Tempest. They just have very similar arts. Yeah.
Yeah. You need to get the cards as foils. The Tempest Downfalls are very dark, so you will realize if it's a Tempest Downfall.
He can't do any damage because that Mage Bane Lash is going to heal them back up. But I believe time is now over, and Superior has won 1-0.
That is a game.
Woof! That was a long game.
That was indeed one long game and one not so long game.
So it was quite difficult. It was very difficult for Imox. Both players could easily cancel each other out. It was basically a race against time for possibly Razor Gale.
Yeah, you need to have answers and damage in like the first couple turns to put your opponent on a clock. Otherwise, the Sylvie Nico deck can just run away with playing down allies and just simply leveling up and locking you out of the game through that. It was for sure a very intense game, one, and not so much of an intense game, but of a emotionally heavy game for them too.
I think it was probably very mentally taxing for both players as well. Now, this is now the end of Swiss round. While that's all being finalized, and then they will move on to the top 8 of this HVN winner case. Thank you very much for watching, and we will go to a break.
Bye.
everybody, and welcome back to the top cut of our HVN Win a Case tournament. I'm here with Herman. Welcome, sir.
Oh,
How are you?
hello. I've been having a fun time watching it on the side, and excited to join you guys. Looks like you've had a very exciting meta spread, surprisingly, after the ban list. Yeah, are you
Yeah,
enjoying it?
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
What are your
Happy to.
thoughts on that?
Actually going into top 8, I'm seeing it's actually really cool that finally, water dominance is not a thing anymore. Actually very even spread. Uh, seeing no norm Sylvie either, so we're actually seeing a lot of new decks coming up too. Seeing I believe it's a 3-3-2 split of wind, fire, and water.
Yeah, I believe you're right. It is very, very exciting to see not just the same old boring decks, but people finally experimenting a bit more. Um, Speaking of like experimenting in new things,
Mhm.
this is, I believe, like one of the first bigger tournaments with a timed top single elimination
Mm,
top cut. As a
mhm.
judge, would you mind explaining how that works?
Yes, so we're going into a timed top cut, which means that you actually have to finish the matches no matter what. When it goes to the end of time, there has to be a definitive winner, which means for one of the rare times in this game, you actually have to use the tiebreaker rules. So at the end of the match, to determine your definitive winner, you actually have to go through tiebreakers, which is um, it actually shakes up how you play the end of the game because you do need to know what your new win conditions are. And a lot of these players that have just hit top cut, I'm pretty sure are not even like regular top players are not very familiar with these rules. But you have these people who are, you'll see a lot of unfamiliar newer names who definitely have not played into this. So to go pretty easily, it's like you still have your 5 minutes, so you have your 3 turns to try to force your plays. Um, and then it goes into the tiebreakers. I believe there are 4 steps. The first one is to see who has more game wins. So if you're in like game 2, you finish your overtime. Um, you just have to see who, or it's like in in game 2, whoever won game 1 obviously will just take the set. If you actually finish your game 2 and now you have 1-1 and you're about to go to game 3, or you finish in game 3 or anything like that, you have to see, oh, you have 1-1. Now you have to go into the next step. Next step is who has more life remaining out of their total. So let's say you are a Lorraine, you have that's not a good one. Whatever. It's you're a Lorraine, you're a warrior. You have 19 life. Am I crazy? It's been a while. It's definitely 19 life, right, Clem?
Level 1 is 19, yes.
Yes, you're Lorraine. You're level 1. You have
Wait,
19
no,
life.
level 1 is 20 for
Level
Lorraine.
1 is
Other
20.
champions are 19.
That's where I'm memory. I'm so sorry. It's been a
Yeah.
long day already. I only just jumped in here, but
All
it's been a
good.
long day for VRA.
Same
Yeah.
here.
So let's
Same
say
here. Don't
you
worry
have
about it.
20. You have 20, 0 to 20. Let's say you've taken 5 damage, and so you have 15 remaining life. So you lose, or you win if that remaining life is higher than your opponent's. Let's say your opponent's still on spirit for some reason, and they've taken 2 damage. They have 13 remaining life, so tiebreaker says you win. Um, Next one after, if that's somehow tied, let's say you both have 0 damage taken, you're both level 1, level 2, something like that. Player who has the highest influence left wins the game. So you just go and check count. And finally, if you all have all these cards together, you will go to, if I remember correctly, the person with the more cards in main deck. So it's to say, like, hey, I got to do more damage to you using less resources. Yeah. And then after that, it shouldn't go past that. That's about it. Yeah.
Well, who knows? Nowadays, mill and everything, if nobody's on any damage, or if we're just playing cards that damage everyone evenly, it could be good. But yeah, it's unlikely. Thank you very much
on
for that.
Yeah, honestly, if you get to that point and it's like that, really the most appropriate response is to go investigate what happened. How did you do that? Yeah.
How do you do this so well? Let's look at Swiss standings after round 6. Here's the top 16. Only the top 8 of these people are contenders for the case currently.
Mhm.
Yeah, the only one person unfortunately bubbled with a 4-1-1 score. Otherwise, it looks pretty even. There are a lot of draws, but I think most of them happen naturally, as we saw
Mhm.
during this stream as well.
I think it's just interesting to see, like, there are a lot of different, yeah, like I said, there were like more unfamiliar names up here. We're bringing up a lot of community members that don't normally take the spotlight. Big part of it with Ascent Seattle, with a new set coming out in about a week, really. A lot of top familiar players taking breaks. Just having a healthy relationship with this game, not letting it take over their life. But it does let us showcase a lot of people who commonly, who don't frequently show up here.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of it gives more your players an opportunity to prove themselves as well and not be intimidated by all of these big names that are always up there. Not even just at these small events, but at Ascents, Worlds, Nationals, and everything as well. But yeah, so yeah, it's wonderful to see so many new players. I believe the round is starting in a moment here.
Mhm.
And we will get our deck lists.
Yes, I
And
believe we're going into a wind versus fire matchup.
yep,
A very interesting thing about these standings is Matthew, number 4, and Jesse, number 1, 2, and 3 seed, all on wind. 4, 5, Juju Wu Superior, both water, and then bottom 3, Edward, Tilso, I think, and Tulki, I think that's what they're called, all fire. So
yeah,
no matter what, we always have water in this first round of 8. We have wind versus fire, wind versus fire, wind versus fire, then water, water. So we can
it is.
guarantee there cannot be a water mirror for finals.
It is unfortunate for water, but
They had their
wonderful
time.
to see after so long of water everywhere, as far as the eye can see.
Yeah. Well, at least we get to go into here for Jesse versus Edward. We see our Tristan versus, I believe this is Fire Luxemzander. They both showed up on stream earlier.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen them both before. So it is not a unknown matchup for us here, or the decks are not unknown. The matchup itself we haven't seen yet. It's definitely interesting. Both of these decks focusing more on level 3. Who do you
Yeah.
think has a better chance here?
It's actually kind of interesting. So it does depend on how you build the decks. I have to go look at Jesse's deck list right now. Just look at how aggressive it can go. In this kind of matchup, I personally I feel like it's more favored for the Luxem player because they actually
Mm,
don't care about the ominous shadows staying on board, redirecting attacks. Because really they're just looking for their Lightweave results, pinging the damage through that, and trying to stall, ignoring all this like chip damage from the ominous shadows and all this stuff. So Jesse on Tristan is looking to try to burst them, put cards on board that should not be answered easily. And worst case scenario, just because those prep counters are not being burned to do redirects, you can accumulate them over and over again, make really big shadow strikes, and kill that way.
yeah, I definitely think you're right, and it will also depend on how the players draw here. Uh, Seems that Edward won the die roll. Started with his glimpse spirit of Serene Fire here.
Mm,
Passing.
did he
Yeah.
win die roll, or did Jesse let him go first? As far as I was aware, I
Oh,
thought
true.
that
It's seeds. Yeah.
yeah, in top
They are.
cuts,
It's
yeah,
Jesse decided. You're right.
yes. So Jesse
Apologies.
decides to let the Fire Luxemzander go first, which I think is a pretty good idea. Like I said, you're just trying to build critical mass before this Luxemzander can, just sit there and stabilize forever. I believe that's a black market broker coming down. That's how you start doing that. Get your prep counters ASAP, get damage going. Going second here denies the Serene Spirit an extra draw as well. Like you're
Yeah.
already starting with 6 influence instead of starting with 7, which is a very, very big deal.
Yeah. You're absolutely right about that, and you're up 2 influence, and you get to deny early damage from Xander as well.
Mhm. Like honestly,
Uh,
giving Xander here going like most players typically like to go first because you want the tempo of being able to be want to materialize ahead, go a little faster. But in this kind of matchup, it honestly doesn't really matter if Xander gets to level up a little faster or anything, because one extra turn doesn't mean that you have the cards that you need. You still have to sit there. You have to search, look for your Lightweaver's Assaults, maybe Luxeris map one in if you can't find one. So you have time. You're not going to. Jesse doesn't expect to just randomly lose on like turn 2 or 3, so you can give him time.
Yeah, definitely. It's in general. I feel like for Luxem, it's a lot harder to win out of nowhere with burst because
Mhm.
you have to reveal your memory to get the maximum amount of value of your cards. So
Mhm.
there are no surprises in a
Yeah,
Luxem deck, I think.
it's definitely harder to win against stronger players or players with an iPad, honestly, who just like track and just know what is going on.
Yeah.
That's definitely why you see a lot of Luxem Xanders, Edward included, side in cards like Slice and Dice for matchups like these where you have to go faster. You can't just sit on sit on your laurels and just wait for them to do their plays while you do nothing and just hope that you draw into everything you need.
Yeah. There's a second black market broker.
Yep, black market beatdown. That's a very, very good way to play this.
Yeah,
It
it's a very good start.
it's just a lot of damage. It adds up really quickly. You just have to answer these, but it's very, very difficult to answer these as Xander, because after leveling up to Tristan, we can see there's 3 prep counters with these 2 black market brokers. There are 3 prep counters, giving them stealth is actually I think it's more impactful in these matchups where there are less ways to clear allies. If you didn't have the second black market broker, there's only 2 prep counters here. It's very possible that Xander can just draw Thieving Cut, just kill one, kind of
Yeah,
stabilize there. But with 3 double stealth every turn, that's 4 damage over and over again.
yeah. Oh, losing the vanish from sight. I believe was it 1 or 2 vanish from sight?
I could only see that there was 1 vanish for level, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, but it's definitely very rough in the matchup, especially for later game. You want to keep them so that you can't be overwhelmed by the shadows hitting
Ooh,
you for a million. Oh, dungeon guide.
that's a pretty
Nice.
solid. Very unlikely Jesse has their stifling trap in memory to stop this. Can't pay for it from hand, so let's go with up. Good way to stabilize. This is very fast, so Edward is very unlikely to just die from random bursts now. It Jesse needs to rely on stable, stable chip, just
Yeah.
progress the damage and hope that there's no Luxem sites that would offset all this damage. But with Edward kind of showing the camera sneakily, yeah, I saw some gleaming cuts and
Okay.
uncover the plot here.
There is the uncover. Now we'll see his whole hand here.
Yeah, there were 2 gleaming cuts. That's
2
actually
gleaming
amazing.
cuts. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
That is
gleaming
5
cut
cards.
on gleaming cut on reveal, banish, draw 2, banish, draw 2. Uh, Edward actually had one of the very, very good starts on Luxem Xander, where you are not really caring about the board, but you're not losing too many cards either. Creative Shock into floating, so you have an easy level 1. Level 2, you go -2, but because he had Juggle Knives to draw cards to go neutral on that, and level 2 picked it back up using the Xander 2 effect, like kept enough influence to do all this, play on cover, and just have even more influence. Damn.
Yep.
Really, really setting himself up now.
Scry the stars. Looking at the top 3 cards, glimpsing 3.
Oh,
Deciding what he wants in his memory. All 3
try
to the
this.
bottom.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
here,
showed a little peek.
yeah, it's probably cards that help him stabilize, but he doesn't need to stabilize anymore. He's just looking to try to secure a game, right? You're looking for your Luxem cards. You don't want to see, like, he probably saw stuff like Juggle Knives, Thieving Cuts. You don't need these things anymore. You just need to find things that actually help you win the game now.
Yeah, you need to start building towards those Lightweaver's assaults and possibly you're definitely looking for the Luxem site in this matchup as well still.
Mhm. One Luxem site kind of neutralizes 1.5 Black Market Brokers every single turn, so it keeps you alive significantly longer.
Yep. Here's the Windwalker boots to get
Mhm.
even more prep counters consistently.
It's a weakness of Tristan, unfortunately. You really do, especially in these longer matchups, you do want to have 4 prep counters before you ever even consider going level 2. You want to be able to draw 2 when you level, but it just gives more and more turns to these slower decks that needed to build up. When your win con was to try to go a little faster than them, it's very risky.
Yeah, yeah.
You can give them a little bit of leeway, but not too much.
Yeah, it is. Letting them get too comfortable is definitely very scary. Jesse picked up ensnaring fumes there earlier. How do you feel about that card specifically in this matchup? Because I don't see the utility of it.
I think
But
the ensnaring fumes is just to put those black market brokers back into hand later on, so that you have like a lot of influence later when you need it. But there's not really much use to do that. It's possibly because Tristan does run a lot of norm cards. It could also just be the only win card you see, and you want to guarantee that your Fairy Whispers finds you a card instead of losing an influence.
yeah, that's true. We did see earlier. I'm not sure if it was Jesse or another Winteriston player who missed out on
The Fairy Whispers.
the Fairy Whispers twice, revealing
Yeah.
a Sadie both times. It was very unfortunate to see them go down to influence for the Fairy Whispers there.
Yeah, like even if it's kind of a mediocre card that you're being adding to hand, at least you're showing that you're adding a mediocre card. You're not showing that you put like this major important card into your hand that they have to look out for, and you have to keep things like if there's a mastermind scheme, there's a shadow strike. Those are cards that you're trying to keep up there.
Yeah,
Incapacitates another norm card. Stoddy would be another card you would want to keep up there, or like you'd see on Fairy Whispers, and it make it difficult.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Those are all cards that you would not want to lose. So it makes sense. There
yeah.
is Thieving Cut prepared.
Prepare draw a card after it hits. Yeah, slowly getting his influence back, but more importantly, Luxem Xander just wants to
Another.
find. Was that another Gleaming Cut?
No, it was a gentle respite.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it was another cover to plot.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been fun.
Ooh. Picked up the black market. Oh, just to be able to use the floating. Interesting decision. That's saying that you don't really need the black markets on board to do extra damage, but you'd rather have the float instead so you can guarantee. Yeah, it's a good way to build up influence, build up more and more cards. It's an approach that signals to me that Jesse's going to go for a really, really big Shadow Strike that looks like it's probably unstoppable at this moment,
Yeah, it
and not
is
try to do chip
scary.
damage. Weakness of
Definitely,
yeah,
definitely.
a weakness of Lexum Xander is you can only heal damage that you've actually taken, but you can't
Yes.
heal if you just die outright in one shot.
Yeah,
So
it is hard to escape death if you're dead already. Yeah. It's
ooh, interested to see if this goes to face or if it's actually going to go to the dungeon guide. Imperial Spy coming down gets an extra prep counter when you kill a unit. Okay,
does
okay,
go,
okay.
yeah. Building
Looking
up
at,
the prep.
yes, looking at this, I feel like that's definitely telling me that Jesse already has a mastermind, at least one mastermind scheme, and a shadow strike in hand. To not use the mastermind scheme right now with only 5 influence, I would assume that next turn he wants to wait because he has to level up. You're going to lose some influence there, but it's very likely that you need to have an incapacitate ready for your mastermind scheme. Make sure it goes through. Yeah, your goal is to do 31 damage or more to Luxem Xander all at once because can't heal if you just do his entire health bar all at once.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. He can already recover 6, go back down to 1. So, it's
Assuming he
go
shows
back
a
down to 4,
Luxem site.
sorry.
Yeah, yeah. He hasn't shown a Luxem site
Yeah.
yet. It's very likely because been drawing quite a lot since he went to level 3. Did that Scry the Skies to filter out a little. Seeing Creative Shock,
And
just filter out some more.
he, he has the map as well. If he
Hmm.
he already has the Light Weaver's Assault, he might just go for the safe play and gather and get the Luxem site into memory.
I'm trying to
Getting the
tell.
Tajigat is good there.
Yeah, definitely dead. I remember seeing a second one in his hand. I don't know how hawk-eyed Jesse is, but definitely saw the glimpse of that in the camera earlier. So you have at least one more dead card. Not doing Luxem reveals.
Revealing, yeah.
Just
That
0
is
Luxem cards.
unsettling, yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Luxera's map.
what you want to see.
Well, in this case, Luxera's map, you're probably taking a Lightweaver's Assault because even though, actually, that's hard to say. Depends on the type of player Edward is and how confident he is that he'll find another. Oh, he riffle shuffles. Oh, that hurts to see.
he did Riffle Shuffle earlier as well.
Oh,
it
I remember you saying
it
this
looked like
earlier. It's like, yeah, min rarity gaming, right? Yeah,
Min Rarity Gaming, yes.
yeah.
Uh,
It still
it
hurts, man.
it's a
Grand
Min Rarity Gaming, but Luxem's Ender is still an expensive deck. So
yeah, I was like, Grand Archive is a pretty expensive game. I don't know. I would assume there's a Lightweaver's Assault though coming out from the Luxera's map because you do want to put some pressure all you can.
it absolutely like it was there was the Luxem site next to the Light Weaver's Assault was he was taking it down.
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
the arts were different.
Oh well,
But
we have to
we'll see
see.
a
Yeah.
confirmation,
On top of
yeah.
the plot.
There it is. Yep. Light
And a
Weavers.
gleaming cut.
Gleaming cut.
Draw 2 more.
3. Why can't
Oh
I be
yeah.
Edward when I play Luxem Xander?
Yeah. Yeah,
He just
3
has it.
gleaming cuts. That's actually nuts, yeah. So what we're looking for here from Edward is when he gets to, I believe it's 10 influence is actually the scary thing because you want to be able to play both of your Lightweaver's Assaults on top of each other to do the maximum amount of damage so that on resolution, both of them see the 8 cards in memory, and instead of doing 4/4, you'll do 8/8. And then ideally maybe have another Lightweaver's Assault 1 or 2 in there so that you reveal them off of those Lightweavers and do 2 more each, which would definitely kill Jesse. If you have double Lightweavers, that would do 16, right? 8 and 8.
Yep, that would be 16 total damage.
Yeah. So unless
In
Jesse
this
levels
case,
up
it
right now.
wouldn't be.
No, like Jesse just has to level up to not die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which he is probably going to do with that to reclaim onto the Imperial Spy.
Yeah. More ways to just keep cards, burn the ones you don't want. Was able to hold 2 cards in his hand after the reclaim. So if would be able to hold. Okay, yeah. Here you will die to a double Lightweaver's Assault, so gonna have to hold an in cap.
Yep.
And then, oh, I love these. I don't know how often you get to see these assassin versus assassin matchups. It's just I play incapacitate, response incapacitate, response
Yeah.
incapacitate.
I believe
Oh,
there was a stream at either at the Yetis or an Ascent where we saw like 3 incapacitates on the stack, which was a lot. It is very very funny to see, especially when it's 2 such wildly different assassin decks. You forget that they're both assassins even.
yeah,
And you
especially
just
Lux and Xander. Like beginning, Lux and Xander and begin just felt so weird, right? You have this assassin power fantasy. You want to be sneaky, and you want to be like, I'm gonna kill you out of nowhere kind of thing. And Luxem Xander said, "No, hit me as much as you want. I'm a drain tank now." It's kind of weird.
yeah, it is.
Yeah, but we got the true assassin Tristan over here. Just says, "Hey, slice and dice for 15 out of nowhere. Shadow strike for 31 out of nowhere. Is that okay?"
Yeah, let me just go and slice your throat, and you can't do anything about it.
Ooh, really
Oh,
risky, I think, to play the black market broker right now. So I think I don't know how much experience Jesse has against what do you call it, Luxem Xander, but it's very scary to start playing cards down when they're set up like this because you really need cards in hand. Like just what we just talked
yeah.
about, having the incapacitates back and forth. Playing that like a very expensive card like that, black market broker, um, means you have less cards in hand. You see this backup charger coming out, you're going to put cards down there. If the reveals from the Luxem blinding steel effect shows a lot of Luxem cards, we already know there's at least one, probably. Yeah,
There's the nullifying mirror there to stop that, but it's still the
it's
effect of
really
revealing.
Yeah, but it's like okay. No, he doesn't have it. I was just hoping to see like an Excalibur or something, because he has so many cards in hand. Why is he not? But he just
Two
probably doesn't
Gentle
see it.
Respite,
Oh, there's the
Excalibur.
Excalibur and
Yep,
two
you.
Incapacitates.
Yeah, two Incapacitates.
Um,
Only one Uncover the Plot, an Excalibur, two Incaps, a Reprogram, and two Gentle Respites. Four
with
cards
four
in hand
cards.
still as well. That could
Could have
be.
a third Incapacitate.
Yep.
Could be hiding. Well, you still need a second Lightweaver's Assault, so maybe he's hiding. Yeah, it looks like he just drew another Lightweaver's. He might have a third one in his hand.
That
Signaling
is.
that. Yeah. So Nullifying Mirrors is a good time to put it out, just so that Jesse can greed and not have to level up into 3 last turn. Or honestly, you kind of die even if you're level 3 here. Um, I just oh okay, rip into 4 cards in memory. If this hits, you rip one and then you lose the other 3 guaranteed. You're like I said, you're just trying to burn his influence so that he can't play this incap war with you next turn because you're pretty much guaranteed to win next turn.
You're guaranteed to win next turn. You have
Yeah,
two Lightweaver's Assaults. You're gonna. If you don't go for the kill this turn or right now, you're going to go
Slice and dice,
next. There's
Dream
still
Fairy,
Slice and Dice.
but
Dream
Slice and
Fairy
dice
is
doesn't do enough
useless.
damage.
True, but it is still pretty spooky. You know, it's 9 damage is 9 damage, and then it does do enough damage, doesn't it? Because 9 damage from the Slice and Dice.
There's a Serene Spirit still.
True. You need
Yeah, Serene
because
Spirits puts you
he
down
only has
to
13. He
yeah.
only has 13 damage currently. That's not enough. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. It's very all in because now that the mirror is on board too, it can just get Excalibur and then you just end the game. Which is why I don't like seeing the mirror that early. Like I feel like you should just but maybe you don't have something else to materialize, but the earlier you materialize the mirror, the more time you give your opponent to play around it. Like you kind of had to because the way you played, because you wanted to put that second black market broker down, you have to put the mirror out, or else you lose all your cards in
Yeah.
hand and you just get double light weavers, right?
Yeah.
But
No caps here.
it just means one more turn. This had to be the turn to win because you're going to get your mirror Excalibur at the end of the turn.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely. We know that that mirror is not staying there.
Oh, and then Jesse
And
holds everything in hand so he can still show an in cap. Not bad.
but we know Edward has two incaps. So if Jesse incaps the Excalibur, Edward will just incap back, and he will still have one for later. And if he keeps the incap for Lightweaver's Assault, the mirror is gone.
Yeah.
So Jesse will have to put down what? I
Depends on your
mean,
major
most
life.
4 cards. If Edward
Yeah.
doesn't have even more.
You're trying to get Luxemxander under 10 influence, which is why you see this Chalice coming out. So worst case,
Yeah.
honestly, I would just hit myself just once just to guarantee I get the Chalice draw too.
I think
Because
that is what he's going to do here.
yeah, you definitely want to guarantee that you're going to have more than 10 influence, even if you play interaction, so that these Lightweavers will go off. It's also really rough because if you interact, like if you try to incapacitate a Lightweaver's assault, and allow Edward to incapacitate in response, you're putting even more cards into memory, so it's an even bigger Lightweaver's assault.
Yeah. That's the scary thing live at incapacitate, that if they have it, which Jesse knows that Edward has the incaps.
Mhm.
You playing an incap just basically means you get 2 more damage per Lightweaver's Assault. So it is definitely not something that you can be comfortable with.
It's just a counting game to see how much influence he has, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
positive it's 13 plus. It's hard to count, of course, when you're on webcam and like not across this from your opponent.
Yeah.
But
Even
he
across your
plays.
opponent.
Yeah, he plays as if he has 13 or more influence, right? So
Yeah.
how much influence does Jesse
So
still have in his hand, or like how
I
many
think
cards does he still have
it's
in his hand?
3, 2 or 3 cards.
which makes sense. These are higher caliber players. I'm sure they did enough math and probability to know that they have to hold. Ooh,
Edward playing very, very safe here. Oh no, it's 5 cards. Okay. We're playing
oh, okay.
very
So yeah,
safe
it's
here.
because that draws into 6, so you could show a double incapacitate, and then you would need 16 influence as Edward to guarantee the hits.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
he
he's
only has
also
2 health left as well, so you don't need double now. You just have to play 1 Lightweavers, or like even an uncover the plot with your Lightweavers in with 1 Lightweavers in your memory to win.
yeah. It's even now if he plays 2 Lightweavers assaults, if one of them gets incapacitated, he's still in a very, very comfortable spot. Like he just needs one of them to resolve.
No,
Or
this is easier
yeah,
because
okay.
uncover costs less, and yeah, you can see both incaps are still in his hand. Uncovering 1 Lightweavers will just win the game,
Yeah,
unless
I
we
believe
see. Yeah, there's
there
the
is
incap.
2 for the incap. There is 2 for the incap back.
Yeah. Do we see another incap or we see a Veiling Breeze? Yeah, incap. Yeah.
Now the question is, does Edward? Oh, Edward goes for the
Yeah, because you
incap.
it just reveals a Lightweaver's assault, and then you just do 2 damage to face, and you win. And Jesse already cleans up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He knows it's over.
Yes.
That was good game. A good game of Grand Archive. Same archetype, right? Same
Yeah, same
class,
class. Yeah.
but extremely different archetypes.
Yes. Luxem definitely, yeah, with the preparation and everything, you definitely is the way that the theme goes, right? It's a preparation in a different way. It's like a slow silent killer versus Tristan being like, "Ha, I'm just gonna run at you and just be like, here's a really big dagger."
Yeah. It's Tristan is prepared in the prep counter way, and Xander is prepared in the look, it's over. I'm on 0 damage counters, and you're on 25 kind of way.
The way I like to think about it is like Luxem Xander is like that guy, like the professional hitman who sits there for like 4 months and is like, "Yo, I'm gonna calculate. I'm gonna look at where my target runs. My target, like he goes to the gym over here, and then like his kids go to this school and everything. I'm gonna plan the perfect heist and perfect hit." And then Tristan is like, "Yeah, okay, he's over there. Here's my gun. I'm just gonna boom boom. Oh,
Yes.
that gun's not good enough. Here's a bigger gun." I'm like, heck yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Would you like to talk about their sideboards since?
Yeah. So it's actually interesting. So the sideboarding also, even though there's what I would say objectively good cards to put in and out, the feel of the match also really matters. The fact that Edward was so in control, normally I would like to put stuff like slice and dice so I can randomly shake up the matchup to make it faster or slower. But with how that game played out, I don't think I would ever want to because, it
Yeah,
didn't feel
yeah,
like you needed the pressure to. It didn't feel like Jesse did. Maybe it is the correct play, but as a player, it doesn't feel correct because of how it just flowed, right? It's a matter of skill to know to be able to identify what is objectively a correct decision and what is just going by the moment.
yeah.
Oh,
It's
mhm.
it
Let's.
is also definitely a different kind. So other than this top 8 not being on time,
Mhm,
the deck lists are also closed deck lists. So the players don't know what the other is playing exactly.
mhm.
So
Yeah,
they are sideboarding blindly here. So
yeah.
it is. You're absolutely right that it's purely based on vibes. If Edward ran away with the game so fast, and the slice and dices, if Jesse feels that the slice and dices might not be good enough,
Oh
then
no, I was saying like Edward would normally side in, like I think he would
Edward.
side in some slice and dices because you don't want to play Jesse's like slow build up game if you don't
True.
draw like 3 gleaming huts. But
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
drew three gleaming huts.
He did. He
Yeah,
did have it.
yeah,
He always has it.
yeah. But over on Jesse, like yeah, they say like ensnaring fumes are kind of dead, so you do have space to move things around. Penumbral Waltz is a really fun card to use against Luxem Xander. that I think you would put in, just because everything Luxemdander does is pretty telegraphed. Like we knew what was going to happen three turns ahead. It was a
Yeah.
matter of getting there. So being
Yeah,
able to just calculate X amount of damage that you have to prevent with Penumbral, and then create your shadows and hit back with like your sharpen shadows claw, kind of that kind of combo. Pretty simple.
Yeah, yeah. You're very right about that. I think Luxem is not a surprising deck. It does what it tells you it'll do.
Yeah, good open though. Does the
Yeah.
Luxem Xander common thing? You always want to be playing 1-for-1s going up, because yeah, when you get to level 3, you need to protect whichever Luxem cards you can. Hopefully Gleaming Cuts if you can. So
Yeah.
and you just need to make sure you have influence. This is one of those decks where you kind of have to rush to 3, but you really need to have influence at, when you get up there. Maybe not right away, but you need it back really quickly, or else you're gonna cry a lot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the influence game is very, very important here, because usually you need at least 2 Light Years Assaults to win, and for that you need 10 influence minimum.
Has Jesse done literally nothing so far?
Yeah, he went draw, pass,
And
backup
then
charger, draw card, pass.
that does not seem very good,
It's a
unfortunately.
bit concerning indeed.
Yeah, this is yeah, you're not going to again going into another game where it's very unlikely you're going to go the burst route. That backup charger guarantees that gentle respite's going to go through.
Yeah, I think this is the most amount of value I've seen out of Gentle Respite in any game of Grand
Into
Archive
GCR? Does he
before.
have no playable cards?
Pah! Is Jesse's hand just all Umbra cards? That would be very unfortunate.
Oh
That
man.
would be
Oh, Fairy Whispers. Okay, that's a good
something
card
to
to
dig.
yeah dig to modify your draws, so you at least know what you're getting into. Dump 2, keep
Yeah,
1, so it's probably the only win card. Ensnaring Fumes,
yeah,
definitely the only one.
yeah.
At least it keeps exactly one card in your memory, so you know exactly what you're going to banish. But man, the way that he was throwing around his cards in his hand, feel like he did not. Yeah, Fairy Whispers
He
in this
did
thing
not
and
seem
Staring
happy.
Fumes. That is not how you
Oh,
want to play this. Oh no.
oh. Edward losing the dungeon guide. Ah, but he does have the juggle knives.
Yeah,
Because
same thing.
he always does.
Yeah, get your card neutral card, do your damage, draw a card, and then luck them Xander in response to. Oh yeah, sorry. And the oh shoot, what's the level 2 called again?
Xander Deft Executor. Or
Deft Executor. Yeah. Yeah. Use in response to its effect, just to pick that juggle knives back up, so you're like getting an extra draw effectively. Always feels good.
yep,
Lose a
3
dungeon
dungeon
guide.
guide.
Second dungeon guide coming out.
There is the second dungeon guide in hand. Of course.
Looks like
It's
Edward's
weird.
ready. Oh, is it a stifle trap? Stifling trap?
Ah! Ah!
Yeah.
It kept on the stifling trap.
Well, yeah. When he has this many dead cards, I just
Well, he'll
don't know if that
stifling
really
trap.
helps.
Yep.
That
Oh. Happens.
that feels
Keeps
like
the dungeon guide.
that feels like an angry spite, kind of like I didn't get to do anything, so I'm gonna stifle it kind of play.
Yep.
So I don't think it really mattered if he leveled up here. You're already 2 turns behind. Oh, lose a Shadow Strike. I'm gonna assume there's another Shadow Strike in there.
And
In fact,
there has to be at least one more.
yeah. Oh man,
Yeah,
I bet it's just Tristan things. Like yeah, that explosive kind of win condition is just very feast or famine sometimes. Survey the wins. Yeah, try to draw a card, gain another prep, try to get back into this game. But it's very likely that you have too many of these cards, just don't do anything until like it's a combo deck. You need to combo, you have the end part of the combo, but none of the start part of the combo feels really bad.
Yeah, it's building up to those under fire.
Oh, interesting.
The
Well yeah, like I said earlier, right? Your win condition as Tristan into this is typically to try to aggro you down, have allies, have that slice and dice to finish the game. The under fire is to delay to get to level 3. Definitely didn't need it this game.
yeah. Oh, great disguise. Glimpsing 3. It's very, very rough when you have all the good end pieces, but you have no way to generate prep for yourself to get to those end pieces. So you're like, this would be wonderful. But where's the other half of my game plan?
Edward, once again, being so comfortable, he glimpses everything to the bottom with Sky the Skies and just blinds the top. Does not need to guarantee any sort of reliable information. Just says, no, it's fine. It's this is not what I'm looking for. I have so much free time to find what I'm actually looking for. Go nuts.
Yeah, yeah. It's once Xander is level 3, he's just chilling until, oh look, I won the game. So he's not rushing. Edward is where he wants to be. Jesse is the one that really needs to start putting pressure here. Cause
If I remember correctly, it's only 2 preparation counters right now, right? From the level 1 and then survey the wins. And then end of turn he'll go to his 3rd one.
Yeah, so he can't yet go up to level 2 for the additional card draw value. Oh,
no, the Fairy Whispers.
Fairy Whispers into Fairy Whispers, alright.
Yeah, just cleaning up the top of his deck as much as possible. Get into good draws. Look for a Dungeon Guide. I think that was a Dungeon Guide just now. Putting it to the bottom though, so I think he found another one already.
It definitely has.
Survey the wins.
Is
Ooh,
that
that's good.
finally?
Survey the
Okay.
wins. Yeah. Pre-recollection so that you can draw a card, go to 3. Now, do you have another survey the wins draw so you can go to 4 and then level up immediately? No.
No.
End the turn.
Just end of turn. Get the prep counter. Be ready and prepared for that level 2 turn.
Well, honestly, even though Edward looks like he's totally in control, it's again into a game of how many incapacitates you hold. Because
Yep.
if Jesse has been bricked this whole time because he's holding 2 or 3 mastermind schemes into a Shadow Strike, game's just done. Like you don't want to play, you can't play mastermind scheme really in the beginning what are you going to do, double 1 prep to 2, double 2 to 3 to 4? That's like nothing, especially when it costs so much in the beginning. But next turn, double 4 to 8 and then 8 to 16, I'll do that.
Yeah, it is. It is very spooky. Edward did nothing here. He didn't even reveal any cards, I believe. So he is not looking good on Luxem right now, but he does have the Luxera's map to search for whatever card his heart desires.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, yeah, you get your draw 2 from your Tristan. Hopefully you're cycling some more cards that you need. But yeah, Luxem Xander things. You're ideally going to play something at the end of your opponent's turn. If not, I believe he has not gone backup charger yet. There's a backup charger extra helpful for these Luxem Xander builds because you do actually want cards in your memory later on. So later backup charger feels good, just to get them down to show them later.
One of the few decks that gets the most amount of value out of a backup charger on level 3.
Yeah, Windmill showed a Zephyr and a Veiling. So Jesse showing Veiling means worst case, if the bricks continue, he can at least keep himself a little bit more alive. Oh, Stifle and Snaring into another Windmill. Yeah.
Yep.
He's showing us how dead his hand was, but because there's no Zephyr target, there's no other Stifle targets, there's no Ensnaring target, like good use for it. All these wind cards just sitting there doing nothing. You're not going to play Veiling on turn 1 either.
Definitely, especially not in this matchup. You don't want to lose those Veilings.
It's the same idea as how, as higher seed, he let Luxem, go first because it's okay to give him a little bit of time to build up. Just that Jesse might have given 1 too many turns, but we're just going to see how it builds from here because it's not like he had a choice this time.
Yeah, it's for the first game he let Edward go first and he lost. So probably he's hoping that this game, now that he went first, he's going to have a lot better chance at taking the game.
Yeah, but it's depends on what. Oh, Is he incapacitating this? No, he's just doing the thing. Okay, just playing a second one. Cool.
Just playing a second one.
Yeah. Just put all these cards into your memory. Now he's going to show all 4 Luxem, right? No, it's probably like 1. Oh, Excalibur.
1,
2,
2,
3,
3.
4, 3.
Lightweaver's Assault.
Yeah.
Uncover the Plot and Excalibur.
Put 3 cards from your hand down, please.
2. You're keeping exactly 3 in hand.
Okay, that's pretty good from Edward. Being able to Lightweavers and Uncover obviously work well together. Get that extra 2 damage sort of on demand. Well, actually not sort of, just straight up on demand whenever you need it. Showing Excalibur helps too. Letting us know that Jesse is absolutely not going to pull out a Shadow's Claw and do chip damage. Blow that up right away.
Yeah. This was all the double Juggle Knights was still before
Yeah, you do it all
Recollection.
in before Recollection, just so you can have them in your memory before Xander forces you to show. Or not forces, but until you have to choose to show from Xander so you can get their effects.
Yeah.
Oh, it hurts every time I watch him shuffle. I gotta stop too, man.
The base rarity $300 deck being riffle shuffled.
At least it's more efficient, right? You're going through your deck so often.
True. It is the only deck that lets you search your deck. So, it's understandable, forgivable.
Yeah.
I have to shuffle so much. No, Uncover.
Uncover. Yeah, show
Let's
the
see what he got.
Lightweavers.
Yeah.
2 Lightweavers and a Gleaming Cut. Oh
Cut.
no.
He always has it.
Well, it's been a lot
Always
of time,
has
right?
it.
It's been a lot of time. Having a Gleaming Cut right now is pretty reasonable.
He tried to another Gleaming Cut.
It looked like it, yeah.
That is another Gleaming Cut. Edward is so lucky. He
All right,
is.
Jesse, you're on the clock. Hope you can find your way through this. That better be 2 Mastermind Schemes into a Shadow Strike.
Yeah,
Because
that is.
there's a lot of damage coming through soon. A lot of damage, a lot of
Yeah.
influence. There's a Nullifying Mirror. It seems kind of funny whenever you see someone pull out a Nullifying Mirror after your opponent's played all their imbue cards. But yeah, at least it's because he showed a Veiling Breeze, so you do need that on board preemptively.
Yeah, that means you always need it. Need the nullifying mirror against a wind deck here.
Ooh, score to level 3.
Well, there is finally using a stifling trap and 2 other
Stifle
cards I
and
didn't quite check.
I think one of them's ensnaring. Ooh, Reaver. Yep. Oh, that's a good Reaver steal.
Oh,
Yeah, so the
that is.
good thing about being an assassin, a fellow assassin, is that you can use so many of these cards and get your nice. They're built
Oh,
for you. Are we
yeah.
gonna see a Juggle
The
Knives or a Creator Shock? Juggle Knives.
real names. Yep. Take 1, draw a card. All of those cards are actually so good as well. Under Fire, less so, but
Yeah.
Lightweaver's Assault and Creative Shock are both such
Yeah.
just generally good cards that
Yeah.
you really, really don't mind having them.
Yeah, Creative Shock was designed to be a +0. You don't draw 2, trash 1, and then you lose the Creative Shock as well from your hand. But when you're playing it
Yeah.
from your opponent, it's just a straight +1. You just draw 2, lose 1, and you didn't pay for that Creative Shock. Or you didn't
It was.
play it. It's only from your hand.
It's
Pretty
not
good.
like you could have used it for anything else.
Yeah. And fast speed too, Yeah, you just sit there, you see if Edward's going to do something. No, I was like, I'll just draw an extra card. Why not?
Let me just go +1.
Yeah. Let me go find a dungeon guide to level up into Dancer right now, maybe?
Could very, very
Oh, no, he's
possibly
playing
be.
the
Oh,
yeah.
no,
He's
yeah,
playing the
Creative Shock.
Main phase Creative Shock, huh? His hand is still that bad. Discard a Reclaim. It makes sense. No allies around. Floating memory. Is there
Yeah.
anything still left to pay for?
Shadow
Other
Dancer.
than Shadow Dancer, yeah. Shadow Dancer, is there a Assassin's Ripper? I don't believe so. Yeah, I know. Still okay.
It's
Ooh,
yeah.
Sadi.
Well, floating memory is floating memory.
Yeah. Unless it's against Merlin. Don't do that.
Surely you wouldn't troll yourself like that.
Yeah. All right. Surely Jesse will have a good play next turn, right? He's not just going to
Yep.
sit there and just accept it.
Backup charger.
Mm-hmm.
Banishing and paying 3, an Excalibur, 2 Excaliburs, and another card.
Ooh, and the Gleaming Cut, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Gleaming Cut, that was
3 more locks them down. All right, Jesse, put
what?
down, I think it's 5 cards. Yeah, Jesse,
Yeah.
put 5 cards from your hand down.
Just put
Nice
your hand down,
interaction.
Jesse.
Yeah, nice interaction you had there. Be a shame if it's all gone.
How sad. Anyways, Gleaming Cut, draw 2.
Yeah, so
Also
that's
take 4 damage,
6.
don't forget.
How many? That's at least 6 influence, 7 for draw for turn. Had more than 3. I believe and this is a very easy double Lightweaver's turn. If he has some other, like maybe if it's like juggle knives into double Lightweavers, I think you just win.
Yeah, I think.
Oh wait, you don't even. Yeah, you just
Yeah,
double
you don't
Lightweaver for
even need
16.
that. You just double Lightweavers.
Yeah.
And win.
Yeah.
Because
Did he draw
Jesse
into
has.
memory with that backup charger? I don't believe so,
There it
but
is. Yeah.
doesn't.
And it's
Yeah,
Lightweavers assault for
but
16
it
total
doesn't
damage.
didn't need it. Definitely didn't need it. All
No.
he needed was that backup charger to put those 3 Luxem cards down. If he drew into another Luxem card, it was just kind of overkill. It was just 16 damage.
Yeah, just be lucky. Easy
Nah.
peasy.
Well, I like to say for
It's
people
skill. It's
who,
all skill.
yeah, a part of it. Like I like to tell people, it's like when they see kind of games like this, where it's like, wow, it's kind of ridiculous. Someone just got luckier than the other one. I like to tell people to remember, it's like part of skill is to take advantage of luck or bad luck from your opponent, right? Like,
Yeah.
yes, we can tell that Edward getting 3 Gleaming Cuts, seeing his Lightweavers, Jesse having a bad game like that is a luck-based thing, but it does require a lot of skill to take advantage of it properly, to identify where the holes, the gaps are, and just say, hey, you're having a bad game right now. I'm going to force it even harder right here, and absolutely, you need to have the answer right now that you haven't shown me. So be lucky or lose.
Yeah. It's you're absolutely right about that. Like sometimes it does feel bad when your opponent is unlucky and that's why you win, but
Mhm.
it still requires skill, and you cannot let your emotions get the better of you and be like, "Aw, poor opponent. Let me just play nicer so
Yeah,
I give them a chance."
I definitely
Drawing
felt that myself.
cards is part of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely be like, oh no, I don't want to. You're really mad right now. I don't want to make you more mad. Let's just slow it down a little, and I die. So we can't do that. But it's actually, yeah, there you go. That's one of our top 4 for the case tourney now, right? Single
Yeah,
elimination.
Edward is.
Yep, I think it's pretty cool. We're seeing fire come back. No more of this water. All hail our new fire overlords, which has never been overplayed in Grand Archive in any shape or form in its history.
Always been underrepresented. We need more fire.
Hey, I'm gonna make a really, really hot take right now. We have not seen enough of Fire Lorraine. We need to see more Fire Lorraine in Grand Archive. In fact,
You
I
know what
think,
deck?
yeah.
Yeah, what other deck we need to see more of? Fire Merlin. That deck
Oh, yeah,
has
yeah,
not
yeah.
been able to prove itself. Never won any.
Yeah. Like we saw Fire Merlin like what 3 times on stream earlier today. It's like, we needed more. It's not
Yeah,
doing enough.
not
It's
enough.
not doing so hot. And only one of them made top 8. Like it's not doing hot enough.
No, you're right. But Fire Lorraine also needs to come back. We need more of it. I believe
Mhm.
there's a Canadian guy, Arcalo, who's a Fire Merlin enjoyer, Fire Lorraine enjoyer.
Yeah, but he became a sturdy Slimes player. Like I remember the last time I saw him in one of these events casting, he was actually on the other side. He was man, I just think yes, okay. We're memeing, of course. Merlin was definitely overplayed, overrepresented for a bit, but
Yeah.
I can still say it is such a cool deck because of how flexible it is. Like speaking of Arcala, it brings me up like the last time I saw him playing on one of these Yeti. You go back and watch the old streams and VODs, man. It's still fun, guys. But I remember he was playing against a Merlin deck with the Assassin base, where he was like, yeah, you go into level 1, Xander, you pull out your Verucan Soul Knife, pull out your Mercenary Blade, and you play Mnemonic Charm, and your opponent's just like, huh? What's going on?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's very it's a confusing time, definitely. No, you're right though. Unironically, um, I would like to see more Fire Lorraine, especially since the last time the deck was like very popular and very good was more than a year ago, and since then there have been a lot of warrior cards, and there have been a lot of new cards that you can add to the deck. So it would be nice to see it, but definitely right now after the ban list, the meta has been in a much healthier spot, and we're doing a lot better,
Yeah.
in terms of spread.
Yeah, you don't have to. I think it was the hardest part about that is just like a lot of decks had to dedicate what 4 to 8 slots of their deck. They're very, very limited deck slots just to not lose to Icebound consecutive Icebound slams. And now you get those spots back. And a lot of decks like Merlin, for example, really, really need those spots back. I do not want to have to dedicate all these to like 4 intercepts, 4 taunts, just so I don't lose on turn 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
it was a very, very rough time, but now the game is healing. Nature
no,
is good.
I still
Fire
thought it was fun.
Merlin is good again. We're going back to the good times.
Going back to the healthy times, right? Yeah, yeah. We'll go from one
Yes, yeah.
overrepresented card in meta into another overrepresented card in meta.
Hey, but we have new champions coming out. Who knows? Maybe we'll
Yeah.
see other overrepresented tamers.
Mhm.
Who knows? Who knows? But
Yeah.
yeah, thank you everybody for watching so far. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't yet. Like this video. There are streams every week of the Yeti locals. Um, and we're going to go on a short break. This was it all from me for today. I hope you guys have been enjoying the cast. I hope you
Yes.
guys will enjoy the last 2 rounds with Herman and Valkyrie coming up.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys back in a bit.
Yes, guys. We'll see you soon. We'll have lots of energy. Hey, everybody on stream. We are back. Hopefully, you guys are back too with a water and snacks or whatever you need, because I'm back with a new caster. Joining me is Valkyrie. Say hi.
Hey, thank you for having me here. Pleasure to join you for these last 2 rounds. It's been an exciting day so far, so I'm super happy to be here to help close it out.
Yeah, we're changing over to two hopefully, very energetic and very awake casters for our last few rounds to do our semifinals and finals. Are you excited about anything that you're going to get to see?
So the rumor of the next matchup, I'm very curious to see because it is a deck. One in particular is going to be a Razorgale version, but we now have a banning of Baby Gray Slime, so they're not going to be able to take full advantage of that Ally Slime package. So I'm very curious to see how it actually affects this deck in general. It was a really great value engine, and I'm curious to see if losing that specific card dampers the deck and slows it down a little bit, or if the replacement for that card makes the deck a little bit more consistent and same speed.
Okay, I could definitely talk about that, but just yeah, you hinted at it, but we're definitely, as long as pairings go perfectly and everything, there's no wrong things. I believe we're going into Wind Kongming, like Kongming Razorgale versus Serene Water Luxem Xander as our next matchup. So get to track if we're going to still be in a water meta, if he wins or not. But yeah, to speak on that Kongming Razorgale thing, I'm very happy to see Baby Gray go away because not because I was like, oh, this card's busted or anything. It's just like for this deck, for maybe it's a Canadian special, but we already weren't doing it for our Kongming lists. So if you ever look at like the Canadian regionals, you see Zenadrill, the guy that keeps winning our regionals, but pretty good player. He and I have talked about it before too. I copied his list when I was playing Razorgale. No Baby Grace. Already not doing that kind of thing. Not like this deck has, like I said, it's a very, very high value, right? You just need to find, you're really just looking for your Razorgale and just sitting there and trying to keep yourself alive.
Indeed, yeah, and it very differs, especially with the Kong Ming list opposed to like the Vanitas list. Is the Kong Ming is more about these bursty tempo plays because you have Tempest Downfall and you rely on that kind of direct initial burst damage straight
Yeah.
from hand activation, opposed to a slower list with the allies and sort of building up on that board state. But here we go, jumping into game one. We have Juju, our 4th seed on Water Luxem Xander, against Matthew, representing our 1st seed on the Wind Razorgale Kong Ming. Just straight up, deck versus deck. What do you think has the advantage?
I think that the Serene Luxem Xander has the advantage just because you do need that like tiny little chip damage to stick on the Kongming Razorgale, and unless you draw like the nuts, you're not going to burst them in time before you see 2 or 3 Luxem sites come in and just kind of negate all the damage, all the work you've done up to this point.
Would you really consider that Kong Min has to rely on a more high rolly route in order to be able to uh, take this more efficiently against the Xander player? Because is there a point of no return in this particular matchup, would you say?
I the problem is when you're playing, so like you said, right, the Calming Razorgale route needs to rely on the burst, and the burst is really hard when your opponent has 25 max health. Like it's a lot better when we were, oh, that's a good way to start to get damage on ASAP. But it was a lot better when the meta favored like when people are playing like Oath allies, they're only going to level 1, Nico kind of thing, only going to level 2, going to level 3, having a larger health pool, having a Serene under it. If 4 Tempest Downfalls doesn't kill you, you're not dying.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That is a really good point. And the best turn one play this deck probably can have at this moment is a Razor Gill. And uh, that when that hits, every wind activation next for the every turn from this point on is going to be racking up that damage one at a time. And it adds up. It's very deceiving how many cards are activated that are of the wind element when you play this deck or against the deck. Before you know it, you're like, oh, I've already taken 5 damage counters on my champion.
Yeah.
How did I get here? They've just had a turn.
Yes. Like because it's a bursting, every single number just changing thresholds really, really matters. With every Tempest Downfall doing 3, every Razor Gale adding 1, 4, multiples of 4. Like it really is a deck about hitting people to certain numbers and then just having the good mind for hit the correct timing, doing all the math, and just okay, okay, that's. So this is the high rolly part that I'll say. Like you really don't want to let Luxem Xander get a game. You really need to do something like this.
Indeed, and just talking about adding those numbers, it's now doubling with 2 Razor Gills on the field. And Matthew, I'm pretty sure feeling confident, seeing the Water Spirit across the side of the table there, you're knowing you can slam down the second Razor Gill, unconsequential. Not a lot of players will be having main board
Like
interaction
Fantasia
against
removal.
these.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in water when most of it is wind. And so I think you just slam that down and say, "All right, I have the answers at this point. It's now up to you to try and survive this."
You
And
know
we
what's
see
you know I don't know if you noticed this, but he also slams the mnemonic charm through too. He frostbite checked them.
that's a very good point. I did not catch that. Juju passed turn with 6 in hand, so I
Yeah.
was assuming that maybe an interaction key piece, but no, just slammed it down and said, "If you have it, you have it." But I'm gonna try and filter through my deck to get to even more. And
Mm.
this is the reason why this baby green is going to start generating more and more value.
Mhm. Yeah, I was thinking if you had the frostbind as Juju, if you would actually frostbind off that. But this is a very good reason why you don't want to let these baby greens go from before the charm hits the board. These 2 razor gales and the baby green, yeah, it's constant small pings of damage, but what really elevates it to a very good play is being able to go card neutral on it, being able to suppress and bring back the mnemonic charm draw into memory, so you're never losing cards. This is the biggest scary part about Razor Gale, is that you have so many cards all the time, and you just have so many answers to whatever your opponent's going to do.
Indeed, and with the setup we have 2 Razor Gales and a Mnemonic Charm, a baby green slime technically reads deal 2 damage to your opponent and draw a card into memory. And I would pay 2 for that card almost any day of the week if
Yeah.
I was in Matthew's position. But here we see Juju go ahead and go into Xander level 1. And of course, the classic, you gotta take advantage of the class bonus with Juggle Knives. Gonna go
Yep.
ahead and activate that before your recollection step. In this circumstance, if you're familiar with Xander, what do you think you want to be glimpsing to on that top?
Glimpsing? Oh yeah. You're just trying to like it's hard to say now because of the double Razor Gale. Oh, that's a good way. You do need to get this baby green off board, force Matthew to have an answer to keep it alive. It's very likely you're gonna see like a reclaim or some sorts to play around with the fact that he does not want. Oh, that's good too. Put the Saudi back in your hand. Yeah. You need ways for Serene and Xander to kind of stabilize. This is a lot of damage that's going to be coming out very quickly now. So you can't play your slow game anymore. You really need to find like if I was glimpsing, I would have definitely be looking for the Saudi. I'd be looking for like a thieving cut, just finding ways to make sure I take less and less damage. I can get to level 3 safely. If you don't have a dungeon guide, you need that dungeon guide soon, especially with the stifling trap being used up this way already.
Indeed, it sort of
Oh,
negates the turn
there's a reclaim.
itself for Juju, but yes, as you said, the reclaim there. So not only did we have protection for the baby green in the form of the stifling trap, there was also the reclaim. So that was, no matter how hard Juju tried there, it probably was not going to work out,
Yeah.
especially with the amount of protection just for that baby green that Matthew had in hand. Now,
Yeah.
we go into Kongming level 1, get the shifting currents, and this is where the deck sort of really goes online because you gain access with the class bonus to 2 key component cards, and that is Tempest Downfall, and that is your Bagua.
Yes. Bagua, you're gonna have to wait until the turn ends to be able to turn it. But the fact that everything that Razor Gale does can be done at fast speed means you're not really hurting, and it's actually ooh, what's he scattering? Oh, the Fantasia, right? The he fracturized.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so rough when you have these 2 Razor Gales. Every single one of these like setup, control, clean up the board kind of cards suddenly just says do this, also do 2 damage. Scatter Essence is like when it says do 2 damage, kill a Fantasia, and get a floating memory. Oh man, it's very very rough for Juju now. You need to level ASAP. Thankfully, he has that juggle knife so that when he levels to 2, he can get a card back with the Deft Executor effect. But his timer is ticking. he's got to find his Lightweaver. He's got to find his luck. Oh, honestly, at this rate, find your Luxem sites before your Lightweaver's assaults. You're probably not killing before you can stabilize and heal like 6 or 9 a turn.
Yeah, you really have to. And we were just sort of talking about Razor Gale and the incremental damage. We're already sitting at 10 damage counters on Xander level 1 by just playing cards that generate value.
There's
There's
only
been
been
really
one attack declaration.
exactly, which just shows how much pressure this deck is spilling out with the turn 1 and turn 2 play from Matthew. If you start to like mix in these Tempest downfalls, the game is going to come to a quick and brief ending here.
It's I honestly, another thing about Razor Gale a lot of people don't think about is that I personally think it's a much stronger deck online when you don't want to banish a dungeon guide. I sure hope you had another one. But I think it's a stronger deck when you're playing online because it's one of those decks where you, as an opponent, I have to ask my Razor Gale opponent how many cards they have in hand all the time because it really is a matter of math, how much they can do, how many interactions you can make. Because your win con against them is to make them spend the cards that they're trying to hold. Every single card that they're trying to hold to combo with these Razor Gales go like chain infinitely. Every single card you make them use matters a lot. But when you're online, you can't really tell at a glance. You don't want to keep asking over and over again. It's a little bit better. Take advantage of social anxiety, you know?
Indeed. And it's with the Razor Gill, it's deceiving, as you were saying, cards in hand and the like what you can do from it. Because a lot of the cards just replace themselves. So you think they're like, oh, they can only activate 2 or 3 a turn. But no, it goes to about 4 or 5 because they start to go from the top of the deck. I do want to comment though on the fact that we do go to Xander level 2, and I believe we get the Juggle Knives from the graveyard, but was there a preparation counter removed from Xander? We are sitting at 3.
Yeah, it's just
So
because last turn he bounced say like in response to the stifling trap, he put it back to hand, right? So we got the prep back.
perfect. Okay, yeah. And that's a strong part of why Sadie is made assassins put on the table a lot of the times is not only is it an aggressive option to remove smaller allies off the field and go ahead and generate agility value for you, but it also generates that prep counters to help Xander and especially Tristan later stages into the game. Because you're sitting at 3 prep counters now, and you could use advantage because you could prepare thieving cuts or things of that nature to keep going, opposed to past Xander variations without Sadie, where you would run out of prep counters kind of quickly before you got to your level 3.
This is actually really important that it's Sadie and not a different ally right now. Another big thing is that in this matchup, to get your Tempest downfalls to have the class bonus to pay for 0 and play them, you have to like a unit has to be suppressed, right? Having Sadie there means that if Matthew wants to go for that play, Sadie is not a reliable target for you to suppress. They can just fizzle your effect by just returning Sadie to hand. And by doing that, then your Tempest downfalls aren't free. That pretty much forces the coming Razor Gale player, if you're going for the Tempest Downfall kind of play, either pay 3 for all of them, or you have to play your own ally. That we know he has the Baby Green, but just 3 more cards that he has to take account. But it might not matter anyway because all of these 1-for-1s are doing 2 damage over and over again. We're at 18 out of 22.
This is a very dangerous situation to be in, and sitting in Xander's position, there's really nothing you can do at this moment. You're just hoping they
Another
don't
Bagua.
have answers, but it's Fairy Whispers into Bagua. There's just so much, and we're forcing that early lineage release just to stay alive and in this game.
It's very important he does it now and not at a later time because you do not want, unlike a lot of other matchups where you wait the latest possible time to Serene release, you have to do it early against a deck like this because they can play fast on everything. If you wait until it's like, oh, just before lethal, then something like this would happen, right? Where you can just play the Bagua on top and you just die randomly out of it.
Yes, the
Lose
instant
axe.
speed interaction.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Negate.
Interesting.
Makes them go -1. You still take your 2 damage because you still activated the effect. You just or activated the card. Just you don't actually get the effects anymore. So it is rough when that happens. That's a very good part of why Razor Gale is such a good card because yeah, you're going to blank these effects, so you can't keep cycling like that. But damage is done already.
Indeed, and that was all before the recollection
Recollection.
phase as well. So it's just a a turn before the turn, we saw at least 6 to 8 damage counters being put on Xander level 2, and then we recollect, and now we're
Game's
doing
over.
it again.
Yeah, game's just over. There's only one card left in Juju's hand. Cyclical means you play cyclical 2 to do 2 damage with the Razor Gales. You pick up one of your 1-cost cycle cards, and then you do it again and you win.
What
Just
a
pick up a
wild way to win. Turn 1 Razor Gale, turn 2
turn
Razor
2 Razor
Gale.
Gale. Yeah. And it's just rough when you're playing a deck that needs time, like Serene, like that. If you aren't given time, then oh man, looks like you're playing the worst deck in the world. But if he doesn't open double Razor Gale, if you have to go play your Fair Whispers to find Razor Gale, oh man, that's a game.
That is indeed. And now, Herman, I have one big question for you in particular here. Looking at Matthew's sideboard, what are you going to be bringing into this matchup, if anything? As you had that dominating game 1 performance, but we can't rely on that high roll again. So what's that thought process going through here?
I think honestly, it's like I was saying from the previous rounds, a lot of sideboarding does come to vibes. You're feeling yourself so much right here, right? You did all that. Your opponent didn't show you much, especially because we're on closed deck lists for these top 8. It's a little harder to side. This might be a matter of just siding out cards that you know are dead only, and only like it might not necessarily be you're siding in cards that are good. Like you can kind of see that Matthew's struggling to see what he wants to really switch in or switch out. Um, if I were his case, like you don't need to do that much. You can put in anything I see in his side, like scatters. You definitely want the stifling trap, but like raccoons, mustangs, it's all preference now. It's just how much do you feel threatened by your opponent.
Indeed, that's a very, very good statement there, and a lot of logic to that is you don't need to overextend yourself and try and make predictions if you
Mhm.
don't have to be in that position. But on the other hand, we're looking at the Water Luxem Xander and looking at the sideboard and goes, what can we bring in here to stem the bleeding from these Razor Gales?
Oh, my least favorite card to see when I sit across the table from a Serene Water Xander. Dustlight Communion is definitely coming in.
That is
That's
a very good point. Yes.
That's like Communion definitely comes in. You're breaking these fantasias. You can't let your opponent just have like in this matchup. It's actually surprisingly not that safe to play these turn 1, turn 2 Razor Gales. If not for the fact like normally the topping lists that were playing these Serene Water Sanders had this in main deck, but with less and less Arisana being played right now, it no need to keep it in main deck. But do you think we're going to see some Song of Frost coming in here? Are you the type that I've asked this to other players too? Are you the type that puts in Song of Frost, assuming your opponent might misplay and play something in the wrong time, so you can like end the combat phase and just banish it off the stack?
That's a very good question, and I think that just comes down to like a skill check.
Yeah.
Most players, especially in wind, knows the appropriate timing for veiling breezes,
Mhm.
but especially after a long day of webcam games, you might bring it in and just say, "Hey, are you going to make the mistake in veiling breeze like a slice and dice?" And
Mhm.
if you do, I gotcha. This is like a perfect way to sort of test your opponent. And it's one of those like as you get further into tournaments, especially long day ones, that's the kind of sideboarding and logic you can use is this is helpful in certain situations. If I could trap my opponent into this situation in particular, then I have the upper hand because I'm prepared for it.
Ooh, I was going to say this after, but a hard part of sideboarding is when your opponent doesn't need to show you so much of your deck. He never had to show the Cloud Strikers in the previous game. You can kind of assume that a Combing Razor Gale will have Cloud Strikers, but especially in a long day, like you said, it's hard to remember every single threat. Assuming sometimes, as like assumptions sometimes are off, and you might be playing yourself. Not having full confirmation that something like this is coming in makes it a little harder to play. Like if I knew this was coming in, I would definitely try to find my Song of Frosts because it will help eventually. Stopping 6 damage is very, very good off one card.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention Matthew's probably going to level up here
Mhm.
and going exactly
Oh,
that. This is
that's
a very stressful situation to be in. This Ardent Cloud Striker is now a ticking time bomb.
Mhm.
At the end of this turn, the Shifting Currents is going to be facing west, which is
And
going to make Ardent Cloud Strike on attack for 6 every time now. and it's really difficult if you don't have protection to beat the
Oh no!
second one.
Oh wait, he's frostbite checking again. He only has one card in hand.
No.
Oh no, this is a really big deal. Like I mentioned this last time, but we didn't follow up. But it's a really big deal to get the information early. Like this is another card where if you have the frostbind, you frostbind this. You cannot let this stay on board.
And it successfully is activated and is on the field, attacks for 3, putting Juju at 9. We see he's trying to like stem the bleeding here with a Fracturize and a Fast Cure, trying to get that influence down to recover 4
Five,
and turn
6.
that Power Cell into a
Are they
Fractal.
not? Are they not tied? They're
Uh,
tied. Oh, that's so
3,
bad. The
6.
fast cure doesn't even heal him.
Oh no. Maybe a
That's
miscalculation and fast curing then fracturizing in response there.
yeah, because 5 in memory for Matthew, 1 in hand, and then 4 in memory for Juju, 2 in hand. That's 6 and 6.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Didn't get that heal. That's really important. That's a very that's really funny because this is what makes Kongming Razor so good because it's just so versatile, right? You go into that game 1, you're saying like I'm gonna play this 15 cards in hand style, or I'm just gonna keep cycling and doing my own thing. And now game 2 is like, well, if I just go low influence, play these big beaters, you can't answer this.
Indeed, there. And something to mention as well, Matthew banished a 3 visits on
Yeah.
the level ups. That is able to be used
Oh,
immediately as well. A Shrouded Mist. That is a card you don't see often.
mhm. Okay, that's that's pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, the Shrouded Mist was used immediately right now because yeah, you don't want to take 12 damage from these 2 class strikers. It's already a good way to use it. And then we follow up with banishing the Serene because you've already taken 6 damage from these Cloud Strikers, right? You have full value from this, and now you deny them a draw because he pulled out this Water Resonance Bauble. You're no longer a Water champion. That was probably his only last Water card, and why he played the Fracturize immediately like that.
That makes a lot of sense. Sort of setting up for that additional turn. You know you're going to be losing your spirit here, so might as well take as much advantage as you can from the cards in your hand to level up. And here we see just Matthew's turn completely negated. Thank you to the Shrouded Mist. And we
Yeah.
go to Xander level 2, banishing that in cap and using the Fracturize.
Okay, I was about to say I didn't know. Ooh, he's preparing Exploit Vulnerability, implying that his champion's going to attack. An assassin unit with exploit vulnerability, on ally hit, destroy the hit ally. Is there any weapon for him, or is he just thieving cutting into one of these?
Oh, interesting. And you get that was in response to the on enter from Xander.
Yep, so he can get
He
it
then
back.
got the counters, removed one, and got it back to target the other Ardent Cloud Striker. So it might be a
No, it's not target other Cloud Striker. It has to target your own unit, so he can only kill one for sure. It's when one of your assassin units hits an ally, destroy the hit ally.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. It's just good because otherwise he would have to have used the Xander Deft Executor effect to pick up Shrouded Mist that he can't play anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like a card in hand is nice, but picking up your exploit vulnerability to cycle another card is also nice. It's just nicer. Okay, kill a Cloud Striker, stem the bleeding a little. There's a retell, of course, but hey, 3 on retell is not 6 on attack, so you'll take it. Take anything you get. Ooh. I wonder if do you think Razorgate has enough damage at this point now to punch through before he gets to level 3?
I don't believe so, especially because we have no evidence of a Razor Gale, nor digging for Razor Gale as well. We've just had a couple of draws. We've had one completely negated from the bobble. So it's starting to feel like the tides are turning, and Matthews missed the window
Window.
for a big burst. We see that turbocharge come in, but another incapacitate to respond to that. Part of the cost to activate turbocharge is going to go ahead and banishing that power cell, so that goes away, and then incap goes ahead and stops the turbocharge.
definitely pretty good because a lot of these Razor Gale decks also play more than one turbocharge. So you're incapacitating that is also killing another card in the deck at the same time. Yep, and we see the Blinding Steel come out. He has hopefully stabilized by now. Very low influence, gets to heal. Ooh, okay, and then we get to see his. Oh, he's actually. Wow. Okay, that's a really good way to get to level 3.
That is indeed a very lucky way to get to level 3.
Yeah, but it's like it's part of the good skill of the player to know like, hey, I need to just be a little patient, get there because I have a good way. Like I have good answers when I get there. I just have to get there and not panic, not go overly aggressive, not play too many cards. Oh, what's going on?
And looks like we're activating 3 visits from banishment. And is that in response to the Ardent attack here?
No, I think it's
And
still it's still on Juju's turn because you want to there, yeah, and then materialize. You're fixing your draws at the top because, like you said, he's kind of not seeing a Razor Gale, so you're losing a way to win the game. You have to find one now.
yeah, the Ardent Cloud Striker was wiggling a bit. Was not sure exactly
Yeah,
what
just
the
deciding
thought
if you
process
wanted
are there.
to,
Yeah.
wake it up first, right? Yeah, once you wake up, it's gone to your turn.
But the influence, we have 4 to about, I believe, 8.
Yeah.
And Matthew on Razorgale
Oh, there
really
it is.
wants to maintain that high influence. Looks like we found it, perhaps off of that 3 visits and the additional draw from the GCR. And it's just a matter of now is how can you take advantage of this Razorgale now that it's on the field?
Yeah.
I would probably say you need to find that a second one to really start pushing through. We know there is no Luxem site at this current moment from what was initially revealed.
That's an insignia of the Karazi, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Pretty solid card to, just to be able to put cards into your memory without having to spend a card is very important for Luxem Xander this way. Hopefully it'll help him replenish his influence as well when he activates prepared cards. Because really what you're trying to do here is once that Cloud Striker is off the board, there especially he shows a Luxem site. So you really are just trying to get this Cloud Striker off the board. Once that Cloud Striker is gone, you can out heal most of this Razor Gale damage, if not all of it.
Yeah, recovering 3 every turn compared to a Razorgale maybe dealing 1 or 2 at that point is such Xander sided that you're really gonna have to find something else on Matthew's end to try and push through that Luxem site now since we know that it is in memory and it's gonna constantly be there thanks to this insignia.
Like you need a lot of cards. A lot of those cards in his hand have to be Tempest Downfalls now. And even if they are with only one Razor Gale on board, each of them is 4. So you can easily math every Tempest Downfall if you have all 4, 16 damage maximum. Combined with the Ardent Cloud Striker, that's enough. But it's about him. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, it's about finding them now, and he just found one off the Fairy Whispers.
And here we're going in, rolling for another Bagua. There is no chance of a Frostbind since the Water Spirit was released, but there perhaps another Incapacitate that could be coming out.
I would definitely incapacitate a Tempest Downfall instead, though. The big reason you're doing these plays right now. Ooh.
Interesting.
Oh, I see why. Because with the okay, that's good. With the fact that the Ventus has come on board, so I was gonna say is you're playing all these cards, not just and to kill the Cloud Striker. Perfect. Yeah. Now you're forcing Matthew to have all 4 Tempest Downfalls to be able to find lethal. But you're doing this because that's your Ventus target. You needed that body. Like you pull out the Ventus, you play these things, you're getting counters on Ventus, so you can suppress it to make your what do you call it? The Tempest Downfalls free. But with no ally on board and to show your Luxem site again, you get more turns.
And that Ardent Cloud Striker was part of the lethal line that you were speaking of earlier as
Yeah.
well, if you did have
Without
all
it,
4.
without it, it's not enough damage. And now he would be required to like play another Cloud Striker or play another ally, and then you don't have enough hand to be able to do that, get your third charge on Ventus, and then play 4 Tempest Downfalls.
And
But
it
that
looks like
helps.
we're just committing with that secondary Razor Gill.
Mhm.
Going to be going the slower route. If you had that third Ardent Cloud Striker, would this be a moment that you would activate it and put it on the field?
I think it's a little too late for Cloud Strikers. You don't want to have to put 5 down, especially now that you know how many. Like you can count. It's Luxem Xander, right? You know how many Luxem he has. He's going to make you put 2 more cards down if you put 5 down like that. So anytime you're going to put cards down, it has to be for a very good reason. Dream Fairy and hit. Okay, never mind. I'm just wrong. He just wants to hit damage. Because yeah, if you had a Cloud Striker, you just play the Cloud Striker. But it's mostly to have that ally on board so we can activate Ventus and suppress it. You know, Juju is not going to play one.
It's like Matthew just wants to maintain that damage threshold, being able to deal 3 damage counters to Xander, knowing that Xander's going to be recovering 3 anyways. You want to make sure they're not going down. You want to keep them at either the same level or higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, safeguard to try to buy another turn as well. Ooh. Is that main phase? Exploit vulnerability, draw. He'll look for a better answer.
Yeah, because all we know they have is a dungeon guide and uncover the
Uncover the plot, dungeon guide, Luxem site. Playing uncover the plot to heal 3 right now to dodge more burst would probably be good. It's just that you have safeguard amulet, so you can kind of ignore that. The proper timing for that is to use safeguard amulet in response to an ally getting suppressed, so that your opponent cannot just play 4 Tempest Downfalls for free on top.
Yes. It's a very, very strict timing window because you can't just use it to prevent these Razor Gill pings coming in through to you. As in response to Safeguard, they can just go ahead and keep going and get that damage in anyways.
Yeah, or even better, they just say, "Okay, I'll stop. On your turn, I'll do the exact same play because everything's fast."
One of the hardest reasons why this match or deck is difficult to play against is they play on your turn or their turn. It really doesn't matter. That damage is going to be coming one way or another.
Okay, there's a ticking time bomb, right? This is how you out damage a Luxem site. Now you got to see a second Luxem site.
Indeed, each wind activation is going to be 3, and so as long as you activate 2 cards a turn, Luxem site is not going to be able to keep up with that, and it's an uphill battle. You're losing it. I'm surprised or curious to see if I was just about to say if we're going to see a Luxera's map come out on this materialization, or if it's 1 turn too late.
It feels like it's one. It comes in hindered, right? It feels like it's 1 turn too
Yes.
late, unless because you want to have a second Luxem site in here, in your memory right now. Actually missed a possible draw earlier to find another Luxem site because of the exploit vulnerability. Insignia is on board. Should have prepared it to and then Insignia with a low influence gets a draw again. Now I believe he's drawing into 6 or is he drawing into 7? So you won't have that option anymore. Oh, looks like it doesn't matter. It's Kongming has decided to say, hey, we're going to do all this before your Luxem site gets revealed, before you get to heal 3. We're going to apply as much damage as possible.
It is go time, yeah.
And it is a matter of whether he wants to use. I feel like you're going to have to use this safeguard amulet, like at some point. You can't just leave it there. But again, the same problem, right? You use the safeguard amulet. Razor Gosha says, "Okay, I'll stop. I'll do it again next turn."
Yeah, just hang on to those Tempest Downfalls that are in hand, and now we use the Safeguard Amulet. Gonna be stopping this.
Stop the second Tempest Downfall, so that at least it's a card down. It's hard though because without a on top, maybe try to do 3 more damage. There you go. Without a nullifying lantern on board, it's very easy for Razor Gale to do this again by just having a cyclical breeze, pick up a Tempest Downfall and do it again. All he has to do is get to 3 Ventus counters. That second Tempest Downfall should have put him to 2. Oh, there you go.
Yes, and Matthew's just sitting in a good position here, showing lethal in 2 to 3 different ways. We have the 3 visits from the graveyard currently. We have a Dream Fairy that's going to be coming back, and assumingly a 2 or 3 wind cards to be activated from hand on their next turn.
Don't know how you're gonna Oh yeah, they didn't resolve the original Luxem site and prereq because all of that was Matthew trying to play before the Luxem site got revealed. So we
Yes.
show Luxem site reveal and then use Uncovered Plot reveal it again, heal 6, try to survive off this. But if there's a cyclical breeze, I think it ends the game. Cyclical breeze being played to pick up one of those Tempest downfalls gives you your third Ventus counter, so you can suppress that Dream Fairy and then do it again.
And here we actually see a Nullifying Mirror and a Safeguard Amulet for Matthew. Nullifying Mirror is just going to keep those cards in hand on Juju's turn, and then Safeguard just to try and stop any Lightweaver assault. But an Excalibur coming down, assumably going to be one of these Razor Gills.
I think I would have killed the Ventus, honestly. It forces another 3-card commitment from Matthew. Like you have to have a Verdigris Decree or a what is it called again? Zephyr to suppress an ally to get free Tempest downfalls. Otherwise, you have to pay for the Tempest downfalls. Use up a lot more cards in your hand.
And so we see the activation of a Bagua here. Going to be dealing 2 extra to Xander here, and it's looking very much like a good game here.
Yeah.
We have Ventus going to be targeting this Dream Fairy for a suppression, which
And
means
then
that we
zap.
have...
Boom, boom. 25. Do you have an answer?
And looks like the answer is no. And we are 2-0 in Matthew's favor. Wind Razor Gale Kongming takes down our Water Luxem Xander. What a very good display of gameplay between these two players. And as we initially talked about it at the start of this match before we saw these two players combat against each other, is that we were sort of leaning into the Luxem Xander players' court. Is that correct?
I was definitely leaning into Luxem Xander's court because it's a matter of at that point is a matter of speed, right? That was a lot of damage really fast. I don't know about you, but when I play Razor Gale, I don't draw 3 of them like that.
Yeah, it is. It is one of those, especially when you're playing against Razor Gale deck, and you see it in game 1, you're like, okay, they got me, okay, and then in game 2, you're just like, oh, okay, oh, this is happening. I guess I gotta work my way through this again.
Yeah, normally you hard commit to like either, oh, he found 2 Ardent Cloud Strikers, that's his win condition, he's gonna beat me to death. And then I just have to answer this and I'm gonna stabilize, I'm gonna live. But I very rarely ever see Razor Gale go, here's my 2 Ardent Cloud Strikers, you can have them both. Here's 3 Razor Gales. I'm just gonna switch win conditions at the end. Just go for it. I'm like, huh, that's I mean, it just goes to show, right? No matter what it says, like what the stats say for your matchups, just play better. Play better, draw better.
And honestly, you are correct on that. And Matthew's style of play, both those games, really showed. I wouldn't call it a disrespect towards the deck, but it was more like, hey, I'm gonna go aggressive and put everything down into memory here. If you have the Frostbind, you got me. But if you don't, I am probably increasing my odds of winning by 30-40%.
Yeah, it's actually a really big deal to do that. It's really nice to see. It kind of shows like even after this long day, Matthew is still making plays, like plays to win. He is actively trying to advance his board state. If he like, if it's not necessarily a mistake, but if there's a response and it kind of slows him down, he just wants to have the knowledge, know how to play around it. Versus, I mean, it's also part of how the deck runs. Like Serene Xander is definitely playing not to lose. You are not trying to actively win the game. You're trying to just not lose for longer until you can kind of like not necessarily luck, but just just so happens that you've built a winning state. Well, you like really trying too hard for it.
Yeah, there's a fine line with Luxem Xander where you go from I'm surviving to level 3 to all right, now I'm building influence to go ahead and take you out of the game.
Yeah. So it's just it goes like it's a lot of experience, right? You can very clearly see like they both know what they're doing. They know what they're trying to go for. Matthew just definitely like against Xander, it is a big deal that you just know your math. You know how to answer what's coming out. You know how to keep the aggression going. You don't get disheartened by seeing it's like, oh, all my hard work is just disappearing because he just healed 7 this turn.
And
Oh man.
I feel like on the other side of that, like sitting against a Luxem player when they finally stabilize is quite demoralizing, and that's something players really have to like work on and against when they play against that deck. Is you see 3 Luxem sites, they heal 9, and you just go, I feel like the first 5 turns of this game have been worthless for me. But that's that moment where you're like, how can I get through this? How can I fight past this? And like in my opinion, that's what separates good players from great players in that particular matchup.
Yeah, because my favorite part about that is when they show me those 3 Luxem sites and they're going to heal 9. I look and I was like, you know what a really great player does? Says, I can't do 9 damage to you per turn. We're going to go to the next game. Don't go to time. Just be God, move over. Let's try again.
Exactly here. And with that, that means we only have one more round for this event to see who's going to come out on top with this case of HVN. And it's been a wild ride. We started with I believe 54 contestants, players in this tournament, and now we're going down to just 2. Who is going to be walking out with the case? The biggest prize possession you can earn for a new set coming out, right?
Just a new set. Guaranteed that you get this. You don't have to run around to all your LGSs looking for it. And big shout out to Yeti for being able to provide, doing all this. Andy K, Brightwing, especially Brightwing, who's working today, like taking care of us. Good job. Love you. You are definitely the GOAT. Tell us when you can change your name to Brightwing the GOAT.
Indeed. And for everyone watching here on YouTube, don't forget to go ahead and subscribe to Serene Balance Productions. It helps a lot, so you're notified when tournament streams are coming out, usually Thursdays, and then sometimes Saturdays as well with regionals or surprise big events like this, the Win a Case. So don't forget to do that there. If you really want notifications as well, you could go ahead and click the bell to be alerted every time this channel does go live. And also get a big shout out to production as well. If you're enjoying seeing the card that was last played on screen or the life totals, things like that, there's a lot of work that goes into running these kind of streams and setups. So it's, big shout out to everyone for having us here as well, Herman and myself, and then production behind it as well. It's
You're not going to
it's a
call out my favorite people, the unsung heroes of the events, the judges.
Oh, my apologies. I'll let you do that. Go ahead, bring us into
All
it.
right, as another fellow judge, I just wanted, your efforts are not in vain. We recognize you. You're like a little invisible back there, here and there, but you guys do a really good job making sure everything runs, making sure everyone's doing things properly. Love it all. You earned you earn your keep here.
They really do. And it's one of those, we talk about players' mental taxation of playing 8 rounds, 7 rounds all day. These judges are answering questions all day, being jumped around, oh, this is happening, this is happening. And that's very mentally taxing as well for players. It's a whole separate style of part of the game, but it's needed. And we appreciate them so much for doing that, because who else would answer some of these questions that happen during a game, interactions, or just a clarification of a card. I don't know if you're yourself, Herman, but sometimes you're playing in a tournament and your brain just does not operate as it should be. Your opponent activates a card, and you go, "Haha! Here's a card in response," and they're like, "That doesn't work like that." You're like, "Oh no, I didn't read my card."
Very well aware of that. Before casting today, I was actually judging an event where I got to see so many of those players literally call me because they said, "Hey, I brain farted. I don't know how this interaction works now because it wasn't supposed to be this way. I played at the wrong time. I don't know how this works." I'm like, "Well, I guess that's what I'm going to do." But help alleviate some of the stress for a lot of us, especially for you Yeti Games players. After this is done, getting all this great pricing from Yeti, a lot of these free locals and everything, all that money that you're saving from paying for locals, buy a good webcam, guys.
Yeah.
The yeah, and lights, yes, light up your yeah. after you buy lights, please turn on your lights. Nice webcam, good lights. That's all we ask for, and you'll make a lot of judges happy.
Yes, judges, you'll make other players
Production,
happy as well. You'll make
yeah,
production happy as well. Everyone can benefit from it,
yeah,
but it's great to see. And I feel like
yeah.
we forgot one important shout out, and that's just to Weebs of the Shore.
Yeah,
Just in
appreciate it.
particular, they have an amazing game and a community that is brought together by it, and we're all playing and enjoying in our time. Without them, we wouldn't be able to really like have the stream or have these kind of events. So it's super awesome to see. Tangent slightly into that is we have Ascent Melbourne coming up this weekend, I believe. Am I correct on that one? And
Yeah,
that is
technically,
a
yeah, next weekend, yeah.
huge ascent. Our last one actually for AMB before HVN is released
Hey,
on
please don't
March
knock me out
7th.
of top 100, guys. I really appreciate if you send Melbourne players. Don't knock me out of top 100.
Oh, I unfortunately have been knocked out, and
Oh no.
I'm not flying. I think I'm finishing at 114th or something
Oh
further back.
no.
Yeah, it is. It's disheartening, but I tried my best for that. But
Hey, good luck to all the
it's
players
always a
who are
pleasure.
going there. I just hope that, part of me, my selfish part says, please don't knock me out. But the game loving part says, okay, show us something cool, man. Now that it's the post ban AMB pre HVN meta, show us something cool. So let us have something going into the next set, knowing, I don't want to see
Yes.
more water. I'm sure we're all sick of water.
Yep.
Oh no, you want more water? Let's get some more water.
Of course,
Water
more
Lorraine, Fire
Yes.
Lorraine, Fire Xander.
Please give me more water, Lorraine. But
Yeah.
Herman, I'm gonna put you here on the spot because
Yep.
I always want to keep my not judges. I'm so sorry, casters on their toes here.
Hmm?
What element and what champion is gonna be top 2 in Ascent Melbourne?
In top 2 in
Top
Ascent
2.
Melbourne. I think that the lack of Wind Astra Arisana is really telling right now in a different way. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, Wind Astra Arisana is not top, didn't touch this top 8." It's bad right now. I think it's actually that everyone's just hiding that this is a really, really good deck. One of the biggest checks to Wind Astra Arizona, I'm going to say us because I was a big player for that too. One of the big checks to us was just recently got hit, like that Icebound Slam and these water decks, like really, really punish a lot of the Wind Astra play style if you drew the wrong half of your deck. And now that Icebound Slam's gone, these water decks are kind of falling out of favor and they're slowing down. That thing's going to hit hard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. How about you?
I think we're gonna have a Return of the Queen. I'm calling.
Tristan?
We have Wind Tristan is going to be taking it down. Just looking at the field and everything that's happened, Slimes lost a card.
Mm-hmm.
Water decks with Icebound Slam, one of Tristan's like hardest things to recover from, taking 8 on turn 1, gone. And I feel like it's a great opportunity for Tristan to sneak back in there and maybe take another ascent before it's too late.
I actually really agree with you because you said top 2. Because I think Tristan 2, Arisanas 1 is a very likely thing because as an Arisana player, I know that matchup really well. She still needs an answer. Like Tristan still needs to find a way to kill Arisana. I've sat there for so long, just be like, hey, it's a 55-minute game 1. You're not killing me, man.
Well, you heard it here live. We have Grand Finals of
Predictions.
Melbourne. Calling it is Wind Arizona versus Wind Tristan.
Yes, please prove me wrong. I actually really love being proved wrong. I'm like, yo, stab you with Shadow Strike for 46. Is that okay? It's never okay, but it's always fun to watch. Oh man, yeah, I can't believe it's just 1 week until we see the rest of the set, right? On the 28th is when we see the rest of the set.
After Melbourne, we get to see it, and I feel like we only have knowledge about 65% of the set right now.
Something like that, yeah.
There's still a lot of cards out there, and I know people are already brewing for Ascent Seattle, and I'm just like, yeah, brewing's great right now, but a wrench might be thrown in your gears at this point because something nutty's gonna be shown, and
Yeah.
everyone's gonna be last minute scrambling.
Like I'm feeling that too, where I'm actually one of those people brewing, playing all these new cards, and every single day as new cards get shown, ruins a lot of these plans. Like very at the beginning, seeing all these things, like seeing these recollections, like dang, Guocha's really, really good. These Shenjus, that's not okay, man. Like having this giant arcane dragon staring you in the face, 4/12 on turn 3, that's not okay. That's definitely the best deck. And more cards come out, I'm like, oh, never mind. That's okay. Like whatever. And then it was like, oh, this turtle? you can switch its life and attack stat. It's going to hit for 30 in one turn. That's not okay. And you're like, oh, here's censure. Just don't worry about it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they like it's a tease. They show you something really nice. And you're like, yes, perfect. I'm gonna build my deck around this. And then a little bit later, like, yeah, but here's the thing that stops it. And you're like, well,
Yeah.
maybe I'm not gonna play that now. Why are you giving people free advice against the deck I was about to play?
I just find it's really funny where they're like, hey, here's this really good card for the deck. Here's another really, really good card for the deck. Here's another really good card for the deck. Please, God, you guys have to play this deck because here's a fourth really good card for this deck. And after, like, okay, here's the hate card.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
like, fine. Come on, man. Oh,
But
Brackish Ludist. That's a fun one.
even talking about Abyssal Heaven, which like all the cards coming out, I love the mechanics and everything. I really just want to comment though on the art. Some of the
Oh,
artwork on
beautiful.
these cards are beautiful, and on commons and uncommons too. I'm just like, this is like SRUR level of art for me. Some on some of them, and it's blowing my mind just the quality and the. I'm really curious to see some of like how there's silent auctions for art at a sense. How much some of these will be going for.
I thought it was really cool when I was playing with some of these new cards, looking at it. I was like playing like the Wind Uniques lines and everything too. Some of the new cards, I think Matcha or whatever her name is, and oh, it's like the Beast Slayer. Like, I'm sorry, I don't remember those names, but yeah, I just remember looking at them like, hey, this art looks really familiar. Then I look at other Wind Uniques in my hand, and I'm looking, I was like, oh, all the same artists. That's really cool. Just to make
Mm.
sure like the same archetype kind of handled by the same person, you keep the same theme, like draws the same kind of people, and be like, yeah, just very consistent all around.
Yeah, staring at your hand of wind allies and be like, all right, there's consistency. We like it. We want
Yeah, we
you
we
gotta
play for
look
the art.
good when you're beating someone up, right?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you've done the same thing, but I definitely made decks solely based off. I looked at the cards. I was like, that one aesthetically looks really cool. I need to play this.
Yes.
And then I'm like, okay, now what? Because I did that for I think Crimson Tier, for example, and I played Fire Xander. Yeah, regretted it for sure. A lot of people I know are really into Zalian. Big
Yep.
Hat, Big Hat, Big Hat. Da Chow I know is getting a lot of people little frenzied. This is
Yes. I feel like there's like a common theme, like a constellation you can follow. It's like, did they like Arisana? If yes, they probably liked Kong Ming, which means they liked Dao Chao, and it's all sort of like connected. And they like, don't worry, I have all the tarot cards I need anyways.
oh man, no. I'm just happy to get into this game early enough to find all these cards without having to look around, right? But
Hmm.
it's really nice to see the growth of the games, how much they're printing now. I don't know if you've seen the print run. Like it's massive this time to really accommodate the fact that there's so many more players that have been joining, more people continuing to join, seeing these giant events. A lot of people complaining that Ascent tickets are selling out really fast now. It is happy little problem to have sometimes.
Indeed. And, you know, the print runs is a very valid thing to bring up. This is a game that was started by an American team, a company. And
Just a
now
Kickstarter.
look at the production where it is. And, yeah, you know, we're Southeast Asia a lot of the time. We're going to Japan at the end of this year.
Let's
And
go.
it's just mind blowing to think that that is a like as you said a Kickstarter game that was just a group of people, and now it's international. Everyone is playing this game, and it's just getting bigger as time progresses. Print runs are getting larger, more and more people getting into the game, learning about it, and it's so cool to see, especially. Uh, I was around during earlier stages, and I assume you were as well, Herman, the way you're talking about it. And it's
Yep.
just like
From
seeing
Kickstarter.
that constant growth feels so nice, and it's great to have that around you, and like all these new people, meeting everyone at Ascent. If you haven't had a chance to go to an Ascent or like a large event, try to this year. It is so much fun, and you don't even have to buy a ticket. That is just to play in the tournament. You can go to an Ascent, sit at casual tables. There's people with binders sprawled out trading. There's fun little mini games going on. There's learn how to plays. We just recently had draft at our last Ascent, which was so much fun.
Be one of the heroes that does Path of Puzzle for us. Because I am
Yes.
definitely one of those lazy ones that says, here's all my puzzle pieces. I'm going to walk away. And then someone else does it for me. And I'm like, yes. Thank you for the spoilers.
Mm.
We really
They really
appreciate your
spoil
heroes.
us.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. Just like, oh man, all the drip feeding, all the teasers all the time. I'm like, man, how can I not think about GA every single day of my life? You gotta stop, okay? I have things to do. You can see the mess. I should be cleaning this mess behind me, but no, it's GA all day, every day.
Yeah, and it gets me in trouble at work. Sometimes I'm at work chilling on the computer, and next thing I know, I'm scrolling the index, just reading cards. Like, oh, what if I build a deck around this? What's some support I can do? Manager walks by, like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, research,
Yeah. And it's really scary which card you have up at the time. Like some cards is like it's completely okay. But if I'm like low, it's like, oh, I'm a Nico player. If I'm like building my Nico deck and I just happen to be hovering and then my manager walks by, I'm like, no, I swear. It's professional.
It's
Promise.
strictly professiontal, yes.
Strictly professional. Yeah, just wait 2 more seconds. I'm gonna scroll over my Vapor Jet Shield Bearer and then it's gonna be okay.
Until you realize you took out Vapor Shield Bearer in due to better cards like
No.
Power Defender. Just
Uh yeah, I can see it. Uh, ooh, I believe we are actually done with our other match. And to no surprise to me, at least, we've got Edward with his godly triple gleaming cuts, Fire Xander coming up.
so we just saw Xander versus Kong Ming. Now we're going into Xander versus Kong Ming.
Hmm.
And both players have shown extreme aptitude at
Hmm.
getting some of the best lines possible for their deck. And
Yeah.
now this is the Clash of Titans.
Yeah.
Who can win Razorgale Kong Ming high roll fast enough between Fire Luxem Xander stabilizing into everything they need? And
Mhm.
this is going to be a matchup, I hope a very matchup that's back and forth, but it can also end in just a Kongming takes you out instantly,
Mhm.
or Kongming barely can do anything, and Xander just drains the life out of you as 4 Luxem sites are revealed every turn.
Yeah, because the biggest difference between going from this water that we just saw into fire is you go water to have a little bit more control, a little bit more flexibility, some tools. And you switch to fire, and it's more like I just want to do my own play. I'm going to do my own game. I don't care what you're doing. Just I'll get to my thing, and then I'll just hit you or I don't. So it in this kind of matchup, that's exactly what you need. You just want to get up there, have enough cards to just say, I will not die, and I will kill you. And I don't care what you play, I just won't die.
Indeed, that is. Sometimes that is the way to play the game, though, right? It's why do I need to interact with my opponent when I
Mhm,
can just go ahead and do everything I need to do to win the game?
mhm.
And Luxem Xander, or Fire Luxem Xander in particular, has a way better setup, in my opinion, than the Water variant because you gain access to the likes of Creative Shock. Just
Yeah.
the fast speed, get to, discard one, and it just helps that filter just ever so slightly better. We saw a lot last round, Juju going into backup charger to get that additional influence, and I feel like you can completely skip that in fire. You just have to creative shock. You maintain that influence, you still get that floating memory into the graveyard as well, and it accelerates your game plan at least 1, maybe 2 turns faster than the water variant.
Mhm. That's probably why Edward was able to, after cleaning up previous rounds, being able to claw up in through this. I believe he was playing against Win Tanaris. Going up here, like allies, same kind of ideas that we're going to see now. It's like you have a window. If you pass that window, you don't kill Xander in time. You're not killing him. You're just sitting there, just kind of going through the motions. But he's not dying. He's just going to find his cards and he's going to kill you. It's kind of the story of what we're seeing all today,
Yeah.
right? Just you hit your timing. If you don't hit your timing, just move on.
Well, go next. Sometimes it is a skill to know when the game is not winnable and to save sort of the surprises in your deck and that mental space uh, for the game. Now, last round I asked you, and you said you were leaning in Xander's court. I'm asking you once again here. We have Windrazor Gale Kong Ming versus Fire Luxem Xander. Where are the chips being pushed?
I am still putting them on Xander. Just because it lost once does not mean I feel like I am incorrect. Because in my experience, it's like, that's just how probabilities work sometimes. Even though it says 90% chance to win, that 10% still exists. And sometimes you just roll the part that you didn't expect, right? So even though honestly, we saw Juju get kind of blown out of the water because Matthew draws way too bad. Well, holy. I think it's the same kind of idea. 25 maximum health is very hard to burst through as combing unless you happen to find everything you need in a reasonable amount of time. And Serene Xander, I think, just is supposed to be more consistent and keep you alive long enough.
You are correct on that one, and I'd actually favor just glancing at the list here. I don't want to get into specifics, but I do feel like there is a couple of cards in particular that I like in Edward's list that is really gonna, if drawn and used in the appropriate time frame, really gonna swing the favor.
Yeah, I'll just say I just like the fact that he has more floating. Like
Yeah.
water floating is like you're gonna fit stuff like fracturize in. So fracturize as you're floating still requires a target. Kind of by nature, it's a stronger card if you're trying to interact with your opponent, but weaker than something like another fast cure or reprogram that we saw Edward playing earlier. When you just want to be like, I just want to play this to float so I can level up. And I believe we didn't see Gentle Respite either from the Water Serene. Yes, I'm actually looking at it right now. No water. Yeah, Gentle Respite in this matchup is really, really good too, because Combing always has way more cards.
Usually a Kongming deck, like, to tell if they're winning or losing is the amount of influence they have. The lower their influence, the less likely they are to be able to pull out the game.
Yeah. Even though Matthew had 6 influence at some point, so he can even deny a fast cure and still pulls out that game. I'm like, man, that's crazy. That's out of nowhere, man. Not even a baby gray, escape the wreckage, baby gray, reclaim baby gray kind of thing. That's normally where I see it, where it's like, oh, okay, cool, you just draw everything, I guess. And that just shows that Combing Razor Gale is still a very real deck. Just played a little different.
Yeah, it's all about adaptation, and that's what
Mhm.
like games in general are about. Is can you adapt to your current circumstances, what's going on? And that's why like when people talk about the meta, it's not saying like, oh, this deck is meta because it just wins. It's meta because of the circumstances and the adaptation that's being made. One of my favorite things to do is just look at past large events and consider like what is going on in this time and why are these decks good? You look at the first ever Ascent Houston. Everyone was riding the Merlin train. And then the deck that ended up coming out on top was a deck particularly good at beating the slower Merlin deck. And then you look at even further, like further ascents, is that the decks coming out on top are the ones that purposely are teched and built to beat the one that everyone is playing or on. And that's how
Or
it shifts.
in a different way, where like my most recent example of that is Ascent Santa Clara, where we saw the rise of Watermill Arizona and all those kind of like that's where the water dominance kind of started. But that started specifically at that Ascent, and I was going into that knowing that too. No one's playing lanterns. No one's respecting lanterns. Everyone's respecting every other deck. They were still afraid of Razor Gales. They were still afraid of allies kind of beating your face in. That's the rise of Wind Arizona as well, because that's 2 ascents in a row where they're starting to actually pick up steam. You don't need lanterns for that. And then a lot of these top players said, "Oh, hey, yeah, no one's going to play lantern. No one's really going to stop us. We just have to high roll a couple of like rounds here and there, and we'll just top with it." It's
Yeah,
really
no,
just
that's
circumstances, right? Yeah.
really good point.
Yep.
You're right. It's like the meta shifted. People weren't realizing they were respecting too much, and now we look here and we don't see Mill Arisana, and that's because
Mhm.
people are fully aware of the deck. Like, yes, it lost Icebound, but if people were watching the Yeti Thursday, we saw a Mill variant that was taking names, and it was so good.
Or like we had Sylvie Nico hit top 8 on Superior today, right? Like even though people said, "Oh, maybe Nico's not as good anymore because you don't have Icebound." And I still think back to all of the Nico games I've played where I didn't draw Icebound or playing Icebound is just trolling because I'm going to put 7 cards down and it's going to die in response.
Mhm.
And I'm like, yeah, honestly, you can still play these things. You just have to adapt. That's a good thing.
Perfect. I'm getting really hyped for this final. I don't know
Yeah.
about you, but this is getting very exciting for me. Really want to see what deck comes out on top. Luxem Xander in particular it's a weird deck. It sort of was a joke in the beginning. Not a lot of people played it. People called it too slow, not that good, missing some information. And then a well-known group of people came up with, I believe it was Ascent Toronto?
No, before that, right?
Ontario. It
Ontario.
was a Canadian one, I believe. Yes, on Ascent
No.
Ontario.
Ascent Ontario was not Canadian, and as a Canadian, I'm still so mad about that because our province is Ontario, and we saw Ascent Ontario announced. We got really, really excited, and it's Ontario, California.
Okay, gotcha. I was not at that Ascent, so I get confused all the time. Which Ontario? But the American Ontario in California. That Ascent, I do know it was the Gwendolyn Spirit of Wind that was the prize card.
Yeah, early back then, yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. And yeah, so they came with this deck and caught everyone off guard because no one was expecting this style of gameplay, where it was just, hey, what if we stay alive to the point where you can no longer win the game? And then we just win because of that. You out of resources, out of value, there's nothing you can do. And so like you saw that adaptation, that deck come up, and then it like sort of peaked, hit a point, and then fell right back off because it requires a very specific situation to be good, to see success. And I think we're starting to see that point again for Luxem to be in the front runners, in the talk for a competitive meta deck.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's kind of scary to play because it's still a kind of matchup roulette kind of deck because it really relies on you hitting the environments that you're built it for, right? If you've built this to play against these like decks that run out of resources very quickly, then yeah, you're going to be happy. But if you're going to play against, like I've been playing a lot of I don't know if the community calls it too. I call it Infinity Cats. It's just the wild growth feline going infinity, one single guy there. I'll give it Spell Shroud whenever you Excalibur it. But it's a 13-14 right now. Well, you can't answer this. I'm not going to run out of resources. There's just one unit here, right? I have 10 cards in hand, one ally. It's just going to beat you in the face over and over again. And all of a sudden, I was like, yeah, I just won from matchup alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
it's about the field and sometimes just a little bit of luck getting it through. You can't be prepared for everything. That's the fun of the game.
Yeah, just accept, not everyone. Matt G can't top every single event, Caben can't top every single event, but they'll do their best to do. Yeah.
Exactly, and switching up, seeing. And now we talked about the origin of Xander, but we are getting ready for our grand finals match. We have
Let's go.
Matthew, our first seed on Wind, Razorgill, Kong Min, against Edward, our sixth seed, Fire, Luxem, Xander. I am so excited to get this. I hope everyone in chat is ready for this matchup here as well. Herman, go ahead and tell us more about what Fire Luxem Xander's looking to do in these earlier turns.
Before I do that, Matthew chose to go second. That's pretty cool. Oh, actually, I see. So, okay, I've just been informed that it's not choice. They didn't realize that seeds choose, so they have been rolling, and it looks like Edward has rolled and taken first. I just thought it was like, okay, that's just -1 because I thought it'd be interesting because that's a pretty good adaptation to make to let this Fire Xander be -2 influence and go first like this again, right? You don't really care if they take this extra turn because they're short on cards anyway. It's not about the fact of it's not about the quantity of cards for them, it's the quality of cards, and giving them less draws to find those cards is a really big deal. And hopefully, yep, there it is. He put 4 darts down. Matthew starting strong.
And so it is beginning. We have the turn 1 Razorgill once again met with the Mnemonic Charm. And I actually do really like what you were explaining here earlier about having the Fire Xander deck be short on influence by going first. It's going to really limit the resources and make so when they do hit that level 3 mark, they have less cards to be able to reveal from the initial trigger.
So you're seeing here a glimpse. You're trying to make up for that, find more cards that will help you get there without losing too many. I'm really looking for a gentle respite here because there's really no way for Razor Gale to not allow that to go through. Get your draw 1 into memory and then get a float at the same time. That feels so good.
It is taking full advantage of the card, but on the opposite side of the coin, feels very unfortunate when you're having to activate a gentle respite and not being able to get anything but the floating out of it. And just as I predicted earlier in our pre-game talk show, Edward, instead of going with more of a slower draw methodical plan, straight into Xander level 1 on first instance.
Yeah. You're fire. That's kind of what you are doing. You can let your opponent do whatever they want and just say, I'll get there. You can get there too, but I'll get there better. Yeah, because turn 1 Razor Gale. Another matchup where it's just hard to punish. Unless you're playing against Wind, that's such a safe card to play. Until we go into HVN and there's... Okay. Yeah, until we go into HVN and there's just better main deck Regalia removal. If you're not playing against Wind, it's very hard to get just 2 Razor Gales in a row like that punished.
Yeah, it is wild, and we're sort of seeing the high roll that this Razor Gale deck can do. We have turn 1, turn 2 Razor Gale, but Edward not going to be left out of the high roll here. We do see a backup charger gonna go ahead, draw that extra card here, and hopefully we're perhaps gonna see a dungeon guide drawn into, or something to kind of accelerate their own game plan.
Yeah, it just means that he didn't go to level 2 right away, so he didn't have like a juggle knives like we were expecting him to. He's constantly being like, oh, juggle knives into level 2 and to pick it back up, juggle knives again, something like that. So he's a little slower than we've seen him on stream so far, but hopefully he drew into something good.
Turbocharge. That is something you love to see here, and especially after a quick... Yeah, Turbocharge is a one-of, so you're just kind of hitting that same pace with seeing the cards that you want to see as soon as you can, and it's always a great feeling. And this is kind of a scary instance here, seeing Matthew immediately go into Kong being level 1. Is this kind of telling that we have some Bagwas in hand that we want to start taking full advantage of?
I don't think it's Bagua because you... actually, yeah, it's either Bagua or Cloud Striker. It's really hard to tell. You need him to show us right now which one it is. But he should have... His hand's probably full of them. Either way. Cloud Striker, if he's put more than 1 card down. 3 cards down. Whoa. What do you empower?
Interesting. We're empowering here by sacrificing the mnemonic charm for an indolent leisure.
That's so good. Just get more and more cards over and over again. That's a good reason to level up so that you have the class bonus level 3 effect.
A very, very powerful card. It's just you 3 to activate it, you draw a card, but if it is a class bonus and you are level 3 plus, you draw an additional card into memory, instantly plussing you. And we were plussed directly into a 3rd Razor Gale calling.
Yeah. Like the good part for Edward is that these are all norm cards, so you're not taking all this damage yet. The downside is that what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 influence on Razor Gale with 3 Razor Gale callings on board already. Oh, 2 juggle knives. He actually had them and he didn't play them. So he could level up and then play the 3rd juggle knives.
And there it is, the 3rd juggle knife.
Yeah, honestly, you only need 1 when you're leveling up because you just need it for these kind of plays to go neutral and then +1 when you go to level 2. The rest of them are just filler. They only existed in your deck to help you get to level, so you might as well use them as level filler if you have too many.
And interestingly enough, does not activate juggle knives again before the recollection phase.
It is nice to keep sometimes to because it's a fast speed 2 cost, right? It's a fast speed way to put 2 cards into your memory later when you need it. Like yes, it cycles, but if like this, so you already have your dungeon guide. You don't need to cycle again. You already have what you need.
Very good here, and hopefully we have no Luxem cards being banished here, but I don't think it was necessary here. Trying to get a glimpse of that hand and looking into a very
that's a gleaming cut. That's a gleaming cut again. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's why you keep your juggle knife so you can gleaming cut after this. Okay, cool. Yeah, uncover the gleaming cut. What a surprise.
Double
2 gleaming cuts.
Oh no.
The classic. It really is king of the draws. It's king of the draws, huh?
It is indeed, and just curious to see what we're going to be finding off of these gleaming cuts. Yes, drawing additional cards is great, but if you don't see the key components you actually need, these draws aren't going to mean anything. We need to see some Luxem sites and some Lightweaver assaults in order for these gleaming cuts to have huge value.
Hey, I'll don't worry. I saw Luxem site just now. Saw Luxem site. He's holding that jug of knives still. Ooh, that's a really good card to play against a Razor Gale when they put their hand down like this. See everything you have to deal with. Kill one card you really don't want to deal with.
Wow.
3 Tempest Downfalls with 3 Razor Gales. Oh my gosh.
The key thing is here we do see one Ardent Cloud Striker and no other allies on the field. So
But
Edward,
he had to play Dungeon Guide.
oh, I was just about to say though,
Yeah,
Edward can, if they remove their own dungeon guide, you lock your opponent out from being able to activate these Tempest Downfalls for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he originally, like, your knee-jerk reaction is definitely to destroy the Tempest Downfall, with the Gawain. But if he said Bagua instead, I would not have faulted him.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was a Cyclical Breeze. I get the images wrong.
They do look very similar. A lot of wind cards are either Kong Ming on them with like wind flowing around her. So
It's just wind swirlies, right? It's just green
yes.
swirlies.
Wind swords indeed. I personally would have really been looking for that Ardent Cloud Striker, seeing those 3 Tempest Downfalls, and just sort of keeping Matthew away from any allies and a form of suppression. But knowing that only
one.
Yeah, exactly. 2 Tempest Downfalls now instead of 3, less likely to be bursted here. And it's looking, with 3 Razor Gills on the field for Matthew, it's looking kind of difficult to deal a lot of damage to Edward, especially because we still have the Serene Spirit locked and loaded in the champion lineage.
This is a really big deal that's different between the the water that we had last round and the fire now, is that Edward is main decking a nullifying lantern. He did just see a cyclical. I'm just assuming it's a cyclical breeze because it's swirlies. But yeah, losing that Tempest Downfall, you really do want that nullifying lantern out to prevent that cyclical breeze from putting that Tempest Downfall back in your hand to avoid all this burst. Oh, there's the Juggle Knives. Put down 2 cards. Show me Luxem site.
And I really do like the materialization of Luxera's map on this turn. You're not under any stress or pressure from the current board state with the effective pool of life you have on your champion.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's really going to help set up for that next turn. And here we see the first reveal. Let's go ahead and... Is that 2 Luxem sites?
2 Luxem sites and a Lightweaver's Assault. All right. Honestly, yeah, this is why I said I really favor Xander over Razor Gale. This is actually a point where I would actually scoop. I would just say go next game. I don't think I can win here. You have 2 Tempest Downfalls left. You only win if you can get this Cloud Striker on board and keep it alive. But with showing 1 Lightweaver's Assault already available, having a Luxera's map to be able to pull a second one into your memory, and then just being able to say 4 damage to Cloud Striker next turn means I don't think you have a real win condition anymore.
Yeah, that is very true. You could also just sort of stem the bleeding, get a 3rd Luxem site, and activate Lightweaver's Assault to remove the Cloud Striker after it attacks in, and just nullify the turn completely, recovering 9. So many possible routes and options here.
Okay.
And
this is a decent way to get your damage in. You have 3 Razor Gales. You've seen that Matthew's gone through none of these 1-for-1 cards. Seeing all these assaults, you're going to need to do a lot of bursts. I'm assuming he's going to play Bagua right now to do it again. Yeah, he has to get this damage in ASAP. Just get it to stick. Get the value out of your Razor Gills, and just try to burst it all before. Like, again, you can only heal So like damage that you've actually taken, right? So, and you can also play over it. And you're getting ready to show these Luxem sites to heal your 6 and say, yeah, no, in response, I'm just going to play everything, kill you before I ever see them again.
Yes, that is a very... Oh, and we see an Excalibur, and that's going to be taking out one of the Razor Gills. One of the things that was hanging, keeping Matthew in this game 1 here, is now losing that additional damage on activation of a Wind Element card is really going to put a hamper for Matthew.
Now you have the Cyclical Breeze to pick up the Razor Gale and not the Tempest Downfall, because you really need that extra damage. But it just eats up so many of your cards to do that. I think it might be his entire hand this turn if you do that. But to be fair, you're putting 4 down from the Blinding Steel effect every turn anyway.
It is very difficult to maintain a cards in hand with the Blinding Steel effect, especially because we know there's at least minimum 3 Luxem cards going to be shown.
Mm-hmm. Good way to play against Luxem Xander for anyone who doesn't have that much experience is however many they showed you last turn, just assume that +1 for the next turn. That's how many cards you're going to have to put down next turn. Even if they haven't put any cards in their memory yet, just assume they found a way. Just always assume that they have a way, you just don't know it yet. So he showed 3, I just assume next turn he's going to show 4. And then when he eventually does show me 4, it just means, okay, next turn he's going to show me 5.
And we do see a turbocharge for Matthew. Getting that additional influence is nice, but I feel like this is more of a trying to just find a way out of this predicament. You need to find that 4th Razor Gale, perhaps, off the top here. Maybe even your 3 visits to help start filtering every turn for yourself. But you need to find a way to start adding more damage because that 6 that Xander has is about to go away right now for the recollection phase.
It's the influence helps a lot because your win condition now, if it's not Ardent Cloud Striker, is to have 15, 16 cards in hand and do all of these Razor Gale pings all at once in response to these Luxem sites being put into memory and not in his hand. So you're going to need a lot. You have to play like Fairy Whispers into Bagua into Cyclical into Bagua and over again.
Just requiring a large chain, but it's not an uninterrupted chain because Xander does have fast interaction themselves. And okay, we just see the reveal of the 2 Luxem sites and the Lightweaver's Assault as we initially were talking about. What do you think this Luxera's map is going to be grabbing here? Do you think
Another
it's
Lightweavers?
The Lightweavers? Okay.
Yeah, no question. Because like we said, we saw the Ardent Cloud Striker, right? You do need the second Lightweavers to make sure that that's never going to be a win condition. And you're already healing 6. Do you really need to heal 9?
That is very true. We do know there is a Veiling Breeze for Matthew as well, thanks to that Gawain.
Mhm.
So Edward is probably thinking about it because realistically, looking at the damage on both champions, a Lightweaver's Assault can just end the game here, especially if you get a Lightweaver's Assault from the Luxera's map. But knowing there is that Veiling Breeze really has to make sure Edward is not using the kill combo too early against the deck.
Edward also, to make space for that lantern that he has in main, does not have mirror in main. So in this game 1, we will not be able to see him nullifying mirror to get rid of the veiling. You could just stall forever as Matthew if you veiling, cyclical veiling. So I'm surprised that we're not seeing the lantern come out already. The fact that Cyclical Breeze is a slow wind card to pick something up is a really big deal when it comes to that. You can't just respond to the activation of a lantern to pick up the card that you need before it gets turned off. Just Luxera's map, swing, dungeon guide, and pass, eh?
Yeah, that is a very interesting reactive gameplay here from Edward, not wanting to take any chances by putting cards down, just waiting to see, hey, what are you going to be doing on your turn, Matthew? And I'm just going to react to that. We know they have the instant speed, or fast speed recovery through the Lightweaver's Assault into the Luxem sites. And so we also still have Spirit as well. So there's a lot of options. And Matthew just is passing the turn as well.
Matthew's doing the correct thing. He can't. The chip damage doesn't apply anymore, right? So there's no point playing more cards than you need to. Just build up your influence every single turn. Drawing a card per turn does add up. Getting your Safeguard Amulet out now does buy you another turn against these. Oh, he actually went Gleaming Cut. Okay, I like that too. I was considering it in the back of my head, but I just didn't think he would actually go for it. Oh no, wait, actually, he did do another White Labor's Assault. He just happened to draw another Gleaming Cut.
Oh, you are correct. Yes, there's
Yeah,
two Lightweavers. I thought
yeah.
it was a Luxem
Instead of
site
it's
behind
it's
there.
not the two. Yeah, you don't need to put both Luxem sites down anymore. You can just put both Lightweaver's Assaults into a Gleaming Cut. I'm like, man, that's a.
Oh, and we actually see an Uncover the Plot being drawn for turn as well from here. So this is going to open up a little bit of a combination for Edward. If you want to put both those Lightweaver Assaults back down into memory, and then to activate Uncover the Plot, to sort of...
This is going to force either a Failing Breeze, right? Or the Safeguard?
Yeah, it's going to have to pop one of those, and I'd take that trade almost any day.
And you can incapacitate, so you can force both. Like, yeah, if Matthew decides to Veiling Breeze and then you just incapacitate, you have to Safeguard Amulet at that point, right? Or you just play another Veiling Breeze. But that's definitely a win. I'll trade that any day. No, he's just trying to get extra cards in. Play all your slow cards while you can. Put your cards into memory and then reveal them.
Hopefully draw another Luxem card as well to put in there.
He kept 3 top.
Oh. That is something that when your opponent is glimpsing and they keep all 3 on top, something really good for them and really bad for you is about to happen. And here we see that Uncover we were talking about. Are we going to see the Safeguard or Veiling in response to this?
Honestly, other side of the table, my response to this is take the damage, do not prevent it, go to next game.
Yeah. And there we have the Safeguard. Keeping that Veiling Breeze in hand, and you made a really good point about the Incapacitate. So Edward might be best outcome situation for them, having that
the Safeguard used instead.
Yeah, exactly. It's instead of having to force the Incapacitate Veiling this turn, Matthew's now relying on Veiling Breeze from the next turn, and you have that answer for it immediately.
Okay, there's the Ventus, but I have a feeling that we're going to see an Excalibur in response to the third Ventus counter being attempted to add. Okay, so this is definitely all in, right? You're if there's an Incapacitate, you're going to be miserable as Kongming. Even now, you're pretty miserable. You have to. Is there? He said he declined to pass opportunity so far. I think he's thinking if he's going to incapacitate this.
Oh, that's a very good point.
5 cards in hand so far.
Is this the moment you want to incapacitate, though? That is the question you really need to be asking yourself here.
Normally, I would say no, if not for the fact that Gawain just showed you the entire hand, and you know, like 8 of the. Oh, that works too. Yeah, when cards are down, yeah, like you know that Comey has to go for it now.
And this was the third hidden Lightweaver's Assault, and then the Incapacitate to go ahead and say, nope, your Veiling Breeze is not going to be able to do anything here. And game 1 goes to Edward on our Fire Luxem Xander. What an interesting game 1 we had there. It felt like Matthew opened up probably one of the best ways they could. And Edward kindly answered back with 2 Gleaming Cuts on first reveal.
Yeah. It's a very, very good open triple Razor Gale, and then he showed off that Gawain hit that he had 3 Tempest Downfalls as well. Really, all he was missing was so that's one of those times where it's like, yeah, you want to see your Tempest Downfalls. You still didn't want to see them right then and there. You wanted those to be Fairy Whispers and Bagwas. so that you could find Tempest downfalls while you continue to set up. Because he was in a little awkward space where he couldn't really suppress an ally to play them, and he couldn't get the chip damage with the the 3 Razor Gales he played. I think those Razor Gales in total this game did 8 damage. It was very low. He just was not playing cards.
There wasn't enough filter. As we saw, a lot of norm cards being activated there. We had the Indolent Leisure, Mnemonic Charms, Turbocharge, just things that you don't gain value off of the Razor Gills that are sitting on your field. And I want to hop over directly to our deck list here. Sideboards are probably going to be very quick for both these players, so I'm going to quickly go through it here. Edward, I think you already spoke on it during that game one. Nullifying Mirror, probably going to be coming in just as a secondary in case against those Veiling Breezes.
Yeah, well, there's also Blanches that have to come in that really messes the game up. Take out the Resolute Stands, you don't need them anymore. And the Vanishes.
Knowing those allies aren't going to be swinging at you this way and that way.
Yeah. You saw an Ardent Cloudstriker in main, so maybe you kind of consider it a little, but you shouldn't. Just, if it happens, it happens. I don't know what
Yeah,
Edward does in response to, or Matthew does in response to sideboard though.
that's honestly maybe bring in that additional Stifling Trap to stop those dungeon guides, but everything else seems kind of not catered towards a Luxem matchup.
You know what I see people with them, and I've seen them in people's decks the entire top cut, and no one's played a single one. Unbroken Mustang is actually pretty good here. Normally for Razor Gale, you play this Unbroken Mustang because okay, of course he starts with a Terminal Razor Gale as always, but yeah, you play this Mustang because you get hard walled by Mirror, right? You need to destroy if you can survive a turn of Mirror being on board, because you kind of have to preemptively pull Mirror out anyway, or else you just say Veiling Breeze in response. If someone pulls out a Mirror against you preemptively to say I'm going to kill you next turn, and you Mustang it, you're so happy. Or if the Luxera's map just comes out rested and sits there, you say Mustang, destroy it. Don't have another Luxem site. I win. Very good.
Yeah,
Just gotta draw it, I
Mustang,
guess. So
the dark horse of the set, I think. People undervalued the card a lot, and then as you sort of these regalias taking over games or really like changing the outcome of them, it has shown a lot of value in sideboard here.
destroying Korhazi, the insignia of the Korhazi is also a very big deal. So I think you do want to play it when you see it. It's just hard to get to it when your cards don't really cycle into it, as well as the fact that it's 4 cost.
Yes, you are going to have to take a complete turn to activate that card and slow down your momentum a bit, but it is worth it in the long run if knocking your opponent off of key pieces.
Mhm. Decent opening for now. Razor Gale into Fairy Whispers kind of, and then find a 3 visits, so he can really fix everything that's upcoming for a couple turns, making sure he has a good start this time. Okay.
Looking like a very familiar setup from our game one here as well. Mnemonic Charm enters the field, joins us here, and we look at Edward going into backup charger turn one. So it looks like we don't have the creative shock like we did last time here. So slowing down a bit, and this is where it kind of can get scary. This is a time when Razor Gale can start adding up that damage, and it
Just burst
matters
out of
a
nowhere.
lot. Yes.
The interesting about this though is that Edward kept 4. He's chosen to play this slow. He kept he just kept is I don't know. But he's chosen to play a little slower. And go into this. If he really, really wanted to see like a creator shock or a float, he could have. Honestly, he could just like put Glimpse More away. Kind of tells you what he's trying to keep in his hand. Maybe he already sees his signature double Gleaming Cut in a dungeon guide.
Yeah, it's like, what exactly would Edward want to keep in this? Do you keep your Luxem cards, the ones that you know, like I need these to be able to turn it around right away, or do you keep the early game advantage that helps you get to the Luxem? But if you get to Luxem fast and you don't have anything to reveal off of it, then it's kind of a mute point. You just have that additional cushion for damage.
Mm. It's a fine balance, right? This is pretty solid. Yeah. You just have to take one off turn, then creative shock end phase so that you can do this. And then yeah, that means Matthew played mnemonic charm into backup charge or pass. Just picking up his influence.
That is correct. We don't see a second Razor Kill on the
Yeah.
field. As not capitalizing a lot on the slower push from Edward, but
Well,
it is a win deck. We may see a lot of interaction here at the end of Edward's
yeah.
turn.
Because a big part is like I would still not feel safe if I were Edward, because it's possible that nothing really happened because Matthew had a unknown card added to his memory, like a blind card added to his memory because of the mnemonic charm. It's very possible, like maybe he just wanted to level up to start doing things, but you can't risk a 33% in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a card you really, really want, like it's a Tempest Downfall or something. You really want it back to your hand, so might as well take the off turn, get it back to your hand, and then at the end of this turn, yeah, you do this. You have a guaranteed, like not 100% guaranteed, but you have a very secure way to level up where you have good control over what's going to be banished if you need it. Or you really have nothing and you're just doing this too. That's not an ally or regalia.
That is correct. That is an item.
That is not an ally or regalia. That's not an ally or regalia. He's drew into memory and he's going to level with
I'm
it.
shuffling it up here. And this is one of those things where we thankfully have judges here and able to assist when needed here.
Yeah, it
But
takes a little bit of time for them to show up, but looks like they paused. There you go. Yeah, so it really was the kind of like line I was thinking of where you do that because yeah, he wanted to protect a card.
yeah, you
And
really wanted that the one that the initial mnemonic charm when it entered the field drew into memory. You wanted to keep that,
and then
which
yeah, and then you put two dead cards back down for the Zephyr to try to burn from that instead. Oh, this is awkward because now he shuffled before he leveled up, of course. So now, yeah, this is the only thing you can do to fix this. Speaking from a judge perspective, because you can't verify which card was played or which put in there randomly, you
Mhm.
need to you have additional information that your opponent doesn't have, so you have to correct. You correct it by balancing it out the information. Put one card randomly. I'm assuming going to go back on top because that shouldn't have been able to draw in the first place. Um, Was there a target? There's no target for Zephyr.
That is correct because we just have two items on the sides of the players and then a Fantasia. So there's actually no direct target for Zephyr.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the fix right now. Shuffling the unknown portion of the deck. Those last two cards were set aside because Fairy Whispers made it a known part of the deck. And yeah, I have to go straight because it's completely illegal. If there was a legal target, at least for me, I would have just playing it anyway. That's
And
still
it's
not.
trying to target the
Yeah,
Power
yeah.
Cell, which is still an item here. It looks
Yeah,
like Matthew was really trying to get a level up route, though, and that may be the reason why the Zephyr route was looking enticing for him both those
ooh.
times.
Yeah, you had to change the entire line because that was probably his only fast. Like he was making that entire line hinging on that play. Zephyr being the deadest card in his hand, or maybe only the only fast card in his hand.
Just gonna take that an additional off turn with a Grand Crusader's Ring, draw an additional card here, and it looks like we might just be passing it over to Edward. Yes.
So he has another fast card. He must have drawn another fast card. Otherwise, I would have had to play slow here just to get cards into my memory. Okay. That means I'm assuming he drew into like a Fairy Whispers, or he Do you know what feels really bad? I've had to do this one time when I played Razor Gale. Play Bagua at level 0 just to level up.
Oh yeah, that not getting full advantage off of that, or value off of that Bagua really hurts. But Matthew did know the top 2 cards of the deck due to, or one card of the deck due to Clarity Whispers. So maybe it was a fast speed card that is really going to help for this level up they're looking for on their next turn here. We'll just have to see what Matthew.
He kept
My
the
apologies
Resolute.
here. Edward, yeah, and keeping the Resolute's a very interesting choice. Banishing it right away, so it's not going to be in play anymore. And do we see a
No juggle,
no
no
juggle
level 2
knives?
effect. Okay, just 2 prep. Interesting, but the fact that Matthew's already taken 2 off turns kind of offsets this. It's okay that
Yes.
you're -1 from what you quote unquote would have in an ideal game, because your opponent's definitely not having an ideal game.
And Dungeon Guide, is there a Stifling Trap to answer this? If not, I feel like this is turning into another runaway game for Xander on level 3.
That's okay. He just won't have double Gleaming Cut and double what do you call it? Double Luxem Sight this time.
Fucking,
I
I
think that
caught
was
a
an
little glimpse of the hand.
uncover.
We saw 2 yellows here.
There's a Gleaming Cut. There's a Gleaming Cut uncover and an Incap. Oh my gosh, this guy. He's so good.
Oh, we're gonna turbocharge just in case here to see if we draw anything additional to be able to put down for this
He's so
uncover.
good. No? Okay.
And we are just passing the turn here. Maybe just relying. You're
No,
not in any position.
yeah. Save the uncover for when you need it, but that's a rough way to level up. Yeah, 3 damage feels good to 4 damage with the Razor Gale feels good to face against Xander especially. But except for the fact that he hasn't revealed what's in there yet. You don't know how many Luxem sites he has. It's very possible he just shows 2 Luxem sites, completely negates everything you just did, and you're in a well of misery.
Yeah. And just look at that influence in Edward's hand right here. We have 4 cards in hand, 4 cards in memory. This is a commanding position to be in if you're Luxem. And knowing these reveals is going to really put Matthew at a back foot. And we want to make sure Matthew can crawl out of this. But what are you looking for? Is it another Razor Gale? Are you the Ardent Cloud Striker route? Like what are you trying to do?
Well, it's important to know that he's finally at level 1. He did this whole play, like this line, to get here, so he must have some sort of plan. Okay. No Gleaming Cut, actually. It's just casually just double Luxem Sight, so completely negates all the damage that's come through so far.
And that Lightweaver's Assault as well. Going to start the incremental damage.
Yeah. Shows the uncover the plot, so he's just going to hold that until he draws into a into a Gleaming Cut most likely, so that he can control when he uses it.
A nice prepared Thieving Cut. That's going to be for 3, and then being able to draw that additional card here. And this is actually looking very scary for Matthew. If there is no Veiling Breeze, a Luxem or a Lightweaver's Assault is going to be able to just end the game.
I don't think that's what he had 4/4. He drew 1, so at least he can't double Lightweavers right here. So
Correct.
he'll get the 1 turn to do all of this. Just do 24. I've seen harder.
A little bit more than
But
24.
oh yeah. Just do 30 through an incapacitate. It's fine. Yeah, because Edward showed his incapacitate. We know it's there, so it's only 30 damage. It's no big deal. It's only
And we
28 more.
are doing some digging though here for Matthew. And Ventus is on the field, and there is a nice juicy target in the form of Dungeon Guide as a way to suppress a unit to put those Tempest Downfalls online.
Showing the Razor Gale means this can't be a lethal turn with the Ventus anymore because you're going to spend cards putting down that Razor Gale. I could. He still has a very, very healthy influence. Man, if he got to do this one turn earlier without that Zephyr shenanigans like mishap that happened, I think he actually could have cleared game 2 then.
That is very, very good observation there. Knowing that if it was just one turn earlier, that means Edward would have been on level 2, leaving you at that 22 total life.
He would have
Really,
that extra Tempest Downfall on hand as well. None of this damage would have been healed yet. +6 on it, really. Oh, no, +5 that he healed off just now.
and I believe Edward is going to be looking for the kill turn here with the materialization of the nullifying mirror. Sort of just checking, do you have a Veiling Breeze, and are you going to use it right now?
It's so rough because if you use the Veil right now, you get it. Yeah, you have to use the Veil right now, or else your one Veiling gets stopped by the Nullifying Mirror. And if you use it now, it gets incapped, or you use it now and they just play on top of it. It's just misery. But there's that important combo that Edward kept alive is that by still holding this Uncover this whole time, yeah, Luxera's map here, put that thing in there, and he's able to play Uncover the Plot to use it immediately, like its reveal effect immediately if he needs it.
That is true, and you could put down a Lightweaver's Assault from this Luxera's map, and then perhaps
Play.
the second Lightweaver's Assault. I believe there's 2 in the hand of Edward. One was revealed, and one is being kept a secret. And
No,
so
he
that's...
revealed both.
Oh, he revealed. Okay.
No, I saw both. I saw. Oh, actually, maybe it's just because I see his hand bleeding. Yeah, but
So,
he already has 2 Lightweavers, so it's a matter of getting enough cards to play them and play an incap. So it's magic number 13 as usual.
want to look for those. We see 2. Is this going to be the Uncover? Oh,
Nope,
a
thieving again.
Thieving Cut.
Yeah, I think it's he's actually playing it super safe. He has no threat whatsoever. He really wants to get to 13 before he tries to go for this, I think. Or I guess you don't even need 13 anymore with an Uncover.
Yeah, I believe he is at the magic number. He has a lot of influence. The exact number is unknown, but at least 6 or 7 currently in hand, and more is just being added to this memory from every activation of card they're playing.
Yeah, I think he's actually at 11 or 12. He's only one turn away from just blowing up. Yeah, one extra turn that Razorgo had to take puts puts Edward completely out of lethal range now with all these with all the Luxem sites. Because even now, if you can threaten lethal, as Matthew, you can just play one of those Lightweaver's assaults in response, do the damage and heal. Just show your Luxem sites mid combo, break their combo, and just heal. Again, another, just like with Safeguard Amulet, if he decides to activate Ventus, that's probably the time I would do it, because you actually just need to survive through the suppress and then you can play as many Tempest Downfalls as you want. You won't die.
Oh, and something to actually mention here is Matthew sort of has almost every after materialization put a lot of cards from hand down into memory to keep that activation chain going. If Edward does have a Lightweaver's Assault in hand currently right now, they
I'll
could be
just use it
waiting
to
for
heal.
that exact moment for when Matthew has completely no cards in hand to be able to just sneak out the victory here. So that is something to consider on Matthew's end. Is are you able to play all out before you recollect?
Looks like he has 5 in hand. You can't go under 4. If you go under 4, you lose to a. So he's holding. He's still able to show a Veiling Breeze, but there's a Nullifying Mirror. Oh, it was allowed. It was allowed, and it suppressed the Dungeon Guide.
And we get the recollection as well. Very interesting.
Maybe all the Lightweavers have been put into memory because he wasn't expecting Matthew to actually play into that line.
A game all about incremental decisions, and here we're seeing it live right in front of us. Just a card either down in memory or up in hand can really make the difference and change the tides of the game. Matthew, a huge amount of influence with 2 Razor Gills online currently. This is looking like a good position to look for a lethal line.
Yeah, if I had the Lightweavers, I would have played it already. So without the Lightweavers in hand means probably no burst heal coming out from being able to reveal your Luctum sites now. Definitely held his incapacity. I'm thinking there's no way Edward would be foolish enough to put that down.
And is this that moment we're gonna see the incapacitate stop this Tempest downfall? Because it is going to start hurting. Oh,
Launch.
launch.
That's a good one. But Matthew has kept his because of that Zephyr, he's kept his Ventus there. He has 3 charges, with the Zephyr being the 3rd charge. In response to all of this stuff, can't you just Ventus it?
He could. He might be saving the Ventus though in case of an additional Blanche.
Yeah, everything's still, they're still playing on the stack here. Yeah. Okay, forced incapacitate, 0 cards left in Edward's hand. So yeah, you still get your counters there. You suppress the Blanche, get all the damage through. And this is so all in. All or nothing.
Yeah, so exactly like we were thinking there. In response, we had the Blanche. Blanche was activated, and then with the trigger still on the stack there, we went to Zephyr the Blanche. It was incapacitated, and Matthew still kept that Ventus to stop the Blanche, and damage goes ahead and bleeds through. Leaving Matthew, I believe, 2 cards in hand.
If they're both Tempest downfalls, you're only showing 10 damage, but it's 27, which means you lose 2. Oh, 3.
3.
Multiple? He said, oh, these are triggers. Oh, it looks like he scooped.
So just gonna go ahead and concede they're not gonna be able to get through the wall of Luxem cards that are about to be revealed from Edward's
Okay.
memory.
Yeah, that's a funny one. All right, that's a funny one. It shows the 3 reclaim show. Yeah, there's nothing you could do there. Because yeah, you see the double veiling, so he could technically live through the mirror. But of course, with Lightweaver's Assault being fast cards, and Blinding Seal forcing you to put them down, as Matthew, you would have to play both both the Veiling Breezes just right there, and then have nothing for when Edward just says, pass, I'll play this on your turn and kill you.
Indeed, and want to give a huge congratulations to Edward. An amazing 2-0 in the finals. You've really earned yourself that case of HVN that is coming out on March 7th. Probably super excited to A, won the event, but B, get that sent to you. Is so cool. And on a deck that I think was not on people's radars. Luxem
Certified Luxem
Xander.
King. Let's go. Good job.
But an amazing grand finals. It's even though it was a 2-0, it was still very close. Different lines, everything mattered, and that game too looked very hairy for a moment for Edward. There was that small chance that Matthew clawed back in. Even after the mishap, the damage was very close.
Yeah, like it really looked like without that minor error, he probably actually just, that's the scary part of Razor Gale, is out of nowhere just take everything from all these Tempest downfalls. Like he showed that he had what, 3 by the end of the game. It's possible he just had it all already. And before Xander is ready, when you're still sitting at level 1 with 19 health, and you're just gonna blow it all, just blow your load right there. Just say take everything, every single one of those Tempest downfalls for 4 damage, all the things to lead up there extra. It just one turn changes it all.
Alrighty, and Herman, there's something that we should really look at here because
Okay.
Edward isn't the only one that's going to be getting something. Matthew is also going to be receiving something, and that something is exactly 4 boxes of A and B. Still very impressive for your showing in this event.
Yeah, you get some bragging rights. You got up there, you played a deck that people don't play anymore because they're like, nah, it's dead, right? Your son's like, nah, it's not dead. Just play better.
And
And
then,
then
of course, that trickles down, right? In third and fourth, you're also getting a box of A and B and those juicy event packs where you get those exclusive event pack CSRs. And then fifth through eight, you're getting some SP2.
yeah, I would be excited for all of this, and the fact that it was only like look at the entry cost. It's so cheap to go do this. You get all your CP for this as well because it's like a 50 something player event. You get a ton of points for playing something like this. Join Yeti events, guys.
You really need to. It is amazing. And we just want to give a huge shout out and congratulations to our top 8 players for this Haven webcam win a case event hosted by Yeti Gaming. Congratulations to you all. It is awesome. You guys did amazing and, lasted 8 rounds of gameplay for this. So really cool to see. If
9 rounds.
9 rounds. You are correct. 9 rounds. It is such a great event. Everyone's walking away happy with their performance, things to learn. Super, super excited here. And now, I just want to, as we're sort of congratulating everyone, we should also be thanking people, right, Herman?
Yes, sir. Thank you
And-
to yeah, you first.
Oh, my apologies there. We just wanted to thank everyone who participated in the event. Even if you didn't make top 8, joining the event and playing, gaining that experience helps out extremely. It shows there's an interest, shows there's a need for these kinds of stuff.
Yeah, as Andy said, like I casted him last week. If you like this kind of event, even if you didn't play now, just just show your support. To let him know that these are things that you want to run. He'll run more. Like show weebs too that people like doing this kind of thing. That we can be supported. That we can keep this community growing. And I was going to thank the same people, so now I don't know what to do.
Alrighty. And, I want to give another huge thank you to Yeti Gaming themselves, Andy, Brighton, and then all of your favorite people, the judges as well, who spent their time helping us with this event, getting it all together. It is such an amazing thing for the community to come together and do. Herman said it perfectly. If you didn't play in this one, but you want to see more of this, you want it, come participate in Thursdays. They're free. You can just play them for free. Nothing stopping you except for having a webcam and a deck of Grand Archive.
Just have a good webcam, guys. That's all we asked for.
Any more thanks that you want to throw out there, Herman, for people out there before we move on to our next topic here?
I'm very happy that people have decided to try all these new things, and it's not 8 water decks in the top 8. As a water player myself, I don't know, man. I'm sick of it too.
Awesome. And then another quick, just a thank you to production as well, doing an amazing
yeah.
job. It's
Once in love.
Such a pleasure. Yes, once in love in production, doing that. Also, we want to do a big good luck to everyone flying out and participating in Ascent Melbourne. Is going to be such a cool way to wrap up our A and B season.
I hope all of you competitors took some inspiration from today, see what's working, what's not. I'm sure that I'm sorry for every competitor who wanted to bring their secret weapon Luxem Xander into Sun Melbourne. It's probably a little bit on the radar now, but it's fun to see good Grand Archive.
It is. It really is. I'm excited to see what the competition is going to look like. What's brewed up here. And as a reminder for everyone, Ascent Melbourne is the last big official event for Grand Archive in the A and B season, which also means this is the last Yeti event for this month of February. And we have to wait till March for more events to be coming. And March is going to hit us very fast because that's release of Haven initially in the first week, and then it's go from there.
But that also means last week of a season, Revel Fest coming up. Call your friends, double veterancy points, double VP. For what, a whole week? I think it is.
A whole week, yep. You're gonna get double VP. Grab a group of friends, your locals. Sit down, play, earn some points, and then we are all looking forward to the release of Haven and Ascent Seattle. The right after that as well. So it's going to be uncharted territory, brand new set, brand new meta. If you're not going to be there, make sure you're tuning in to the official stream to just see the kind of stuff that people come up with and the amazing decks and gameplay and the people you see there. So, in conclusion, a lot of stuff is going to be happening. Do not be sad that this event is ending. This is just the start of everything. We are building up momentum into greater and even bigger things. The March schedule for Yeti will be coming up soon. So if you have not joined the Yeti server, make sure you go ahead and go down to the description below, click on the Discord link and join just to see the announcements and see if you ever have a chance to play in an event. Now you're there, and you can instantly see when Andy is asking people to go ahead and join in.
Yeah, just play.
Just play.